The Pat McAfee Show.
There'll be no rules for our guests, for us, for the things we can talk about. Yes,
Speaking his mind
I've never had a problem expressing my opinions or my thoughts or anything like that.
while being relatable.
I haven't had that manufactured fake-ass celebrity that a lot of people have whenever they go on those big networks. I've had a chance to really build my crew, build my following, build my audience.
And ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do? So I'm supposed to look at something that I can definitely afford and say, nah. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Pat McAfee Show starts in 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. It is Tuesday, July 27th, 2021. A lot of football happening in the world. I'm pumped to be here on SiriusXM and YouTube.com. At Boston Connor, at Ty Schmitter here. All the boys are in the back. The big news of the day, depending upon what type of stooge you are you an NFL stooge like we are? Yes, yep. Aaron Rodgers has reported to training camp on time for the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah!
Now, how he showed up?
Man.
Is hysterical in of itself. I believe that's an homage shirt for The Office. It's incredible quality out of Columbus, Ohio. The shirt was made of a friend of his that he has met, I believe, out at the Lake Tahoe golf thing numerous times. Fan of The Office. The shades look impeccable. The hair is flowing. Hey, hang loose, pal. Aloha. Welcome back to football, Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron!
An entire offseason was spent chit-chatting about the future of a Mount Rushmore football player in the history of the NFL, the reigning MVP, the leader of a team that was back-to-back NFC championship losers. Now, with that being said, there was a lot of confusion. There was a lot of conversation. Adam Schefter dropped a atom bomb on draft day that was allegedly weeks later called an accumulation of information. At the time, it was considered breaking news from league and team sources. So we're not 100% sure how we should read that message. We're not 100% sure how we should read the messages that came after that. What we do know was there was definitely a problem between Aaron Rodgers and the front office of the Green Bay Packers. Was that just Gunther Kuntz? Was that Mark Murphy? Was that everybody? I don't think we'll ever know, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure we'll ever know. Maybe we will throughout this season on a particular day of the week that I do believe is going to be happening again.
What? Wait a minute. Whoa.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't know enough about this situation to fully understand what was going to go down. I had no idea if he was going to go. I had no idea if he was going to force them into trading him. I had no idea how this was going to pan out, especially after the years and years and years and years of disrespect. He feels, I believe publicly this has now come out, that the front office of the Packers have treated its players with for a long time.
Yep.
Everybody, and I just heard dumbass Sean O'Hara on Good Morning Football this morning. I heard him talking, and well, they drafted Jordan Love and made him upset. It was like, how many times have they all had to come out and say that Jordan Love being drafted in the first round, getting traded up to do it, definitely a part of it, but that is not Jordan Love being drafted is the whole thing. It's the way they treat the players, the way they treated the team, the way they treated him, the way they treated everybody. Going back to Brett Favre, you can go through this entire thing. The way the Packers have handled situations amongst their best players is something that I think a lot of people have taken issue with, but nobody has ever took a stand and said, hey, this ain't how this is fucking going anymore. Aaron Rodgers had the ability to do so. He was at the point in his life where I think he is okay with the, his resume and what he's been able to achieve, where he was able to take a stand and say, listen, I'm fucking done with the way you guys treat people. I'm done with the way you guys operate. You try to run people out of town, even though you have a plethora of money that we have learned about now, especially after the shareholders meeting yesterday where they made $120 million in investments. That money just goes into a pot, a fund, a slush fund that they're allowed to use for whatever. So I think we all got a chance to learn a lot more about the way the Green Bay Packers operate. We got a chance to learn about how Aaron really feels, how ex-players really feel. And then we also got a chance to see sellouts on TV talk about this.
Yeah. Few of them. Fair amount.
There's some people who have completely forgot what it's like to be in a locker room whenever your teammate's going through a business situation. And you always try to keep the business and personal shit separated, but whenever you see something happening business-wise to somebody who's much better than you are on the team or much more important on the team, that is not something you hold against the player. That is something you watch, you carefully study, you realize, oh, this could potentially happen to me, but inevitably, this is for them to settle. Whenever he gets back, we're going to go for it. Listening to some of these ex-players talk about this situation has been an embarrassment for the league and for players. Just want to let that be known. Aaron Rodgers was doing something, I think, that wasn't just for him, even though that's what the media, some ex-players that were on TV were trying to spin, and also a lot of fans were like, this selfish prima donna prick. These people who never watched Aaron Rodgers Tuesday last year, maybe they'll watch it this year. Aaron Rodgers Tuesday last year, and got a chance to really learn about a guy who never talked, kind of kept to himself. I think it has come out now through his friends and through other people that Aaron wasn't just doing this for himself in this particular situation. This is also for future Jordan Love, potentially. Yeah. Whenever he becomes the face of the Green Bay Packers and the future Packers, and the way this team that doesn't have an owner has operated, now it ends with Aaron showing up at camp with a gentleman's agreement, I believe, that next year he's basically going to be a free agent. There's going to be some moves made that he's going to be a part of. There's conversation pieces they've set up, allegedly. Now, this is all via a Schefter ESPN.com article that he released yesterday at about 4 o'clock or so about the agreement that was made between Dave Dunn, Aaron Rodgers, Mark Murphy, and Gunther Kuntz about how we can get Aaron Rodgers back in the building, but also what do we need to give up for Aaron to potentially want this. And a lot of things were won on the Aaron Rodgers side in this conversation and in the player side going forward, I think, in this conversation, although everybody on TV, not everybody, a lot of people on TV that are ex-players like, this was Orlovsky even. Fucking Orlovsky.
Kidding me, damn.
Orlovsky.
He was hammering that drum this morning.
Like, all for him just to show up. He's now basically a free agent after this year. He's given everybody knows now, okay, he's got 1 year here, and he's spotlighted issues that were potentially in the Green Bay Packers front office that maybe the rest of the world didn't realize and could get worked on for future generations of Packers players. I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people talking on TV this morning, to be honest with you. Is that because I am friends with Aaron? I'm not friends with Aaron. But is it because I am friendly on Aaron Rodgers' side? Yes. And know that I'm going to be on the side of greatness almost 10 times out of 10 when it comes to athletics. That's just how it's going to be. But Aaron has been very nice to us, very good to us. So I might have a little bit of a biased opinion. But if it wasn't Aaron and it was somebody else who I didn't know and never understood or never got to meet, and they were fighting for something that they felt was complete bullshit towards players for a long time, if I was a former player, I'm not putting a suit on just going being a fucking sellout and talking about that as big whiff or being a miss. Much thoughts are changed about Dan Orlovsky today than they were yesterday.
Yeah.
I actually complimented him on how he looked on TV before hearing what came out of his mouth on TV. I sent him a text. I said, Dan, you look like a man dime, dude. Right now, he had a blue shirt on, just came out of that sewage quarry he was in yesterday.
That's right.
And his eyes looked great. His tan looked unbelievable. And then he said, basically, all this was for him just to show up. It's all a big sideshow. It's like, whoa, the sideshow was created by somebody at your building. Okay, Adam Schefter was the one that created the entire building. I guess everybody kind of knew this was kind of a secret or whatever. Aaron never said anything, which, hindsight, incredibly intelligent move because he can say, I didn't say anything. Mark Murphy said a couple things that were trying to drive a wedge. Schefter, the media, some of his old teammates. AJ didn't say anything somehow.
No.
I don't know how AJ didn't say anything.
Me neither.
He knew, I think, for a very long time how this was probably going to end, and he had said it, by the way. He said he's going to play, he's going to play for Green Bay is what AJ said long time ago. He doesn't see how he ends up moving, but it all big to-do ends with him showing up at training camp and everybody saying, well, there was no reason for it. It's like, well, I think there was a reason for it, actually. Now he's going to get a chance to choose where he wants to go. They can still make it right, by the way. It was a couple that was going to break up, but they weren't ready for the breakup yet. Give us some time to brace for it and figure it out. Maybe we can get back on good terms. At least we can have another year run at this thing. The last chance.
Ooh, love that.
The last chance for them to potentially go win, get it right, figure it out, or they're going to have to move to Jordan Love. Aaron Rodgers is going to move on. I'm excited for it. I'm excited that the drama's behind us. Seems like he and his teammates get along well. Still videos of him dapping people up and chit-chatting with people. I believe Bakhtiari might have been on his...
Oh.
Wow.
I don't know.
Maybe.
No, there's pictures of him. But his plane was tracked last night. Now he's in there. Let's go. Let's get
Here
to
we go.
football.
Here we go, baby. Play some ball.
Yeah, like you said, you can finally just kind of exhale, you know?
Yes.
It's nice. Like, we've talked about it for a while, and I said it a long time ago. I mean, it did kind of seem like it was going to be the Brady Belichick situation where, he's going to orchestrate that he wants out after this year, but he would come back for one more year. So it's nice that like it's finally over and done with. And to your point about the stuff in the locker room, like this whole offseason when this stuff would...
There's a lot of people talking, okay?
I mean, the whole offseason, like when stuff would happen, like those guys would always say like, hey, we just want him back here. You know, like he's got the business stuff that he rightfully needs to get figured out. Like no one was saying like, you know, this fucking prima donna. And
none of his teammates.
No, you didn't. And you didn't even, I mean, every once in a while, I feel like when something like this happens, like there will be like a couple anonymous players, like the quotes will come out saying like, yeah, this is bullshit. Like, you know, he's putting himself before the team. You didn't hear any of that stuff. Everyone was basically just saying like, yeah, he's got to get this stuff figured out. Like that's his right. He feels like he's been wronged. We got his back. We're ready for him to be back.
And there's a lot of people speaking for NFL locker rooms right now in public places that I don't appreciate. And I'm not saying that I'm the guardian, okay, like a Cleveland baseball player.
Sure.
I'm the guardian of what an NFL locker room is, but maybe our locker room was just different, and maybe the relationships that I had with people were different. But when people had to handle business, it was like, yo, they got to handle their business. Me and Reggie Wayne never spoke to each other. Only human in my entire life that I've been around that we never really spoke. Now, since we've gotten a chance to know each other a little bit, I think we have spoke and stuff like that. He was going through business shit though, okay? Early, whenever I got there. And everybody was like, Reggie would have to go and there would be like some conversation that'd be happening or whatever, and he'd be pissed off and he'd come back over. As soon as he'd come back over, by the way, I just watched the older guys be like, all right, hey, here we go. Like, it ain't about that, right? Like, that's a part of it. Everybody that's in the NFL understands it's a fucking business. Like, everybody understands that's in the NFL. Now, guys love the game, okay? Guys love the game. That's how they got to the NFL. But when you get into the NFL, it is a business. So to listen to some of these guys that have been in NFL locker rooms speak and say, he's disrespected his teammates or whatever. It's like, you're disrespecting the fucking locker room for doing what you're doing right now, because that is not how I experience it at all. Every experience I've ever had when it came to strictly business shit, which is what this seemed like.
Right.
Everybody in the locker room was like, hey, don't count other people's money. Don't be pocket watching. Don't be worrying about what anybody else is doing. He's got to figure that out. And when Aaron gets back in there, they're all going to be fucking pumped. And that's not a shot against Jordan Love, but that's them actually, I think, appreciating what Aaron maybe did for the future of the Packers and the players, for him getting a deal done. And also, we get the MVP of the NFL back. Let's go.
Yes,
Happy we figured this
exactly.
out. I mean, it's just, there's been some things that have said that have been out of pocket, I believe, from a lot of people, and I don't necessarily enjoy that at all.
Well, can you imagine, like, if someone in the Colts locker room when you were there was, like, you know, bitching about Peyton if he had to? I mean, it's like, it's a very, when Rodgers plays this year, he will be the longest tenured Packer ever. It's like one of the most storied franchises in the history of sports. Like, guess what? That guy has room and cachet to, like, if business shit isn't going his way and he thinks he's been wronged, like, he has 1,000% right to, hey, I need to get this figured out before I come back.
Players are on the player's side, okay? That's just how it is. I remember there was a golf course that was built around a facility in the NFL. Okay?
Really?
I had heard this story, yeah. It's not necessarily a story that I am directly involved with, might be, but it might also be somewhere else in the NFL. But per my sources, I've heard a story that there was a golf course built around a practice facility. Said practice facility hadn't been updated for 10, 15 years. So the starting quarterback of the team said, fuck that. Ain't nobody going on that goddamn golf course until we get this place turned around in here. And everybody there's a lot of great golfers on that team from what I've been told. There's a lot of people that loved golf. Golf course looked very nice. As soon as that person said, fuck that, we ain't doing that, literally everybody was like, fuck that, we ain't doing that. And that course never saw a club for 2 years from anybody from the locker room. Now, front office, allegedly, front office and other people, they might have used said golf course that was built, but you did not see a player on there strictly because the head person who said, we ain't doing it, you didn't want us to be seen by that person actually on there. That is just a story I've heard, but that type of thing rings true everywhere, especially in the Packers locker room. So now we got people saying, oh, locker room's going to be like, okay, like, are you with us or are you not? It's like, nobody's asking that question.
Nope.
That is not a real actual depiction of what's going on in the Packers locker room right now. The people that aren't good enough to make the team, they're only worried about making the team. And the people that are on the team that are going to keep that team afloat for the next 10 years, they're appreciative of what Aaron did because they don't want to get fucked over like Aaron has and Brett has and Jordy has and Kumro has and Cobb has. You just go through the list of people that have got run, the people that have got run out of town that have been greats there, where maybe if there's an owner or something else we can keep them around. It's just like one of those things where I think everybody that's talking negative about the drawback or reaction about this whole situation within the locker room is completely full of shit, and they've completely forgot everything that they had to experience whenever they were in there. Now, with that being said, does this affect them football-wise? Aaron looked like he was in unbelievable shape. Aaron will be able to step onto a football field on tomorrow in an NFL game and figure it out.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue, especially that reports are saying, AJ said this yesterday, Trey Wingo reported that he heard that this whole deal, now I'm not sure that was the case, but he did bring to light, Trey Wingo brought to light that Aaron wanted Randall Cobb back from Houston. Allegedly, that then spun a couple of events for Walker getting traded from the Bears to Houston, and then Houston probably trading Randall Cobb back to Green Bay. Now, that means Aaron and Randall probably on the same page. Going to take a couple of days maybe to get back in rhythm. They're good. Devontae and he, let's assume they're on the same page and probably have played catch this offseason at some point. Big Bob Tunyon, he was young last year, just getting into his own role. Let's assume he and Aaron are going to be on the same page. LaFleur and Aaron, that offense last year was unbelievable.
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones and Aaron, same page. Offensive lineman now, new, a little bit different. That could take a couple, maybe for them to get used to it. But I think they're just going to hop right back in here and be a great football team. Remember, last year they didn't start. Oh, yeah, they did start great. 2 years ago, they started slow. Last year, they started hot. They will be judged these first couple weeks. Aaron will be judged these first couple weeks, but Aaron's judged literally every time he steps on a football field. So I think he understands that. I'm happy it's over. If I'm a Green Bay Packers fan, I'd be pumped it's over. I'm excited to see what team he ends up on after this year. Does he remain in Green Bay? Does he go somewhere else and win them a Super Bowl in his first year like Tom Brady and Peyton did? I mean, who knows how this whole thing works out, but it's great to see Aaron Rodgers at training camp.
Well, and the takes about like the locker room stuff, like those are going to run dry here pretty quick because I would imagine, we're going to get video of them. Yeah, exactly. Having a good time on the practice field. It's going to be very similar to last year when, we talked about like, holy shit, these guys are very loose. It was kind of when we mid-season when it's like, okay, this is the kind of team that is definitely going to make a run this year. I have a feeling they're going to pick up right where they left off last year.
Let's go to Jason in Texas real quick on the 5 Hour Energy phone line. Jason, Texas, what's up?
Morning, guys. Man, I'm just happy that this is over with. I felt from the very beginning that he wasn't going anywhere, just like AJ. Yesterday, AJ, right before you all went off, he had a hot mic. AJ had it, and he said tomorrow is going to be a big day. So he had to have known. But I'm looking forward to this season.
Thank you, Jason. So AJ said yesterday, tomorrow's a big day. It was training camp day, right? So if he missed, it would have been a big day. He would have been right regardless there. But to Jason in Texas's point on the 5 Hour Energy phone line, AJ had to have known.
For a long time.
And by the way, AJ's been saying for a very long time that he thinks he's going to go back. Literally. And that news got recycled like 4 or 5 different times during this entire thing with other people saying that same exact thing. Even AJ, breaking news 2 times this entire offseason with the same message. And that's not easy to do. AJ should be up for one of those fake awards they give out to people in the media.
For sure.
I mean, he broke the same news twice within 2 months of each other. I don't know how much AJ knew because I'm not sure we know how much Aaron knew what was going to happen. And we don't know how much the Packers knew what was going to happen. I think when Adam Schefter released that information, nobody had a fucking clue how it was going to end. And I think that's why everybody was very quiet for a bit and the bomb came out of nowhere. I'm excited 10 years from now to learn what had happened was because via Schefter's first report that said league and team sources have told, and then later it was an accumulation, he said in there that Mark hopped on a plane, flew over there, Gutekunst flew over there, LaFleur flew over there. Like, was that all bullshit or was that real? We kind of just take that all as being real. What all actually happened? And when Mark Murphy kept saying those things, trying to drive the wedge even deeper. Like, how was the reaction to that on both sides? Like, was Gunther Kuntz and LaFleur like, what the fuck are you doing?
Shut your mouth.
Was LaFleur like, how is that what we're saying right now? You know, like, how is that what we're saying?
Gonna help?
And how did Aaron's people just go, oh, Mike's a fucking idiot? I mean, that's just what Mike. You know, like, how is that handled? What'll happen? We won't know for some time, but Aaron Rodgers, the MVP, is back with the Packers for at least one more year, the last chance to kind of get over that NFC Championship hurdle. And then we'll see if they can figure out business in the back end shit that is very difficult to figure out, especially after like decades of disrespect from what it sounds like.
And that's why the Cobb thing's so awesome. It's like, you know what? You kind of did all this shit. You pissed me off. I want Randy Cobb on this team right now. I don't care if he's due $18 million a year. You're going to pay him. Go and get him. And then, you know what? We'll call it square and I'll go win a Super Bowl for someone else next year.
So people are saying that allegedly he's restructuring his contract somehow, that he's not going to lose any income, but they'll create salary cap space. And he has the option in 2022 and 2023 to leave. How are they doing that then? Because I thought the way you restructure contracts to open up salary cap space was kick it down the road. But if he's leaving down the road, how does that work? I don't know how any of that works.
Roster bonus? Because I know New England, most of their big contracts they handed out, they gave like $10 million in roster bonus, then $1 million cap hit for the
so
year.
Like first day roster bonus, first game roster bonus.
Boom, $10 million right away.
See, that's the type of shit, though, that Belichick's been doing for a while. And now Mike Greenberg down there at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have figured out. It's only a matter of time for everybody's doing this shit, right? And the salary cap is only going to go up and up and up. And it's going to yodel. It's going to go all the way up, and people are going to figure out how to work holes and everything. And that leads to another point of everybody thinking there's going to be super teams, and the NBA is going to carry into the NFL and all that stuff. And by the way, it did look like that was the case. And it might still end up being the case, especially with salary cap doctors and gurus like Greenberg and Veach and the people that have been able to do it. Belichick's been able to do it for a long, long time. I assume it was one of Ernie's workings, or maybe Matt Patricia thought of this. I'm not sure. Matt Patricia does have to give the final go-ahead to draft a quarterback in the first round.
That's right.
So, I mean, that's something you got to do. But a lot of people said, and I think this was also a part of Orlovsky's take, which what the fuck happened?
Dan. Yesterday, he was such a good guy.
He said that, well, that's because he was wrong yesterday, so now he has to come out.
Oh, and be
completely on the other side.
Okay, fair.
I was about to call him right now. I was about to call him and just say, like, what happened out there, dude? Because I think he said that, and he was amongst others that basically were like, he's trying to be an NBA superstar, trying to demand this thing, and he didn't get moved. So it's not the NBA. Everybody thought this was going to be the NBA. I think Andrew Brandt even said, for all the player empowerment that everybody thought was going to happen, the only quarterback that really moved, that wanted moved, was Carson Wentz, who was owed a lot of money and was not great.
Yep.
Now, with that being said, accurate statement, who knows what ends up happening with Deshaun Watson if 22 very serious allegations don't happen. Is he going to end up getting traded? Maybe, probably not. Russell Wilson, he was not asking. Others were potentially stating that he should get traded, that were in his camp, and he was saying he's still up there. Green Bay's getting back together. Maybe it is player empowerment, and they're getting more say in their own organizations as opposed to in the NBA, where there's no budging at all and guys have to leave and go elsewhere, and are tempted to go elsewhere because if you get 2 to 3 guys together, you can go win a goddamn championship. So I think all the things that have been said today by a lot of takers out here in Takeville, in Takeland, saying these things, I think a lot of them are just all complete bullshit. But I can understand how there's so many different feelings on the Aaron Rodgers situation.
Well, they're saying he didn't get what he wanted, but don't you think in his heart of hearts he's got his issues with the front office. He probably can't stand those guys, but he said on Kenny Mayne, he loves his teammates, he loves his coaches. Like, don't you think deep down, like, he did want to come back for this last year? Like, I mean, especially coming off an MVP.
I don't think so. I don't know.
You don't think so?
Really?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Because I thought the same as Ty. It's like, hey, he loves Devontae. He loves Bakhtiari. He loves the guys. He likes LaFleur a lot. He just wanted the front office to change. That's why I like Jordan Love. Jordan Love's the biggest winner out of this whole thing.
And all the conversations about the Denver Broncos and him wanting to be traded were coming from other people, not from him.
Right.
Yeah.
And not from Dave Dunn either, his team. Nobody on his team said they wanted traded. So him potentially standing his ground to the front office and saying, I just won't show up then. If you don't want to change, remember you fucked over Brett? Much different situation. Brett was alluding to retirement and everything like that. His play was getting bad. But remember what you did to Brett? Remember what you did to Kuhn? Boom, pow, pang, ting, ha. Not your money. You guys are acting like you were power-hungry bums. It's been this way for a long time. I won't show up. How about that? If that's all it was, maybe he did demand a trade and we'll never know, and maybe he did want out of town completely, and it has all been cooked up and all this other stuff, you would think at some point he would have had to have come out and said, like, it ain't about that. It's about changing the way things are run in Green Bay, a city that I am going to be associated with forever.
Right.
The longest tenured player in the history of the Green Bay Packers organization. That goes all the way back to Curly fucking Lambeau.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's one of those things where I have no idea what the actual expectations or wants were when this whole thing started. The only thing we can really know from this whole thing, because Aaron hasn't talked, and Mark Murphy hasn't really talked in depth about it, or Aaron's agent didn't talk about it, or anybody in the front office hasn't talked about it in Green Bay. We only know what the insiders have reported throughout this entire thing. We don't know anything else that has been true. Will we ever find out if he did just want to take a stand and tell Green Bay we can't operate like this anymore, or did he want out of town? And did it not work? And that's what everybody's saying right now. We have no idea.
Yeah. Well, and also part of me was just thinking, like AJ talks about it. I know how like you are, how competitive you are, like to play in the NFL, but then to be like a guy like him, like the way it ended last year, like I just felt like he deep down felt like there was unfinished business, and he did want to come back and play with those guys one last time. But
hey,
we may never know.
Good feeling out of you, Ty. You got it right. Last chance. Now we're going to run that. Another massive story in sports about a GOAT. Happening is Simone Biles. Now, we haven't got a chance to watch this because they'll air it tonight on prime time. Simone Biles, I guess, bowed out of the team competition in the finals. They end up going on to win silver. Spoiler, they end up going on to win silver. Allegedly, something happened. I think it was at the vault. I'm not sure. Maybe, I think it was at the vault where while she was attempting to do something, she said she couldn't see anything, and I think she landed on her knees or something like that. This comes after a floor routine and also another vault thing the other night, and also the Olympic trials day 2, where Simone has not had her absolute best performances. In the team competition, though, her saying, I am nowhere near at my best right now. I can't figure out how to fucking land, and bowing out, and people attacking her for that is insane to me. People thinking that it was selfish of her or cowardly of her to back out whenever she thought she was going to cost her team, and Suni, and Childs, and the other gymnasts that probably aren't going to be around as long as Simone was. And she was either mentally, physically, whatever the case, was going through something and saying, I'm not going to be the reason that these Olympic dreams are fucked completely. Now, she has not backed out of the individual events yet, which she still has a bunch to compete for and everything like that. But I think her, acknowledging that she was going through something, being the GOAT that she is at the age of 24, and she put a post up basically that says she feels like on a lot of different occasions that she has the weight of the world on her shoulders, and she normally is able to brush it off and keep it moving, but she even said, like, I feel it. The amount of pressure that she has had in a sport where if you bobble, I talked about it yesterday, that in the Olympics, if you train your entire life, every meal you eat, every decision you make is to make you better at whatever niche thing you're doing for the Olympics. And you have no idea if you're going to make it. Okay, that it doesn't happen until 3.5, 4 years down the road whenever you finally get to the age of being able to compete, even though you've already done it your entire life. You're going to make no money until you get there. So you have to blindly commit at an addiction level almost to this thing that you have no idea if it's ever going to come to fruition. You have no clue. You just got to hope that you'll be able to outcompete, outduel. In swimming, it comes down to 0.2 of a fucking second between winning gold in the Olympics and not even getting on the podium. The room for error in some of these sports is criminal. I mean, it is insanity to have your entire life. So if she's going through anything mentally or any doubt at all, and she thinks she's going to screw over some of her teammates and potentially ruin the team and then ruin everything else, I think it was very noble of her to do such a thing. And I want to let Simone know that, hey, the only reason why the pressure of the world is on your shoulders is because you're so goddamn good, okay? The expectations are the expectations because you are the standard in this entire thing. And I would like to say that it is very awesome to see somebody at your level acknowledge that you're going through some stuff. You might maybe have a little doubt in yourself, but what you need to realize, and I felt obligated to tweet this to you this morning, and I think we all should be, you are the greatest of all time, and anything that happens in Tokyo will not be remembered. What you have done to the sport of gymnastics, what you have added to the sport of gymnastics, will be remembered and heralded forever. So if you're going through it, we understand. We hope you come out of it. We hope you get good, and we hope you find that confidence in yourself again to continue to be the GOAT. But if you don't, hell of a run, Simone.
Yeah, congrats, Simone. Boy,
Hold that head high, lady. You changed the whole fucking game. Plus, whenever you hear her story with everything that she's gone through and the commitment and level, and it's just, I'm super pumped for it. Idiots on the internet, though.
Yeah, they have no clue.
Idiots on the internet are just, what?
Quitter.
What she
Come
do?
on.
What she do?
Get on the beam.
She do. She changed the sports. It's been around since like fucking the Greeks were running around there. Completely changed the game. Better than everybody. She has bad days, and they're still better than everybody else because what she's attempting to do is absolute insanity. She talked about being 24 years old and how her body is much different than it was whenever she was a teenager. I think that is potentially could get in there and be a seed of doubt. Yeah. And I've heard her openly talk about it, and I was like, okay, so she is acknowledging that there's maybe something going on. Then the other night, whenever she had, not her greatest performance, I think, and this is going to sound so weird, but if you looked at her face, I think you saw like a different Simone Biles than like the potential, hey, killer swag Simone Biles that you saw. I think it was apparent that there was potentially something going on. We just hope that she gets back to being great because the Olympics are a beautiful time, and her getting to showcase to the world that she's the greatest of all time is something I would like her to be able to do one last time, or maybe even again whenever she's 28. But we're all with her, hoping she gets through this thing.
For sure. And I think it was she did like an interview, a while back, and it was starting to circle around, and they asked her like, hey, what are you most excited for about the Olympics? And she was like, when it's over. Like when I'm done doing this and I don't have the weight of the world on my shoulders anymore. So like she obviously, she's probably been struggling with that for years now.
She was wearing GOAT slides, and the internet killed her, right? Because whenever you do that, you're acknowledging, okay, that you're the GOAT. And by the way, I'm pumped that she has. I'm pumped that she did. I hope all athletes do. But a lot of people fell back on that today whenever she decided to drop out because she was not at her absolute best and didn't want to screw over her teammates in a team competition where we don't know if those people will be back on the team. We have no idea if they'll be back in the Olympics again. We hope so, by the way. There's a lot of people gunning for that spot, though, next to Simone Biles there. Her not wanting to ruin it, I think, was great. But a lot of people said, well, you can't wear those slides and then do what you did. It's like, hey, how about this? GOATs go through some shit every once in a while as well. And in the era of mental health and everything like that, understand that every single mental health awareness, not the era of mental health, mental health awareness, everybody can go through some things, everybody can get in some doubt. And I think I heard that she potentially ADD or ADHD or something like that. As somebody who is nowhere near the level of her, but maybe potentially similar brain operations and that thing, once you get one little negative thought, there's a chance that those can go ahead and continue to go. And there's a chance that I think that Simone needs to be reminded that she's a badass. Yeah. You know what I mean?
She's best ever.
Yeah, like, hey, I think because I think even the GOATs can get into their brains, especially if it's one that is very active, which an ADD brain is, and start saying things. And I don't know if that's what it is. I'm just saying that there was a time where I think I had a perfect season going into the last game. Missed 2 kicks. People told me I was the worst, wanted me to die. I thought about it. I never wanted to kick a football again. And I'm not saying I'm anywhere near what Simone Biles' level was, but I know how you can have a lot of success and then have a little bit of failure and then all of a sudden start to potentially doubt yourself a little bit. It's getting through that, hopefully, and reminding and being, not being reminded, but remembering that you're the GOAT. I hope that happens for Simone before the individual events because it would be awesome to see her walk out in those slides and go, fuck you, and just win that whole goddamn thing. That's what I'm pulling for.
And to your point, if she doesn't...
Orlovsky's calling. Mute this.
Dan.
I'm live. Oh, Okay, can I put you on or not? Now, are you allowed on here?
I asked for permission yesterday, so.
Hey, you're a sellout, dude. You're a sellout. You're a sellout.
I'm not a sellout.
You're a
All I said
sellout.
I was surprised.
This is Dan. Just so everybody knows, you're a sellout, dude.
Do you want me to? You weren't surprised, or does the text message say something else, Patrick?
What? That you look like a man dime? I think you do look like a man dime. That was before I heard what came out of your mouth.
You're not surprised at all that, and wait, you're there. I didn't expect him to be there. So I was like, man, that whole offseason and you're there to start camp. That doesn't surprise you?
Okay, so the headline said that Dan Orlovsky says a big whiff out of Aaron Rodgers. Nothing happened at this whole offseason. Is that what you said or no?
It feels like a big.
Oh,
Dan!
Surprise!
Clown.
Dan, listen, you're going to have to settle this with Aaron. Aaron's probably going to hate you forever, but.
Let me ask you a question. From the reports that we had heard, right?
From
whether
your
Aaron's
people.
mouth or whatnot, that he did not want to play there this year. Those were the reports that we had heard, right?
See, that's the thing, though. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, that's the information I could go off of is like reports that are being heard. I'm not best friends with him like you, so I don't know.
Well, I'm not best
his
friends with him either.
actual feelings.
All right. Well,
So,
you let me down, Dan. You let me down. He got control of his
dude,
future. He got control of his future, set a precedent potentially for future Packers like Jordan Love, spotlighted a potential issue that was happening with the Packers for future Packers. I think as a player, you should be
But how
pumped for
does
this guy.
Do you trust that the organization 100% is giving him control after this season?
Yeah, that's what your guy reported. The same guy that was saying he wanted out.
No, because then he's still under contract.
All right, Dan, you can't pick and choose what you want to believe from Adam Schefter and what you don't. I mean, you can't do that. You can't use that as an excuse and then choose not to believe it later.
Because I even asked on television. Let's say Aaron wants to go play for the Minnesota Vikings next year.
Oh, yeah.
Unlikely. Could he do that? And he's like, no, he can't. So he's not in complete control.
All right, well, I appreciate you. I got to do a show, though. You look amazing today. A little bit of a sellout, but you look amazing.
No, dude, I'm disappointed in you.
Well, that's funny. That's funny you say that.
Yeah, because he's a clown.
He doesn't want to go play in Minnesota either, Dan.
Yeah,
That's a bad example.
Would be awesome if he did.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
Would be awesome.
That would be fucking
Brett.
wild.
I mean, that would be tough for Packers fans, and I would feel very bad. But Dan's saying that it was all for naught. Like, I disagree. Like, I think there was a lot of shit that happened pro Aaron, pro Packers players in the future. Now, Dan's got to do Dan's thing or whatever, but I think Dan and other players look like some sellouts today. That's what I think. I think there were some sellouts that looked like on TV. And hate to break to you, Dan, you looked unbelievable. Okay, had that blue suit on.
Yeah.
Blue eyes were popping. Had a good tan, fresh out of that quarry. I saw the videos. You were with the whole family. You look great. What you sounded like though was a sellout. Hate to break to you, pal. Forgot the locker room. It seemed like.
And say Jordan Love goes on to have a 15-year career with the Packers. Like
You know what? He. It's funny. Dan calls me there. To say I'm calling him back. Hey, mute this.
You call me, I call you.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
I'll ask for forgiveness. I have SportsCenter in 5 minutes.
Okay, it'll be great. I know you will crush it on there. Your tan looks great. I've said this all the time. You were taking victory laps on the internet for people telling you that, you weren't soft pedaling. You remember that? You were going, thank you for telling me that I actually took a stand against a player as an ex-player. Like, you were taking a victory lap. Now you're calling me going, I didn't do anything. I saw you. I seen you do it. You were giving full waves. You were giving full waves on the internet. I'm the ex-player that'll say things about the That's what you did.
Dude, I didn't take a stand against the player. When the moment this news broke in April, I was like, he ain't playing for them again. Like, he ain't playing for them again. And then it seemed like, okay, he's had some quotes himself where, like, it's about the people. It's about the culture. Again, I can only go off reports. Right. It's not like one person's report was one thing and another person's report was another thing. Yeah. The whole reporting was like, he doesn't want to be there anymore. He's not happy with the front office. He's obviously not pleased that he was not communicated with the pick. So I was like, I don't think he's ever going to play there again.
Yeah.
And then it seems like to show up on the first day of training camp, I was surprised that it didn't go further. That's what I was surprised about. So It feels like Aaron went, hey, I want out now. And then it became like, you're not getting out right now.
So what were you doing a victory lap for saying like, hey, a big swing and a miss from Aaron Rodgers? You're like, hey, how's it going, Dan Orlovsky? Like, why were you doing that?
So what does it feel like to you?
He fucking changed the future, I think. His future and future Packers players, and put a spotlight on something that none of us knew about. Like, I think that's a big deal.
Pat, as of now, and again, can only go off reports, he does not control what he gets to do next season. After the season, he doesn't. He's still someone under contract.
All right.
Is he not? Is that a fact?
All right. Hey, listen. Can you put it up on here, too, please? Dan, I want you to read this. This is from your website, okay? Not mine. This is from your website here. The 2023 Aaron Rodgers contract, the last one in his current deal, would be voided with no tags. The Packers would agree to review Rodgers' situation at the end of this season. Rodgers' contract would be adjusted with no loss of income. Mechanisms will be put in place to address Rodgers' issues with the team. That's a something. Hey, this is from your guy. That's something right there. The Packers' agreement to review the situation after the season implies that the team will trade Rodgers if he still feels the way he is about the Packers' culture and decision-making. What does that mean? Are we just only reading a couple? You got SportsCenter. Think about it while you're on there. Call us back. Yeah.
Tom Brady, 3 years ago, changed his contract to be in complete control. He was in complete control. Aaron, while he got out of 1 year of his deal and has some say, does not have complete control. If you want to trust the organization, you can do that.
All right. I'll see you. Thank you. Good luck. I appreciate you, Dan. All right.
That guy stinks.
I mean, this guy.
He's wrong. That's a take. These are all these hot takers that are out there. He was taking victory laps on Twitter, though, because there was like journalists saying, hey, Dan, way not to go soft on Aaron here. Way to say it like it is. It's like, oh, is that like, and Dan's doing a fool like.
Hey, I'm gonna hold him
no
accountable.
problem.
I gotta hold the guy accountable.
Hey, fair and square, Dan.
Someone's got to do it.
Hey, call it how I see it. It's right down there. All right, Dan. I love Orlovsky. Always will love Orlovsky, but he's wrong. He's wrong in this particular one. He's going to piss some people off too. Which, by the way, a lot of journalists love. Okay, they love that. That's kind of a good thing to do. We have to get to a break. It's already been 43 fucking minutes.
Judas.
How has it been 43 minutes?
Yeah, what?
Well,
Talking about, Rodgers back. Training camp. It's huge.
Yeah, and Simone Biles, obviously.
Simone?
Hey, Simone, come on. Hey.
Here we go.
Hey, we love you, Simone.
Love you, Simone.
We appreciate you, Simone.
Need you,
Simone.
Go get it.
Hey, you're better than all these fools out here, Simone.
Hell yeah.
Don't you ever forget it.
Don't forget it, Simone.
All right, let's get to a break. We'll tweet that little thing. Hopefully she'll see it.
yeah. She'll see it.
We'll tweet it at Simone Biles. If you could retweet that, I think that would help you, United States as a whole.
Big time.
We need it.
Because we need her to see that.
Yeah.
We need Simone to remember that she is Simone fucking Biles. Hell yeah. She's conquered more than anybody else in the sport. She's been through adversity in the past and has stood on the other side victorious. She'll do it yet again. Her bowing out last night when she wasn't feeling good so she wouldn't fuck over her teammates. Great move.
Admirable.
Honorable.
All of those.
Yeah.
Did not know the show was that good of wordsmiths. I feel good about us. Let's get to a break. Simone, you'll be back. 1-833-4-McAfee. 5-Hour Energy phone lines on the other side. This is a terrible show, but we appreciate you watching and listening. Cheers. I think I've realized this year with the conversations, you do seem to be a rather normal human, which is very interesting, right? I assume for a lot of people to hear. AJ said, no, you're not a normal human. But because all the stories about you before this year, to be honest, a lot of people, the way they believed is you were the smug king almost is what the thing about it. And then getting a chance to chat with you, it's like, well, that's not the case at all. How is that like something you have to focus on? I assume it gets hard whenever you're hanging out with, Scott Stapp is hanging Aaron Rodgers jerseys up in his goddamn office. That has to be pretty weird.
Well, look, I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. I think a lot of times, people have said things about me, and it's been the same few people, and that's been kind of the prevailing story or thing that's reflected on. I think for me, I talked a lot about the work I did on myself. It was nice, and it wasn't intentional. Like, I didn't sign the show to have, and you guys know, we've talked about this off air, but there wasn't, some agenda doing this. It was, fucking talk to Pat and AJ every week? Yeah. Sounds pretty awesome.
It has been, by the way.
It sounds amazing. But what it's allowed me to do is, I think, silence all the douchebags out there who were, talking for me and making themselves more relevant by using my name or, running with stories that were not really based in any type of fact. And look, I've grown as a person. I've said things and done things that I wish I'd handled a little better. But this was a great, natural, authentic, whatever, whether it was 15 minutes at the stadium or 45 minutes to just bullshit and have a conversation. If you're a friend of mine, if you know me, I think this is about as normal as interaction you're going to see from me. It's not a lot of BS. You're not going to hear cliches and garbage. I'm going to, shoot from the hip mostly. Tell you as much as I feel comfortable telling. I feel like I've been as honest as I could be. I've told you guys a lot of fun stuff. It's fun for me because then I don't have to maybe rehash it on a Wednesday, or people get to see a different side of you that maybe they didn't even know was there or didn't think was there. And it's been fun for me. I really have. I've appreciated every single week we've done these. And like I said, the best part is there was no agenda. There was no plan. I mean, even us, we didn't know we were going to go 10 minutes or 15 minutes or an hour. We just started fucking talking, right? And then this came out, and it's been a lot of fun.
How are ya? I'm Roman, a men's health brand that can dance very well and make you the best you possible. Are you suffering from male pattern baldness? We got something for that. Herpes. See ya! Premature ejaculation? Gone! No more coming too quick. Allergies as well. And that's not all. We have clinically tested supplements for everything, including erectile dysfunction. Come on! Bye-bye! GetRoman.com/Pat. Be the best you possible.
This is the Pat McAfee Show on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio. We thank you for taking the time to seek out this small regional show that streams internationally. Here's Pat and the boys.
Welcome back to that show. There are some people attacking me on the internet for my Simone Biles take. I want to let everybody know I feel fucking great about what I said.
Yep.
Should.
It's perfect.
I feel unbelievable about how I feel about it. I think what she did was honorable, as opposed to what everybody else is saying. Now, if she was crushing it and she said, I don't want to do this for the team, I want to save it for the individual things, I don't want to get hurt here and bowed out, then I think everybody would be okay. And I would be like, all right, a little selfish here from the go to this whole thing,
right,
fucking over a team, not doing that. But the fact that she has basically come out and said, I didn't have it for whatever reason. I'm sorry for whatever. I wish I was a robot. I wish I was a video game. I'm a human. I am the greatest of all time, of course, but I'm going through it, and I don't want to screw over my team. I think that was the right thing to do. There's a lot of people on the internet that don't agree with that, though. I'm getting attacked right now.
Those people are clowns. And let's not forget, they won silver. Obviously you want gold. Silver's not fucking bad either.
Yeah,
come on.
We've been winning a lot of silver and bronzes, by the way.
Yeah, which, you want the medal count to be high and you want the golds to be high, but it's cool if you win a medal in the goddamn Olympics either way.
We're still in the lead, by the way. Everybody forgets that we are still in the lead in the medal count this early in the games. Now, Ledecky has not gotten a chance to fully showcase what she has going on. She'll win a couple for us.
Yep.
Old Dressel's going to hop in the water. He's going to win a couple for us.
Yeah.
Simone is going to bounce back in this, especially with all this hate that's getting.
Exactly.
Simone's going to eat. She's going to fly around. We're going to continue to crush. But there has been a couple events where I was watching, and in the past, remember, the Olympics were massive for me at training camp.
Mm-hmm.
While all the actual football players are trying to learn plays and going through all their bullshit, I had nothing to do.
Got the Olympics.
Okay. Every 2 years or every 4 years when the Summer Olympics would happen, I had a full, I actually asked Diggs earlier because Diggs was saying some things about how, hey, just wait, this is a patient game or whatever. Now, I actually asked, I was like, Diggs, have you ever actually watched the Olympics, though? And he was like, yes, I love it. I was like, okay, me too. I've actually watched the Olympics pretty in depth. And I think that's why I'm such a big fan, because I've seen all the sports before, because I committed a lot of time because I had nothing else to do. I was at training camp. I'm either going to kick some balls, lift, bebop around other people's meetings, try to lift spirits, or just fucking sit there for the rest of it. Okay? Everybody had a miserable life at training camp for different reasons. Mine was boredom. Everybody else's was because their life was much more difficult than mine was. But watching this, there was a couple races last night that normally the Americans would win.
Oh, yeah.
And we came in third or second. Normally those big events where, Boxel's humping the thing, normally that's for an American situation or American swimmer. Now Australia's getting in the game. Russia's getting in the game. I think everybody has kind of lifted their game in the swimming world, and there's been some magical moments. Nothing more magical than Jacoby's high school losing their mind over there in Alaska, the first ever Alaska gold medalist in swimming or whatever. There's only one 50-meter pool in all of Alaska, and don't you know, Russia's right back there, the entire thing. Watching that high school, and she's going to University of Texas, I believe, next year. Watching her high school, though, watch that, because you would hope that every high school would do the same thing. If a 17-year-old from your high school first ever was competing in the Olympics, that everybody would kind of gather in the gymnasium, watch along together, and go absolutely fucking apeshit for your classmate. It was a beautiful thing to watch. That reaction was beautiful. Sports are a beautiful thing. And Lily King tried to steal that whole moment at the end.
Whoa, Lily.
What? I didn't say it. No, I'm joking. A lot of people are saying that on the internet, though, because Lily came in third and Jacoby won. While Jacoby's getting interviewed, Lily also standing there. I assume a TV producer, say, hey, Lily, we will want to talk to you because you're a massive name. And the internet, obviously, immediately upon seeing her, go, hey, Lily, not your time.
Step aside, Lily.
But Lily still won another Olympic medal. Let's go ahead and have a good time. I like the fact that we got a 17-year-old from Alaska that might be carrying the water baton for us for a long time. She was obviously flying around out there.
You make a good point, though. I'm just waiting for Ledecky to get back into the water because, we've been talking leading up to this that Ledecky is going to win every event no matter what. She's already 0 for 1. So we need, I want gold from Ledecky every time she's in the pool.
This is the problem.
We need gold.
See, this is the problem. Entire countries have built rosters to try to top Katie Ledecky.
I know.
Okay?
Got her on the wall.
Hey, this is who how Ohio State or Michigan's like, hey, Ohio State in 175 days or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in West Virginia, we had our opening game, or at every training camp, you have your opening game or team. They're like, hey, this is who we're preparing to kill. This is who we're preparing. People have been doing that for Katie Ledecky for a long time. Simone Biles as well. It's not easy being at the top of the mountain. Everybody thinks that once you get to the top is when you celebrate. No, that's only when the work begins because there's a massive target on you. Katie Ledecky has entire countries hunting her, and she's going to show up and she's going to win. Okay, she didn't win early. All right, there was quite a moment too. She had to lead, and old Boxer lost his goddamn mind.
Nowhere.
But Australia has a.
Oh yeah.
Hey, they have assembled a swim squad down there that really can fucking move some water.
Oh yeah.
Hey, they know how to get in the streamline. Okay, they know how to get in the streamline, and they said that. They said that Ledecky, her head, she's been moving her head a little bit too much. Her head's like a bowling ball, you know what I mean? So you need to keep that thing steady. They're thinking that maybe she got a little bit of a habit that she'll probably be able to fix over the next couple of weeks. But Ledecky's going to win. Simone's going to win.
I don't doubt it.
Let's take it easy.
I don't doubt it.
But there have been some moments that normally America would win and we would get to celebrate. That have happened for other countries. And although I should, in good sportsmanship, say, hey, good on you, but the Olympics aren't over, so fuck you. We need to win those things.
That's right. USA.
Well, and look at the soccer team, too. I mean, we're limping into the knockout stages. What the hell's that about? I thought we beat the fucking piss out of teams.
Yeah, and our basketball team, obviously. I mean,
oh, jeez.
It's a much different Olympics for us, but I always believe, in the United States of America's athletes.
That's right.
Turning it on when they got to.
Hell yeah.
The issue with the Olympics, though, is if you have one moment of just, you're losing.
That's right.
0.2 of a second. 0.2. There was a bike race that went on for like 20 hours or something like that, and it ended like this for bronze and silver. It is, and maybe the other countries are focusing on a little bit more, but we're also coming out of a worldwide pandemic. Who knows what was going on behind closed doors in all those other countries? All I know is America's leading in a medal count. Let's not ever forget it, and I can't wait to watch us get back on top of that podium like Zolotich did in Taekwondo. First ever American gold there. Surfing, first ever gold there. Another medal, first time ever. Let's stay positive. Our Drew's on the other side. Let's have a Tuesday. I was on a team that was very bad at football. We almost were completely defeated until Dan Orlovsky showed up and got 2 big wins. We ended up almost losing the luck pick because Dan Orlovsky, everybody thinks they're going to get fired. Every player thinks they're going to get cut. Every coach thinks they're going to get fired. They try to pawn blame off on other positional groups. If it's the linebackers, they're like, we did our job. D-line can't do anything, can't stop it. There's a lot of that chatter, but it's a miserable existence. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's why you have to have so much respect for a player like Joe Thomas, who played a perennial all-pro career in a situation that was so negative and so terrible. I think if Joe Thomas got a chance and his knees let him experience a winning organization, I couldn't even fathom what Joe Thomas would have thought. I mean, life is just much better whenever you win. When you win, food tastes better. Drinks taste better. Sex feels better. Everything is better when you win. Winning cures all, they say. That's not just in the building and for a football team. That's in your life. Everything is just better when you win. And when you lose, especially when you're talking about some of the most competitive humans on earth, it is a nightmare. You got a lot of people trying to jump off the ship. You got a lot of people trying to figure it out. And whenever you're in a situation like that, it's just a full-blown nightmare for everybody. You got to think, when you get to the NFL, let's assume that the humans that make it to the NFL have had a lot of success through their lives. High school football, probably one good player, a guy who's going to make the NFL can lead a team to success. In college, if you have a couple good players that can make the NFL and make it to the Dolphins, even though the Dolphins stink, you're still going to make the NFL. Let's assume that team has had success. So then you get to a completely unsuccessful operation, a completely defeated operation, and then it's like, man, this is a whole new life for us. I'll never forget, I had a coach, special teams coach. I won't say his name because this is a terrible thing to say as a coach. We lost the game. It was back in the first regime. We were a good team. We lost the game, and everybody was moping. You know, like people were not happy that we lost the game the next day. He was, you guys just haven't lost enough. That's what he said. Everybody looked at him and was like, yeah, no crap. What are you talking about, dude? Yeah, this is the winningest decade in NFL history here. Yeah, you haven't lost enough. It's like, you've lost too much, maybe. Are you just comfortable at this point? And that's whenever it can get a little scary. Whenever people are just comfortable just getting their asses kicked every week, that could be a problem. That's when the culture is probably a lost cause. That's when the locker room's too worried about playing dice or playing boo-ray or anything else like that. When that starts happening after losses, then you know you're in a bad spot. And I would assume that's not happening at the Dolphins, especially under Ryan Fitzpatrick's watch. But maybe it is. I don't know. But that is a miserable existence. I am not a fan of that.
More money the day I signed than my whole contract with Indy.
Damn, dude. Why did you decide to turn down a lot of money to come back to Indianapolis for the year?
True story, no bull. I prayed about it. By 3 o'clock, I'm signing somewhere. And then 2:55, I got on the phone with Chris. Like, are we going to get this done? Like, how can we get this done? He came up with a number, and I'm like, all right, it's all right. Well, I guess it's meant for me to go to this next team. As soon as I closed his message, Ursay texted me. I said, there go my sign right there. When he texted me, that's when we got it done. When he texted me, we got it done. Hey, did you see my eyes tweet yesterday?
Yeah, is that when you got the text from Ursay?
No, that was the text that I was almost gone.
Yeah, where are we going to go?
Hey.
Baltimore. You don't have to tell us, obviously, but I do believe Baltimore was in on something. Yeah. And then also the quarterback.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
The Pat McAfee Show.
There'll be no rules for our guests, for us, for the things we could talk about.
Speaking his mind
I've never had a problem expressing my opinions or my thoughts or anything like that.
while being relatable.
I haven't had that manufactured fake-ass celebrity that a lot of people have whenever they go on those big networks. I've had a chance to really build my crew, build my following, build my audience.
And ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do? So I'm supposed to look at something that I can definitely afford and say, nah. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Pat McAfee Show starts in 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon. Hour 2 here on this July 27, 2021. A show full of simps for Simone, allegedly.
Hell yeah.
Adds a man who is in a room that has terrible internet service, I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk. Oh, white do-rag today. Good idea. How you doing? You look unbelievable today. Wow. The lighting, the tan. Yeah. How are you? There's a glow to you, AJ. Are you pregnant? Whoa.
I guess, yeah, I'm pregnant with excitement because Aaron is back on time for the pack, right? How's
Woo! Hey, that bookcase looks a lot better. Zito, can you go full screen on that real quick just so we can see?
There it is. Zoom it in.
What is it? Is that just hanging from like a curtain rod?
Ceiling. Taped it to the ceiling, bud. It's in the bedroom. Actually, my wife had the idea. She goes, what are you doing? Just flip it around so there's a window, on the other side of the camera facing me. And so now this is what we're doing here today.
All right, so you're in a very nice room for that old log cabin ass feel it had yesterday. Yeah. I don't want to dive into the outskirts a little bit, but it looks like you're sitting on 1,000 count. Maybe 2,000 count sheets.
Yeah.
Hey, is that still? I mean, that thread count is.
Oh no, it is nothing of the sort. This is not exactly what we expected. We're making the best of it. We are definitely making the best of it.
Hey, I got catfish from Airbnb every single time I have used it thus far. It's somehow with the fisheye lens and the angles in which they can get the drone to shoot photos. They are great salespeople on there, but the experience will be so great you won't even remember that. Let's talk about Aaron Rodgers getting back into training camp with the Green Bay Packers. Now, Dan Orlovsky this morning said on ESPN, I don't know if you got a chance to see this, but he actually called into the show because I said I have to judge Dan Orlovsky much differently now after listening to what he said this morning. He said that this is basically all for naught. Everything we had heard, all the reports of things happening, nothing happened in the end. He was let down. He was surprised. I said the guy gets control of his future. In future, Packers, I think, are now going to have a much better understanding of how the team operates, or maybe they'll change how they operate for future Packers. I think a lot happened. I am just being a guy who ball washes for Aaron Rodgers, though, says the internet. But I think that's real. I think some real good came of this from Aaron's side. And if you're the Green Bay Packers, obviously you got an MVP quarterback back in the building, so that has to be good. This is a win-win, and what you've been saying is probably going to happen all along. What are your thoughts, and did you expect this, and how much did you know and not have to say for all this time?
I mean, I don't think anyone really knew exactly what was going on. I don't think Aaron had an idea exactly of what the plan was, how it was going to end up. I'm sure he had an idea of what he wanted and what he wanted to change, but I don't think the Packers knew what the timeline looked like. But we say it all the time. Isn't that an Andrew Brandt thing? Deadlines spur activity. Things happen when there's a deadline. And guess what? They reported to camp today, so we knew something had to happen. And I think I'm just glad they got it figured out, and he's there on time. It wouldn't have made any sense for him to miss 3 or 4 days or something just to kind of fumble around. Just get him in there now and let's see what the team looks like.
Michael Lombardi said a great quote about that as well. He said, Michael Lombardi obviously was general manager for the Browns and knows Bill Belichick well, was a host of Hammer Down this last season and everything like that. He said that when you go to Japan to do business, they don't start negotiating until an hour before you have to leave for your flight back home. So if you're out there for a week or whatever, the negotiations aren't going to happen until you are about in the car to go, because then they know answers have to do. And just what Andrew Brandt said, deadline spurs activities. That's how business is. I did not expect it to work out for this situation, though. And to Dan Orlovsky's point, with the reports we had heard, he wanted out, he wanted gone, he wanted to go to the Denver Broncos allegedly at one point and somewhere else. We looked back on that now, thinking to ourselves, the only thing we've really known about this entire situation is whatever the insiders have said. And who knows if the insiders have been 100% accurate. They might have been got the general narrative right, like, hey, this is what we're hearing, this is what we're thinking, this is what one side's saying. Did the insiders get it 100% correct? Or was there a chance that he was just taking a stand and saying, you know what, everything you've done to a lot of players in the past around here and the way you go about handling business, you're not going to do it anymore. If you don't change it, I'm not going to fucking show up. And he's an MVP. He's a guy who I think his resume is warrants enough for him to be satisfied with what he's done. Did he always, or did he ever, in your eyes, want to be traded? Was that the all-time goal of this entire thing? Or do you think that this is a potential outcome that he was looking for as well? Just some things changed and handled, and it kind of all got blown out of proportion when the accumulation of information news got dropped on draft day.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever truly wanted to be traded or wanted to play somewhere else. I'm sure he would have loved for everything to go the way that he was hoping it would, maybe early in his career. But I guess over the years, it's just grown to get to where it is. But I think now it is almost a win-win for them because the Packers, he's back for a year. Yeah, he has some freedom, some flexibility after the year. But I don't know about you, but I instantly started thinking, hey, if I'm the Packers, why are you guys going full screen, man? You're really ruining my whole vibe.
No, it's a good take. It's a good take. It was a good take you're having.
Which is good. It doesn't matter. My background doesn't matter. You can do whatever you need, Zeke. Whatever you need to do, but I'm on board with it. But,
well, it's Foxy's decisions mostly, but Zito was the one in my ear saying, hey, ask him to go full screen. So I appreciate both of those. So they are working in a tag team back there, and they are trying to get that bed on as much as possible. But what do you think, you're going to say, I think, and I don't want to cut you off, but I do that all the time, and I apologize for it, and that's, kind of how I operate. If the brain thinks of something it's going to say it, it's gotten me into a lot of trouble, and in situations like this, it has happened. But Aaron, the whole thought of the Packers now have 17 games, an entire season, to allow Aaron to test things maybe he wants to see done. Does he want a seat at the table for some of the cuts? Are they going to offer that up? You were going to say, I think, the Packers now have a chance to maybe make this thing right with Aaron in a one season. Is that what you were thinking?
I think so. If I'm Mark Murphy, if I'm Goody, and definitely if I'm if I'm the floor, I'm going up top and saying, hey, man, now we got him in. Now let's do this thing right. We know how good this guy is. Let's go. I'm going to go and do everything I can on the field to win us the Super Bowl, get past that NFC Championship stage. Now it's up to you guys. Let's figure this out and make sure that he retires a Packer. That's what I would think. If I'm the floor, if I'm in front office, what can we do to not only have Aaron this year, obviously, and keep him happy, but keep him for the rest of his career in Green Bay.
And it's not like gifts, right? It's proving that you're not going to be just inept in communication and personal relations.
Hard. I don't think it's hard. I don't think they have to do it. They don't have to jump through hoops. They don't have to give him power over anything. I think if he's involved, if it's a relationship, if it's a conversation that's just organic, I think it'll be fine. And who knows? I have no clue what he'll feel like at the end of the season. I don't think he knows right now, but let's see what happens, man. You go win a bunch of games, make a Super Bowl run. I could see, I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, now I guess we just bump this into the offseason. So whenever the Packers season ends, whether that's a Super Bowl victory or earlier, the first thought is, okay, what's Aaron do next year?
So there's going to be some conversations on Tuesdays, maybe, we think, maybe, possibly?
Oh, I don't know. I hope so. I think he would be open to it.
I hope. Yeah, well, I think we'd be open to it, too. Yeah. I think that's pretty easy.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a pretty cool thing. I mean, we'll figure that out. There was a lot of other stuff that had to get figured out first.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to say, hey, let's not. I mean, this situation
Did you tell him?
is still.
You didn't send a text, Pat, hey, Aaron, whatever team you may play for, I think we could still do the Tuesday.
So I did. I sent out a feeler. I sent out a feeler to, Big Money Ed. Sent out a feeler to Big Money Ed because I did not. I said this a couple times. I did not want to get information accidentally or have any interactions in this situation and be the reason why it gets fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay, I was not going to be the Shannon Sharp Julio situation that happened. Not saying that I would, call him live. Orlovsky did call me live, earlier on the show, and I did ask him while mics were muted if he'd come on. But I didn't want to accidentally somehow through a text message get a vibe or an information and then start saying things and people were like, oh, this is coming from this and fuck up the whole thing. I didn't want to do that at all. But I did send out a feeler. It was like, hey, I don't know what you guys got going on over there, okay, but if we're not hosting Jeopardy, maybe even if we are hosting Jeopardy or whatever, is there any way we can maybe set that Tuesday thing back up?
What do you say?
We think maybe? And I got a pretty positive response there. There was no definite or anything like that. I'm like, awesome, okay. Then there was a time that maybe me and the current reigning match champion had an interaction. Okay. And I put a little bit of a huh, and I got a pretty positive huh. And I was like, I think it's going to. So then I just kind of watched as everything was happening, and I was eagerly watching breaking news reports like, okay, tell me something that doesn't sound like he's not going to play football. Okay? You know what I mean? Tell me something that he is playing football, and kind of watching along with bated breath from a very selfish, that was like some of the coolest conversations we've got a chance to have. That was fucking incredible to go through an MVP season with somebody literally every single week through the ups and the couple downs that there were. Down years for him, by the way. Career years for other people. That's just happening in that whole thing. But you think that's going to happen? I've had pretty positive feel about it as well, AJ. And I don't want to say that him returning to training camp story is already dead, but this could be a big one too.
No. Please, no.
What do we got up there? You got scotch tape? Come on. Can we not get some duct tape up here?
We do.
What about some Gorilla Glue?
Yeah, go get it.
Oh, God.
Terrible job.
You gotta have power. That thing's gonna go sideways on that
I'll
thing.
get it during the break.
Maybe wear it like a cape, like you're a super book. Yeah.
I'll get it during the break.
Yeah.
Like Conor McGregor with the Irish flag.
It looks good.
That's perfect.
Sorry, serious listeners.
This show?
Yeah, serious,
What are you going to do?
Sirius never gets a chance to see what you normally look like, so they would never really appreciate what's going on right now. Sirius, we appreciate, obviously, but the YouTube people get a chance to watch AJ normally sitting in an attic that is oddly perfectly lit.
Yeah.
With a perfect bookshelf behind me. It's a real bookshelf.
With an actual bookshelf.
Hell yeah.
AJ, you actually take a lot of pride in how you look and sound. You actually get very upset with other shows whenever they don't look or sound in your eyes.
I don't care about, not me personally, but I want the show I want like decent lighting and decent audio. And obviously it's tough on the road. And so, yes, I'm very OCD about trying to make the setup look all right. I don't want to ruin things because I know, I just want it to look like it should look and sound like it should.
Well, I want to let you know, I appreciate you caring that much. This looks good too, by the way.
Yeah, perfect.
Because it's not about what's behind you, AJ. It's about, that big ass jaw and what's coming out of the mouth. You know what I mean? That's what it's about there. But I appreciate that you care so much about it,
Thank you, AJ.
not to want to make it look bad when, you come in here wearing a fucking suit and everything like that.
Yeah.
You are incredible for the show. But let's go back to this. You think Aaron Rodgers Tuesdays are happening or not? Can you lock it in? Yeah. Can we say?
I can't lock anything in, but I know the conversations that I had with him, he seems to really, he enjoyed his time, and I think he would enjoy. I can't speak for him, but when I talked to him about it, he was like, of course, why wouldn't I want to do that again?
Boys.
Come on! That's not good
Come on, dude!
Ed's probably watching this though, Pat. Ed's like, all right, buddy. Well, it's going to cost you $10 million, Pat.
Hey, Big Money Ed, Big Money Ed. I do believe he is probably hearing this, and there's a little thing there. I think allegedly now, the reason why I had to ask Big Money Ed is because, there's potential people that would like to get involved with said thing that are already pretty involved in old Aaron's, So,
okay, a little double up.
Yeah. So I think Big Money Ed might have to have that conversation with other people as well. I think that is maybe something he's going to have to handle. But 100%, I am pumped. I'm excited that potentially does happen. Now, can we get back to what you did know, what you didn't know? At what point did you know that the Last Dance photo with he and Devontae was exactly the metaphor in the words that they were trying to put out, and everybody's like, he didn't win six. Mark Murphy fucking came out. Yeah. He didn't win 6 championships. I was like, I think it's like a metaphor for like, hey, the last dance. We've been dancing for a long time, and then DJ say, hey, last song here. All right, this is it. You ain't gonna go home. Just gotta get the fuck out of here. All right, and then they play, whatever song it is. I think that's what they were trying to say. As soon as I saw that, that's what I thought. Literally, as soon as I saw it, that's what I thought. I was like, okay, one more year there. That's awesome. They're going to figure it out. Then the retirement news came out of nowhere after that, almost like, oh, he's retiring. The
sports book.
Shit.
Isn't that what scared you? The sports book said they expected it.
Yeah. So at that point, when you saw the Last Dance photo, you knew or did you not know? Because I think I texted you. I was like,
no,
is he
what?
retiring?
Did I know what?
What Aaron was going to do and what was the outcome was going to be.
No, I've never known all along. I've never known any of it. Like I don't. I don't bug him about it. I've talked to him about it over the time. And in Tahoe, I spoke with him about it, had an idea of what's going on. But I don't think right then anything was nailed down on either side of what was. There was still so much up in the air, I guess. But when you talk about the Last Dance thing, does Devontae want to be one and done in Green Bay and then go somewhere else, like follow him, or how does that work?
Well, that's clearly what they're saying. Yeah. I mean, it's clearly.
Well, and right after this happened, like when it said Rodgers was coming back, news broke like Devontae is now, open to discussing a contract.
No shit.
Yeah,
But does Devontae want to sign him a long-term deal, make him the highest-paid receiver in the league if he's not sure Aaron will be there past this year?
Highest-paid receiver in the league, sign it, immediately, I think. If not highest-paid receiver in the league and don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be here, not signing shit. I think that is probably – I have not talked to Devontae Adams ever in my life. Like to. I've heard he's a great guy. Incredible wide receiver, does amazing things. I don't know him like that. I think that is probably where they're at. Like, hey, if Aaron's going to be the quarterback, we will take a hometown discount because we have a guy throwing to me who is unbelievable, Mount Rushmore guy. If we don't know if he's going to be there, and I like Jordan Love, okay, Jordan Love has a chance to be great or whatever, and I'm not going to I'm not doing it. And I think that's fair, by the way, out of Devontae. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
I think that whole thing is fair.
It is. It's fair for Devontae, but don't you? Devontae's in a weird spot because he does. There's so much unknown to what could happen with injuries or anything. So you do want to sign that big old monster deal if it's out there, but especially at the receiver position, your whole life hinges on who's throwing you the ball. So he's kind of in an odd spot.
Isn't that? You just mentioned it, and I kind of forgot about it. So maybe I'm out of touch. But and also, did you hear me? No, you didn't. You're in wherever the hell you are. There's people talking about how the locker room isn't going to respect Aaron because former players.
Shut up.
That's what AJ.
No, it's real.
AJ,
Who?
I let off the fucking show with this because I was so offended by the things that were being.
You could find before you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. You could go talk to some of the most elite athletes in every sport possible that's played over the last 30 years, and if you asked them that, I would assume the majority of them, like, what are you talking about, Aaron? That's all we care. He's here. He can do whatever he wants. I don't care. If you can play like that, you could do whatever you want anywhere. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's how players feel. And also, hey, business. Yeah,
that's how coaches feel too. Just trust me. The coaches on the staff too are like, oh man, I hope Aaron makes it back here.
They got to figure it out. Hey, they got to figure it out. And then as soon as he gets back in the building, there he is. Like, that's the thing.
Hey, guess what too? You know who else? So Sean Payton is playing Aaron week 1, Saints Packers. I guarantee you, he saw this and he was like, "Oh my gosh! I thought he was retiring." All this news, like, how is he? Now I got to see this picture with these shades and this homage shirt with Brian Baumgartner on it. What are we doing here now? I'm screwed.
I was hanging out with Kevin James. Yeah. Okay, just a couple weeks ago at the movie premiere, having a time of my life. We got Jordan Love in the Packers week 1. I don't even have a quarterback yet. Life is good.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Aaron shows up with those. Hey, this is awesome.
Magic.
Took those for me in Tahoe. I have the blue ones too. He's like, hey, let me take these orange ones. I'm like, all right, bud. I didn't know he's gonna be wearing them every day. He's posted multiple pictures in them.
Yeah, so that's why you quote tweeted and said nice shades or whatever you said, because that was a direct shot at him stealing your sunglasses. That's why they're so big, by the way, for your big ass.
So I tried to tell him when he wanted them. I was like, bro, you know you don't have the head to wear these things.
Those are big glasses. I love that he does not give a shit about anything. He is changing the game completely for whenever you talk about people that are the elite of the elite and how they operate and how they handle themselves. I'm pumped he's back. Joining us now to maybe celebrate a little bit. Yeah. I think this guy alluded to Aaron and the Packers being back on the same page with sources close to Aaron Rodgers. And we asked AJ. AJ hadn't heard this. Bakhtiari wasn't happy about this. But somehow this guy is closer to Aaron than anybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Rappaport. Yeah! Oh boy, a little gloat parade. Hey, on the gloat boat.
I mean, I think one of the main problems with this job is when you start gloating, that's when someone else just dunks on you. So I'm not going to gloat or anything. I would just say this. I'm not sure Bakhtiari was upset with me because obviously he didn't deny the report. I think he was upset that maybe he and Aaron aren't as close as he thought. I mean, maybe he's got to have some like serious discussions with his quarterback just to try to figure out how does this guy? I'm just saying.
How's this guy?
This guy.
This guy right
Anyway,
here.
I'll just say this, and I know you guys love the the sort of topic of Aaron Rodgers because there was nothing going on, and that gave us some time to talk. It is not a terrible situation for all that this thing is about to be put to bed when he signs his contract very soon. I think that for at least this year.
Okay, so they are having him sign another contract that's changing all the stipulations in it that we have heard about on the internet thus far about the voided year review situation.
Yeah.
In good faith, I assume, is going to be used in this thing. In good faith, we'll review the situation, which means like, hey, we actually have to have an opportunity to discuss whether or not I want to leave or not. Although those words can be manipulated by the better lawyer. I've heard about and learned about and other things. Is that something that they're putting in there, Ian? Is that the case?
I'm not sure the language is going to be in there to reflect anything after this year. What I believe, and I haven't seen the contract yet, and I'd like to see it, but what I believe is it's essentially a gentleman's agreement that, like, look, we're going to treat you right. We're going to consider this at the end of this year. We're going to try to do right by you and at least, potentially look at a trade or make it easier for him to retire if that's what he wants to do. Because usually when you retire, you have to give back some signing bonus. Maybe a situation where he doesn't need to do that. There are things that will make it, say, better and more friendly for him. But yeah, lopped off the last year and no new money. As far as I can tell, again, I haven't seen it, but so when people say it wasn't about the money, it sounds like he really got no new money for this contract.
It's awesome.
Ian, if it is a gentleman's agreement, don't you think he may be weary that they could come back and screw him? Or don't you think they'll try to nail it all down and have the language in the contract?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, one thing that is very clear from the Packers is they did not like this. They did not like this situation where we had to discuss this all offseason. We had to kind of figure out, where was Rodgers going? I think they would like to avoid this next year. So I think what they did was set themselves up for a much cleaner either exit or exit plan or mutual parting or something like that. Because the reality is, if Rodgers plays for them this year and plays well, which he's going to be, if they're good and they are going to be, they're going to be able to get a lot for him in a trade at the end of this year, something that benefits not just him, but the organization going forward as well.
Yeah, but we got to think, are you in somebody else's conversation while calling us here? It sounds like there is a lady talking into your phone.
So that is Aditi. She's actually live on NFL Network right now.
Hey, Aditi.
Hey, Aditi. Yeah, so let me walk over here.
No, you're good. I just didn't want us to be catching somebody's. Where are you, by the way? Shout out to you, dude.
I'm at Heinz.
Hell yeah.
Hey, how nice it is.
Hey, that's the opening. There's a little bit of wind coming off the river down there. You know what I mean? Gets that little bit of a swirl in there. You know what I mean?
What I'm hoping to have today is some sort of sandwich with fries inside the sandwich. That is my goal for the rest of the day.
Yeah, which one are you going to go with? The Italian? You're going to go capicola? You're going to go with the steak and cheese? What are you going to go with?
No, I like where they cut the sausage in half, kind of split it open, put it down, and then put the fries on, maybe an egg on top of that.
Oh, wow. You're really
Going over to Boyce Park, buddy. Go play some b-ball.
Nah, he can run out of there just like you, AJ. Okay, don't need to talk about that. But say hello to everybody in Pittsburgh for us, please. I think we'll be back in a couple weeks, actually. I'm excited for that. My brother's bachelor party.
What are you guys going to do?
I have no idea. Ian, you want to come?
Doped up.
Rip it up.
Am I going to get the invite?
I don't know. Jay doesn't know you that well, but...
he said no.
Yeah,
you said yeah?
Yeah, Jay said sure. Come on. Just stick around. That'd be great. Could you imagine fucking Ian Rappaport?
That would be awesome.
We don't need NFL insiders in our bachelor party.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
Okay.
Jay said you're not invited, actually. Wow. It's a shame.
Very, very clear.
Could you imagine him listen? Hey, Jay's friends. Okay, what you need to do here is just walk outside, okay, hop in a car and just drive and find the biggest group of Yinzers you can. They're going to be Italian, okay? They're going to love the Steelers, and they're going to hate everything else. That is basically Jay's friends from back home. If Ian Rappaport hung out with Jay's friends from back home, who I grew up with kind of, that whole thing, the reports coming out of Pittsburgh from Ian Rappaport would have a much different narrative. It would be awesome. Anyways, let's move along.
That sounds pretty good.
Let's move along. What are you reporting on there in Pittsburgh? Is Big Ben happy? Does he look like he is eating a stricter diet than Tom Brady? Is he different? Is it the same? Matt Canada's offense? How's Najee? Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah, so I actually just talked to Kevin Colbert, the GM. He's a pretty important person, so I got to talk to him, which was really nice.
You're not invited to a fucking bachelor party, dude.
You're out.
Colbert isn't either. I can't believe it.
I don't think Colbert would have a very good time. Anyway, it was a couple interesting things from my conversation with Kevin Colbert. One, he did not think – I was wondering about Ben last year, arm strength-wise. Did we see kind of a drop-off? He did not at all, and miles per hour show that there was not a drop-off. He basically said, as a team, instead of Ben's arm deteriorating, it was them as a team. And he's like, anyone who didn't see that just, I think, wasn't living in reality. I thought that was kind of interesting. He also, I asked him about Rodgers because I was like, Rodgers kind of made it, at least we wondered about his future in Green Bay. I'm like, did you ever get the sense with Ben? He said with Ben, the first thing he said was, I want to play in 2021. And then Ben approached them about taking less, and then they went from there, which I thought was kind of interesting. And then about Najee Harris, I kind of was like, can he be a 3-down back now? And he said, we drafted him to be a 3-down back. He's like, we'll see, but I think he can this year. And I only mention that because if you're someone who likes fantasy points, he does seem to be someone who would potentially rack up a lot of points.
Hey, you mentioned that Ben came to them first and talked about taking less. Did you get the impression that the Steelers were going to come to him if he didn't do that and ask him to take less?
Maybe they would have, but they were so sort of emboldened, prideful. Like Kevin Colbert was really excited that Ben wanted to play and what he did to play. You know what I mean? Like that seemed to be really meaningful to him. And I'll get the comments posted online hopefully soon. Maybe someone else will transcribe it for me since that's a lot of work. But he was like, it meant so much to him that Ben wanted to do this and wanted to make sure this team was better that I think they're in a really good place with him. And I don't know if this is going to be Ben's last year. I assume it is, but he'll retire with the organization thinking extremely highly about his impact regardless of whatever happens.
Hey, look out for that tractor's about to run you over, Dahn. That might be the most active, empty stadium I have ever heard in my entire life, Dahn. On the North Shore of Pittsburgh. I believe CFO Phil is about to run you down a sandwich, I think. So that's us saying thank you, okay, because we got people in the city to bring you something. You deserve it. Ben Roethlisberger's self-awareness all-time high, by the way. If he knew they were probably going to ask him to take less and he approached them to take less, this is a whole new Ben. Maybe things will be different. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, Rap Sheet, what's the holdup with Zach Wilson's contract? Is he just, doesn't want to play for the Jets, or what's going on?
No, he's going to play for the Jets. It'll get done eventually. I would say.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Good Lord.
Practice is starting, baby. Let's go.
Hey, is that punt period? Is that punt period right now? How's Presley doing?
Hold on. Do you want me to get? Does it help if I get you some video of practice instead of looking at my ugly mug?
Yeah, definitely for sure. But we do need you to speak over it, though. You know what I mean?
No, that's fine. Hold on. Let me see. I got some stretching going on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's see.
Ask Tomlin what's period one. Can you? Hey, ask him if he'll stop up here for a quick talk.
Oh, Ben looks good.
Is Danny Smith down there, special teams coordinator? Look for the guy chewing gum. Let's get him on the show. He's awesome. Live from training camp, by the way.
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport.
Here we go.
I forget what we were talking about completely.
What are we talking about?
Oh, Zach Wilson. He was at OTAs.
Yeah.
He was at Islanders games. He was throwing up gang signs. Doing all his mom. We had a moment of silence. AJ Hawk remembers, for Zach Wilson's mom's social media dominance there for a bit, and now he's not at camp. What's going on? Was he at some stuff and not at this? How does that work?
Yeah, so he's actually still in California now. It doesn't sound like they've had many conversations. I wouldn't be surprised if Trey Lance signs first. And there's a couple. It's interesting because the number 1 overall pick, Trevor Lawrence, got offset language. And got no offset language. And that's what everybody wants, right? Because you want to be able to double dip if something terrible happens. Maybe that's the stance. Maybe they want to fight for the offset language issue here with number 1 pick getting no offset language. It'll get done eventually, but we saw Sam Darnold report a little late. I mean, it's getting real close to Zach Wilson being a little late. Plus, he's got a fly-in from California, so definitely something to watch.
Was he at OTAs though?
He was. Yeah, because they all signed waivers and everything. OTAs, mini camp, but then once training camp happens, it's like, hold on, let me sign my contract or not.
Huh. Because it's all slotted, isn't it? And then the offset lane, you're going to get the amount of money you're going to.
Yeah, I mean, it's about how much money's going to be up front. So, like, you want 100% of your signing bonus up front right now. And no one gets that, but, like, that's what one of the fights is. And then do they or do they not get offset language? That's kind of the other fight.
The rookies missing training camp thing. I mean, normally locker room is like completely cool with people handling business, obviously. But the quarterback position as a rookie, I just think. I know. And by the way, it's not just Zach's fault. That's also Bob and Joe's fault as well. So let's not that is something that I think you want to have going into the season. Like, for instance, all the drama allegedly off the field with Aaron going into the season, your training camp, like, hey, we got to work now. Like, rookie quarterback in the NFL, that's crazy that they let it get to this point. Trey Lance, you said he's probably going to sign before him. When did the 49ers report?
That's today also. I don't think they have a practice today. I'm not sure of them specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised if Lance goes first, and then if Zach Wilson is just kind of the last one ready, last one waiting.
Is Trey going to hold out then too if that doesn't get done?
If it doesn't get done, if he's not signed by today, then yeah. But I mean, again, these will all get done eventually. But it's just kind of it's interesting. It's very interesting.
Ian, what exactly does offset language mean? And wasn't it Joey Bosa who held out for a good chunk of time back in the day because he wanted that offset language, and everyone was always saying, "Oh, it's slotted. What are we doing here?" And then he ended up getting what he wanted.
Yeah, for Bosa, it was over. It was how much of his signing bonus did he get in the first 2 months, and how much did he get 5 months later? Interestingly, Zach and Joey Bosa have the same agents. Just a pure, I'm sure, coincidence. But Brian Abel will fight for his guys, and they are both. He wants what he wants, and he is willing to fight for it. Offset language, basically what it means is if you have offset language, then if you are under contract with one team, you get cut, you sign with another team, the new contract offsets the old money. So basically you kind of just make what you were going to make. If you do not have offset language, then the new contract comes on top of the guarantee from the old team. So basically you get to double dip. The reality is you're talking a couple $100,000 for a guy who signed for like $30 million. So it sort of doesn't matter. It's just more of a precedent thing than anything.
Double dips wild in public, by the way. Go ahead, Diggs.
Ian, talking about contracts, talking about you talking to Colbert, are T.J. Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick going to become the highest paid players at their position before the season starts, or did he say anything about that?
He did. I asked him about that. They're going to try. Usually the Steelers will do contracts as you get closer to the start of the season. So basically their philosophy is once the season starts, extensions are over. So like you'll see guys get deals like the last weekend. There was one a couple years back from a corner whose name I forget, who got a big extension like the night before the season. So that's what – so I don't get the sense anything's imminent at all. I think both guys are going to be extremely highly paid. But it does seem like the safeties are going to hope Jamal Adams goes first because he'll reset the safety market. And, Adams and Minka Fitzpatrick aren't the same player, but there are some similarities in that both they're kind of like safety plus. So, could Jamal Adams sign for, let's say, $17 million and then Minka coming over him? I think that's possible.
Okay, so let's talk about another contract situation then that is, I think, blossoming, maybe. I don't know. The initial report was that he was going to report to camp, but he still wanted to be traded because he wasn't taken care of. Then quotes came out that said this team never takes care of the defensive people, even though they just paid $31 million to J.J. Watt. Chandler Jones requested a trade. How serious is that? Is that going to be something? Because I think a lot of Cardinals fans thought to themselves, we got J.J. Watt and we got Chandler Jones, the man who's been like top 3 in sacks the last 3 years. Nobody's really talked about also there. He's not happy. He's gone. Is it because of J.J.? Is it because of his deal? What is it because of?
My sense I get there is when J.J. Watt made more than him in the first year, then Chandler Jones, Chandler Jones is coming off a major injury, which does not help his case at all, unfortunately for him. But he has been very good and very productive, and Watt's going to make more than him. And I think that players don't like that when players from outside the organization come in and make more money than you do. Because it's like, what has J.J. Watt done for the organization? While I've been here. So you can certainly understand some of that. I do not get the sense they will trade him at all. And, unless he's going to not report, the team has a lot of power here. And it feels to me like the Cardinals are going to really go for it this year. So if that's, look at all their moves. If you're going to just really go for it, you're not going to trade one of your best defensive players, even if you could get like a really good draft pick. So I don't get the sense they're going to trade him at all. I think they're going to try to get him to just like deal with it and play, or maybe they give a small bump and kind of make him feel a little bit better.
Okay, so there's no holding out anymore with the new CBA anyways, right? You can't even hold out. Shout out to the NFLPA.
It's too punitive. It's too punitive. It's $50,000 a day. I generally don't know the holdouts make sense anyway, but it is crushing.
There's no leverage, though, at any point, though. You just said if he reports, he's literally out of it, and he has to report with the new CBA, so he's kind of...
Exactly right.
That's a fascinating situation that I'm sure when the CBA was negotiated, they didn't think about. Oh, what about when a guy, leads the NFL in sacks for a couple of years, and then he gets hurt, and then they pay another guy who great caliber, not where you have been the last couple of years, though. They pay him more money, and you're kind of just sitting kind of left in the water. What do you do then? You got to go to camp or you get fined $100,000 in 2 days of misses. Okay, Jesus. All right, we're going to have to change this whole thing. There's no way you can think of that. Go ahead, Ty.
Rap sheet, Trey Wingo tweeted yesterday that as part of the Rodgers coming back situation that Randall Cobb was potentially going to get traded to the Packers. Are you hearing that? Is that in motion right now, or is that a bunch of bullshit?
I don't think it's that last phrase that you described. I kind of, it's one of those things where, like, I sort of saw it and I was like, huh. And I was like, actually, that kind of makes sense because it's such a bad contract for the Texans. If they could find someone, if they could unload the money, I think they'd be willing to do it. So, it does seem like there have been some conversations about it. I don't get the sense anything's done. And the Packers would need Rodgers' deal to be done first because they would need cap space. But that's probably not as crazy as it seemed. Like, I would... if that eventually happened, like, I wouldn't be that surprised. And I think for Aaron, like, it's a situation where all sides would probably be happy about it, which for trades, like, there's a lot to like there.
Last question, Ian. We can't thank you enough for joining us from Heinz Field in the middle of Pittsburgh Steelers training camp down there. Practice is going off. Adidi's doing an interview. A tractor's rolling through. We appreciate you doing that. There was a report or a quote out of a quarterback in Jacksonville. It said he hasn't taken a shit in 2 weeks because number 2 is not an option for him in Gardner Minshew. Have your sources legitimized that claim? Has Gardner Minshew taken a shit in the last couple weeks, or is he all out on the number 2 in general?
It's going to be it's going to be interesting to see him walk out in the practice field because I feel like we're going to be able to tell. You can hide some things from the media, but not everything. So, like, if he walks out there like he's been riding a horse for the last couple of years, then we'll say, all right, he's true to his word. If he walks out there like he's a spring chicken, then we'll say, Gardner Minshew's full of,
So either way, he's full of, you're saying. See, that's that big J journalism stuff. Right? Tying those two together. We appreciate you. Does he thinks now, I think Gardner Minshew is very, very comedic. I enjoy him as a human. I enjoy him as a football player. Okay, I'm a big fan. But there's no competition down there, right? There's no, that is, okay. All right, thought so.
He'll be the backup or he'll be, certainly a possibility he gets traded for a quarterback needy team.
Okay, hey. Good luck to wherever he goes. Hopefully he'll take a shit there and do his whole thing. We appreciate him. We appreciate you. Get Tom Pelissero to transcribe that interview with Colbert, by the way. He is a human fax machine.
Yep.
That's what he does with NFL memos. It's unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, host of The Canceled Show, Rap Sheet and Friends, Ian Rappaport. He was on for a long time. A lot of shit happened there.
Yeah. Got to see Steelers training camp.
How did he know that something good was happening? Did he just look at that Instagram thing and go, they're going back for one more year and just ran with it, you think? Or do you think he actually had an in there somewhere? It sounded like he did have a legitimate in whenever he said it. Sources are saying things are happening in a good way.
He definitely has an in.
Yeah.
I mean, Rap Sheet, Shefty, all these guys, not only do they talk to all the front office people, they speak to all the agents, the runners, the marketing people. They know everybody. So I'm sure he talked to a lot of people, and they were all saying similar things, I guess.
How about those plane trackers? Were they talking to them?
Well, what if Rap Sheet was possibly locked in with the private airport over there, and he found out, there's a flight booked back to Green Bay?
So, I mean, insiders will do whatever. Mike Renner of Pro Football Focus, formerly of The Bachelor, had his mom at the stadium.
Yeah.
She's a fan, I guess. Yeah, she was there, and she was. She asked Mark Murphy if Aaron was showing up or something, and Mark Murphy said he's already here. And then moments later, Aaron walked through, and Mike Renner of Pro Football Focus's mom actually has the video and the picture that a lot of people are using. Unbelievable get there. But yeah, insiders have. I mean, hospitals. I think cops. Police. I think there's. I think the insiders just try to collect information from people. This plane tracking thing, though, how is it legal?
It's got to stop.
I don't know. How is it legal? How do they? Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I'm not sure how they skirt that, because I've said before, though, too, like, I don't think his plane is registered either to be able to track it usually.
Yeah, but you have to anytime you're flying. You have to check in literally every airspace you go to. You have to acknowledge
Well,
that.
I know they have to file flight plans and the pilots do all that, but yeah, the fact that it's all made public.
You're a pilot.
Well, maybe maybe it's people paying like premium subscriptions for FlightAware. That's who gets it. I couldn't get it if I tried.
I forgot you were a pilot, legitimately. Like, you are a pilot. There's an entire article. You are. You are a pilot. I completely forgot about that.
I'll be there. I'll get there eventually someday.
Yeah, but that was one of those situations where I was talking to somebody that knows a lot more than I do about a situation. I'm just telling you that the fact that planes can get tracked is a nightmare. All right, I want to let people know that. It is an absolute nightmare. The humans that show up at these airports are an absolute fucking nightmare, okay? Let alone whenever, is this guy going to show up or is he not? People were watching him through the entire sky. It's good, I guess, because, who knows what could happen.
Sure.
All right, T's and P's. Always give one of these to the plane as we're getting on. Hey, let's have a good game.
Go get him today.
Let's have a good game today. You got to do that. But the tracking is wild, and I knew somebody would find him, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
If I know anything about private aviation, somebody's going to find him as soon as he gets in the fucking sky. I don't know how many private planes are flying into Green Bay, Wisconsin, but it seems like everywhere we fly, we're the only plane flying into town. It is very easy to find out. Congrats to everybody. Have we got any updates on if the rest of his teammates hate him and don't respect him?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that might be a little far-fetched. I'm not sure, though.
No!
Did they let him in? Did they let him in the locker room? I thought maybe they were going to stand outside and say, no, we're gone.
Oh, and take his stuff to a different... You get changed over here now. Maybe. We'll wait.
That really happened? We'll talk about it after the break, but yeah, I didn't know that really happened.
I have a surprise, obviously. That's what this show is all about. We have boots on the ground in Cleveland, who I assume knew this was going to happen all along. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Cleveland, Mr. Jason Glazer. Your thoughts on Kyle Pitts to Atlanta, fine sir? Oh, there's a delay.
Well, first and foremost, Pat, I'd like to say, hey, listen, thanks for having me. Cleveland is beautiful this time of year. Granted, it does smell like a mixture of poop and diarrhea and sewage.
Jesus.
It doesn't smell great down here.
Jesus.
But I'll tell you what, 27 years in this thing, I fucking live for the draft. Love being down here. Love being into Cleveland. But yeah, Kyle Pitts, listen. What do you want me to say? I knew this 2 weeks ago.
Really?
I mean, do we need to do this whole fucking song and dance?
Okay.
I'll give you guys 1 through 32 if you want to know. Do you want to have fun?
That's nice
You
of
want
you.
to not know who's going? But yeah, I had this 2 weeks ago. You know what I'm wondering is if the guy you had in your studio, Mad Mel Kiper, I know that sorry son of a bitch didn't have this 2 weeks ago.
Mike's not plugged in.
Whoa.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I actually just explained it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. No, you
Yes, I
didn't.
did.
No,
I
you
had
didn't.
this.
I did.
Yeah,
I
no,
did.
no, you
I
didn't.
did. You
I
didn't.
had this. I
I did.
had
You
it.
didn't.
Trust me. Can
You
I
didn't.
talk for Christ's sake?
Okay, fine, yeah.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
talk? Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah. Like I said, Kyle Pitts,
No, you
unbelievable
didn't.
talent.
No, you didn't. You didn't fucking
Yes,
have
I
it.
did.
You're a sad sack of shit,
Jason.
Kiper. I know it. I looked at your mock draft.
Jason, please relax. Oh my God. I had no idea it was going to get like that. Sorry about that, Mad Mel. Obviously, there's a little bit of content there. He's saying you don't know your ass from a fucking hole in the ground, though, Mad Mel. How do you feel about that from Jason Glazer live in Cleveland?
Well, classic move. Glazer looks like he's getting ready to go to a goddamn titty bar or something like that. I mean, dress up, pal. It's the NFL draft. Look at me. I'm dressed to the nines. You look like an asshole. I mean, just get him out of here, can we? I mean, is he going to stick around? Can we get him the hell out of here?
I think is his microphone still still on. Jay, can you hear us? Jay, is everything good back there?
Listen, fuck you guys. I'm out of here. I'm going over to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm going to hang out with Dee Snider and Twisted Sister.
Are you serious? Okay, Jason, sorry. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, Jason Glazer.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis called heads. No!
Sorry.
You're not sorry.
I'm sorry that it worked out this way, but I told you.
You're not
I had
sorry.
to trust my instincts. You asked me what I thought. I thought it was going to be heads. I didn't
What about
wanna have
Travis
to pick it. I
Kelce
didn't know
going
you
out
put
there?
30K on it.
Yeah, I mean, was that the cleanest toss of all time?
No, it was terrible.
But that thing took one bang straight in. What a horse shit toss.
They watered the field. Old Notre Dame versus USC. They raised the grass.
You son of a bitch.
We all know that wasn't a fair coin toss.
No, it was
They should
not.
redo it.
It was a lot worse than 50-50 after fucking watching that thing. A lot of people say that's why you don't bet 30,000 on a coin toss. You know?
Seems like a reasonable thing to bet 30K on.
Because you got no control. You got no control, guys. So I guess not even like a thought could go into it.
Well, Christmas is canceled.
Yeah, we're giving away a lot, but nowhere near as much as we once had thought.
No.
Remember that double 70K? Take it back.
Yeah, for sure. FanDuel just made so much money right there.
Use.
This is the Pat McAfee Show on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio. We thank you for taking the time to seek out this small regional show that streams internationally. Mad Dog 6 Pat and the Pat wants to hear.
Oh, no. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah.
Got caught up in the wrong playlist there.
That'll happen.
Which one? The Summertime Sadness one, or?
I'm not talking about that anymore.
What happened?
That playlist was made out of love.
That's right.
Okay.
Happens to the best of us.
Even though it was titled after sadness.
Okay.
And I was taught that by the person that potentially made that. And that person is not a fan of mine.
Oh.
And that person...
Will you stop?
No, she is not.
no.
And I think it's because of that moment, potentially.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. So whenever you try to bring things up like that, I mean, you're trying to stir the pot in a pool that is already filled with angst.
No, not me.
Yeah.
I was just asking. You said wrong playlist. That's the first thing I go to.
Listen, Sorry for the Sadness is not over here anymore. And I feel like, I feel bad because don't be a bully, be a star. You know, AJ, and I feel like I kind of bullied Nick out of removing this and maybe changing the name for it because it is Nick's playlist setup over here thingy. And Sorry for the Sadness was an incredible playlist.
Yeah.
From what I've been told.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't listen to it alone or whenever you're potentially, you know what I mean, all by yourself.
Down in the dumps.
You don't know what's going to happen, but that was a playlist that was made out of love. And that is something that we have to remember. And I guess I did not acknowledge that early enough. Great work with the bookcase behind you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nick's lady made that playlist for him, took a lot of time. And it was titled Sorry for Sadness or For the Sadness. And it popped up right in between the two playlists I use every single day for bumpers and copyright-free music. And then Sorry for Sadness just popped up in the middle of there one day out of nowhere after using this for a year and a half. And it's Nick's thing. So I'm like, hey, Nick, is everything all right? Are you okay?
You good?
Do we have to talk? As a friend, I actually asked. Now, I didn't notice it until we were live. So this was all on the air, So if anything was wrong with Nick, I don't think he would have told us there live.
Probably not.
But he was put in quite a predicament because that was actually a gift playlist made by somebody who cares for him deeply.
Wow. You're a good friend, Pat. Thank you for the concern.
See? That never gets said. How come that never gets said? I was always the friend, by the way, that did say the things that everybody else refused to say. You know what I mean? I guess I'll be the guy that does it. You make a lot of enemies quickly that way. You make a lot of enemies.
What'd you do?
Huh?
You sent him a text like, "Hey Nick, don't blow your head off, pal. You'll be okay." Is that all you did? What did you say?
I kind of alluded to that when I asked him about the playlist, I think, and it was, I was just like, hey, "Is everything okay, dude?"
If someone asked me, is everything okay? Like, I think that would make me very upset.
Okay, what if I was using your thing, right? What do you expect me to fucking do whenever that just pops up in my life out of nowhere? Sorry for the sadness. It's like, holy shit, do we have something to talk about here as a friend? You know what I mean? Like, and it turns out it was actually made out of love, and I got it all wrong, and it has led to quite an interesting little predicament. I mean, you know, and that's going to be good for the long haul, but
You just keep digging the hole.
It came full circle. I feel like we just checked off that box now.
Yeah, I think so. I just told the whole story.
Yeah.
And, you know, I have tried to change my ways in the creating enemies around my friends thing, you know what I mean? But this particular one, I think I was right, and I'm not going to stand for it. I was looking out for my guy. Thought he was potentially thinking about, you know.
Yeah, and if you don't, who will?
Exactly.
Wait, so you're saying you were creating enemies with Nick's girl because of this?
Yeah, because you know, the way it was laid out was basically that Nick was thinking about potentially, you know, disappearing for a while or whatever, and it was actually the complete opposite. So I kind of like, you know, I guess I kind of spun this massive, dedicated, committed amount of time to put this playlist together into a terrible way, and it was ruined before it even started. I don't even think you got a chance to listen to it. It seemed like it just popped on there that day almost. So it was me ruining something, you know, but I think I had good intentions in there, like I do most times, but I will fuck some shit up, though. I mean, that is something I will do.
I didn't realize it got ungifted. The playlist isn't even available
Yeah,
anymore.
they changed the name, I think. They changed the name.
Wow.
I think.
So now it's
I
Rogue.
didn't change the name. I just moved it down so you'd stop talking about it. And here we are. Look, it's just made it worse.
What's it called?
Can we read
Happy
the
Days?
songs off? Can we read all the songs off? please?
Yeah,
At
I mean,
some
we
point?
might as well. Yeah. I didn't know it was still in here. I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom, I guess.
Probably some gems, too.
Hey, they had good songs on there, but it was all songs. We only got a couple minutes, but
Yeah.
it was all songs that we can't play on this particular show. But here it is. Found it.
Yahtzee.
All right, so listen. This was incredibly cute of his ladies.
Yeah, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Okay, but when I see Sorry for Sadness in there, how am I not supposed to react? I appreciate somebody dedicating time to make Nick's life better. I would like to let that be known. Okay, I appreciate everything that's going on. But, you know, She Talks to Angels by the Black Crowes. That's number one.
Banger.
Banger.
Yeah.
That's number one.
That's the first song, yeah. And then The Ship and the Bottle by Brett Young is next there.
Oh, Brett.
I don't know that.
That's
I don't
a
know, but I know
tune.
The Ship
got no
and the Bottle,
idea.
you put those together, normally pretty miserable, right? I mean,
Ship inside
In
a
the
bottle
bottle.
floated in the
It's
ocean.
like a gift.
oh, so you're shipping it in a bottle. No, this is The Ship and the Bottle.
Oh.
Oh, like SOS.
It's a country song. It's
Like,
probably
yes.
some booze bag talking about drinking Bush Light.
All right.
I think in that one you put the bottle to the head and you pull the trigger. Is what?
Nah, it's
one of the
Whiskey
lyrics.
That's a
Lullaby,
good song.
Oh yeah,
Is it? How about this one? Here's one.
a good song.
Breaking Up Was Easy in the 90s.
Oh, was
good
it?
song.
That song 4 by Sam Hunt. I didn't know Sam Hunt made any other songs other than Take the Long Way
Breaking
Home.
up was easy in the '90s.
Oh.
Is that really what it is?
But yeah, because you don't have social media and stuff like that. You don't have to see them again. That's what the song's all about.
Yeah, you can just
Oh.
disappear from them completely. Move one town over, you never hear
It's
from
on the
them.
country party
Much
playlist.
easier.
You're a
It's
good singer, Diggs.
Thank you.
Diggs is a good singer. Let's not get crazy.
Just trying to help my friend out here.
This is from Tyler Shaw to The Man Who Let Her Go here.
Oh, man. That
is a
sounds...
tune.
I agree,
sounds
dude.
sad.
I Don't Trust Myself, John Mayer.
Yikes.
Oh.
John.
That's
Someone
what
get to
made you worried
John.
right there, I bet.
Listen, a lot of
That would
things
make
made
me worry.
worry.
If someone was listening to a song that said, I don't trust myself, like, we got to call it. We need to have an intervention here for this dude.
Okay, and I automatically thought the worst, and that's me acting like Nick for a moment. To Nick. Okay, that's not normally my style. I am very much now we got to get up to the non-copyrighted music. I'm very much a look for the positives in everything. And I think that situation made me reflect on myself that I should have seen that and automatically assumed, oh, somebody made this for Nick. This is a gift to Nick. This is a celebration for Nick, the Sorry for Sadness. I should have thought that. I messed that up. I was smartened up. So let's move on. All right? Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm sick of it.
Yeah,
Is
but
there
you...
any Toby Keith on there?
Well, I mean, I got to go back to it. We got there's a lot on here. I mean, it was a lot.
I need
It
the
took a
full
lot of
list.
time putting
I
this thing
think
together.
breaking up.
I think there's some Kid Rock at the bottom here.
It's done.
All right, we're back for hour 3 on the other side. Great work, AJ. Honestly, great work.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's talk about this. I mean,
we're not going to break?
Everything we just did there is not going to help me in my life personally. I don't think. You know, what did you do here? How'd you do this? Did you set it back up?
Axles on a
trying to
ladder.
get the kinks out of it. Yeah, I got it. I reinforced it. Come on now. I reinforced it.
What do you got? Yinzer accent there. That was awesome. So what'd you do? You did the tape along the side and long. You got to go. You were going just this way. You got to go across.
I reinforced it. Yeah, I reinforced it horizontally.
Yeah, you got to have the beams.
It sticks to the ceiling.
Yeah, you got to have the beams.
It sticks to the background beautifully. It's just the ceiling has some sheen to it, so I got to really get it on there.
Does it have like the bumps? Is it a bump finish or is it a flat finish?
It's somewhat flat, but it's older. It's like, it's got that sheet where you could put crayons on it and wipe it right off. It's like got that. that
dry erase.
Extra over top.
Little. What is that? Is that some sort of like
old school?
I think it's just a lot of lead and old stuff that gives you cancer.
Oh,
probably.
yeah, probably that other stuff that they find there.
Asbestos, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. I think it'll stay maybe.
Hey, if anything happens to it, I got a playlist for you to listen to.
True. So I wouldn't have thought he made up the playlist for himself. Like, who's making a playlist for themselves? Sorry for sadness.
I didn't think that either. I thought he just found it on. It was like, this is what I need.
Love this playlist.
And you never know with man. Nick. I don't know Nick as well as you do, but if you told me he made himself a playlist like that and he had 2 pistols in his hand, I'd be like, man, we got to help him. I'm not shocked. I believe this is real.
It was made out of love, though. He didn't have, it wasn't, I misread the entire thing. Now, this is where a headline can kind of lead you astray.
Sure.
The headline for this playlist.
It doesn't matter, though. The damage is done. Now the rebuttal, you're going to print it the next day on page 12 and no one ever sees it.
AJ, I'm disappointed you think that low of me that I would go out using pistols.
All right. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. So when you see something like that.
What did I start?
Yeah, well, you did start a lot. Not as much as I have started, apparently. But, I mean, you have jumped right into the waters with me, pal. And I appreciate you. We're kind of floating like we're water poloers.
Oh.
Water poloers. Polars?
Yeah.
Water poloers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Poloist kind of makes more sense.
Yeah,
like a pianist.
There you go.
Yeah.
Here you go. Huh? 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 A lot of this, dude.
Yeah, a lot of that.
You're treading water with your legs though. You gotta get your legs going.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and they pop out sometimes
Well, it
too.
depends on if you're trying to take a photo for academia reasons,
True.
to fake it into a score, or if you're actually trying to win the goddamn Olympics. Fuck.
Back on D. Back on D.
No, what, you just gotta sit there. They just.
And then the other guys.
Zone it.
Are they slapping the water like in basketball?
Oh, I think so.
Are they slapping
Bring
the
it.
It's got to be illegal. You can't splash their face. That's like
Oh,
it's got to be.
Nah, it's
you're impairing
gamesmanship.
their vision.
By the way, the people that really are good at it, they do the
Yeah.
Fing, and they can just.
It's like a sword of
And
water.
then the people that can do this one, can you do this?
Oh, the clap one.
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Throw some in your hand too.
Yeah, oh.
They should play it in a wave pool.
See,
That'd be sweet. Yes.
that'd be insane. That's like extreme Olympic water polo.
Put that in the X Games for sure.
Ooh.
But
There
boom.
you go.
There it is.
I like that the X Games just dropped the E off extreme, by the way.
Yeah.
Smart.
Still going.
Oh yeah. Thriving.
I felt like I was watching it when I watched the Olympics the other day. I was like, oh, it's like the X Games.
With the skateboarding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the X Games cooler, though. They got that big old jump.
Oh,
They
yeah.
got a lot of cool stuff over there.
The X Games have had to go Super X to up
Yeah.
themselves. That mega ramp, what was it, like 75 feet high or something like
Something
that?
like that. And then there's the big air where there's that huge
Oh.
gap in between. And
How
guys.
come, are the dirt bikers that do the vertical jump, you ever seen that? I think that's at the X Games as well.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Where they try to jump straight up over and they turn that thing, they do the Fosbury flop with
Yeah.
their bike.
Yep.
How come that's not an Olympic sport yet? We need to get that in
know.
there.
I don't know. There has been, I mean, we were watching mountain biking the other day. And that guy
nice.
ate shit
sweet.
big time.
Hey, you got to pull that wheel up when you're coming over a rock, I think. Allegedly, the guy that won the mountain bike thing a month and a half ago got hit by a car, which I assume would have to be a Jeep, right? Mountain biking, he's had to be a Jeep that's out there Jeeping and hits him out of nowhere during training. He broke collarbone, ribs, something else.
Shoulder. I think shoulder 5 places or
Just
something
came
like
back,
that.
won that thing. Then there was some Russian gymnast last night, just tore his Achilles 3 months ago. Just an extra tape job will do. Fucking double front flip landing.
One Achilles?
Yeah. That
3
guy's
months
not on
ago,
the
yeah.
dope.
Right.
What are they sticking in that guy?
Competitive juices.
Adrenaline? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Yeah. I think that would work.
Do they just have little chews like the baseball players have to up your adrenaline real quick?
Get
Probably.
the greenies.
Greenies.
The greenies are for testosterone, right?
Yeah.
You think they got something? That mad scientist that was on Icarus probably created something that you chew on.
I thought greenies were amphetamines they took.
There was two different kinds.
Yeah, greenies, I thought, just ignited the testosterone.
Tell us more, Gump.
No, they were like speed.
Yeah,
really.
Nothing. What do you mean ignites the testosterone right away? Like it's not. No, like the speed. It's the
Yeah, they had gum. They had a gum.
Yeah, there was a testosterone gum they were using.
Okay.
Listen, okay, I'm just telling you. I watched Balco, dude.
Yeah, watch Screwball, dude.
Come on, man. They were going. He was singing lullabies to Manny, and then he was going out and injecting people with these gums that could do the testosterone thing.
Bingo.
And that's enough about baseball. Let's get back to this show. Hour 3 begins in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
The Pat McAfee Show.
There'll be no rules for our guests, for us, for the things we can talk about.
Speaking his mind
I've never had a problem expressing my opinions or my thoughts or anything like that.
while being relatable.
I haven't had that manufactured fake-ass celebrity that a lot of people have whenever they go on those big networks. I've had a chance to really build my crew, build my following, build my audience.
And ridiculous.
What am I supposed to do? So I'm supposed to look at something that I can definitely afford and say, nah. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
The Pat McAfee Show starts in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the show. We've had bookers on staff at the highest rate we've ever had in the history, and we've had no guests during their entire time here.
Yep.
Vernon Davis.
Oh, yeah.
Stopped by one time, but other than that, it's just nobody. How's today look? Nobody. Okay, so I got to go back to sending texts and messages. I'm excited to be paying you guys as much as I'm paying you for this to work as well as it's working. We're a tough sell, I guess, for people. I appreciate that. Allegedly.
Whoa.
And I have no faith in this.
None.
I want to let everybody know. I have zero faith in this particular thing. Hopefully we'll get to the point where we'll be able to. And I assume they've been trying their hardest to book people or whatever. Allegedly, Usain Bolt is going to be on this show.
What?
Yeah,
When?
you hear that?
When?
That's what I'm saying, AJ. Allegedly this week. Allegedly.
Whoa.
Allegedly.
What's he up to? Where is he right now?
Well, that's what we'll find out whenever he joins us, if he joins us. There's been guests in the past that have been on our show, allegedly, the day of. Then they've been canceled and almost substituted for a 17th tier version of them.
Yeah.
Just like boom, bang. That's kind of happened with this. And we're kind of learning each other, I think. And the people that they're trying to get on this show have no idea of our existence. And I can appreciate that. And it's a tough sell. But if we get the Bolt on,
let's
go. Come on now.
In Olympic time, that'd be, World Game time?
What's he selling? He read a book or something?
What do you mean, what is he selling? He's just hanging out, dude.
He's
He's Usain Bolt, dude. He just does whatever,
All right.
man. He said he wanted Aaron to come back, and he said he would actually play for the Packers for free. If Aaron Rodgers went back, he said he'd go play for the Packers, no problem at all. That's quite a deep threat, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to put him at D end, maybe, because he is wiry, fast, probably has a very good get-off around the edge. I don't know what his lean is like or anything like that. Maybe he could just be, maybe he could be a safety, kind of roaming around, you know what I mean, doing what he's got to do, maybe big-time picks. But I think everybody automatically assumes he goes to wide receiver. You get Devontae Adams, Randall Cobb, Big Bob Tunyon, Aaron Jones out of the back, and Bolt maybe flashing down the outside.
Yes.
They're going to have to respect his speed. Who knows if he can catch anything? But we'll ask him about that if he comes on the show this week, which I think is going to happen, AJ.
I think he'll be great. And you're right. You know what? I forgot about his comments about Aaron. Yeah, he seems to be dialed into the NFL. So, yeah, he probably just wants to come on and hang out.
So Bolt is a Packers fan?
I don't know because
I think he's an Aaron fan.
Didn't they? They did something, didn't he? Wasn't he like trying out for the Seahawks at some point as well?
I do remember in the peak Bolt, remember those days, by the way, peak Bolt. That is Summer Olympics.
Yeah, yes. Bingo.
There has been people that have carried the Olympics each year with the stories. Phelps had it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Bolt had it for a long time. Simone and Ledecky are the two now. If Sha'Carri Richardson was here, that'd be a massive conversation. But since she smoked weed in a situation instead of taking a prescribed pill for it, she was disqualified, even though there are dictators and communists that have people.
That's right.
And but whatever the case, when Bolt was full Bolt, faster than everybody on Earth, in breaking world records and for the last 10 meters opening his arms and smiling, and then just so the next time with 7 meters left he can do it and he breaks the world record. He broke the record, 5 straight times?
Yeah, it was like every time he was running.
At every event, and he was looking at people while he was running. I thought for sure he could go do whatever the hell he wants. And he has just kind of chilled, kind of got a Puma deal, I think. He's kind of chilled away. He's coming on the show. Can't wait to chat with him. I wonder if he can catch a football at all and how he hasn't been tempted onto the field and what else he's got going on. Phelps has been doing great, by the way. I think Phelps has been doing very, very well.
What, with NBC, you mean, as a commentator?
Yeah, so you're on vacation, obviously. I don't know if there's a TV in the place that you're at. You said you were bamboozled and hoodwinked by whoever you rented it from, but Phelps and Tarico are basically prime time right now in the swim season. And they were talking about the turnover from one race to the next because Ledecky's going to have to do that and the swimmers have to do that, how much time you have. And he said you got to just maximize the minutes you have for active recovery or passive recovery, whatever you got to do. He said you got to get something to eat, maybe a quick massage. He said the quickest time he had in between 2 races was like a back, maybe 200 or 100 meter back or something. I forget what it was. And then it was the men's relay was 18 minutes later. He said he had 12 minutes from one race basically to get to the next, and he crammed food. He was trying to do some passive recovery, and that was the one where his hat busted off or whatever. Yeah. And I believe he was the anchor for that thing, or maybe he went first. I don't remember. I think anchor. Maybe he went first. I don't know. But he said he was fucking dead. He said he was absolutely dead. There was, I guess, a lot of times where he had an hour in between races, and he was able to manage it with his team and his trainer and his nutritionist and everything. But that turnaround for those swimmers, getting a chance to hear from Phelps, greatest Olympian of all time, about the experience has been very cool. And he hasn't been overly puppeteered about it either. It feels like he's actually given some pretty good answers. And I feel like I'm learning a lot about shit I know nothing about right now.
Well, I forgot about that too. But I remember last time, right when the last Olympics, right when he'd be done, he'd have to go get in that other pool to cool down. He'd do that for 5 minutes. So it really was. I mean, it might have even been less than 12, where he actually especially if he's eating a meal in between that too. That shit's crazy.
All right, so let's go around the NFL for some news here. Sports update: Ari Mirov. At my sports update, now of Pro Football Focus. We had no idea who this human was who was gathering information and accumulating information from around the internet. His name's Ari. Congrats to Ari, getting a job with Pro Football Focus. He's reporting that the Cowboys have officially signed former Colts first-round safety Malik Hooker. The deal is done. They had an absolute ball hawk out of The Ohio State in Western Pennsylvania into a secondary that was terrible last year at football. This is a good signing. Can Malik stay healthy is the big deal. And Mike McCarthy said he was happy for Aaron Rodgers. He said, I hope he stays up there, is what he said, actually, in response. Great club, great team, good guy. I hope he stays up there and finishes his career, whatever is what Mike said. A lot of news coming out of the Cowboys, some late signings. There are a lot of free agents still out there. Around now will be the time where we're going to start hearing more names sign, and then in the next couple weeks as people get hurt and teams start taking shape.
Well, some of those older veterans, I know there's some great players out there on the street right now, but you're right with Hooker. It seems like a great situation for him stepping in there with the Cowboys. They definitely need his help, and if he's able to stay on the field, then he has shown that he can play. But that's a big if, I guess. He hasn't been able to really consistently stay healthy yet.
He's a ball hawk, though. It felt like every time he was on the field, he had a pick for the Colts, and then he would get hurt, something would happen, he'd be gone for a couple weeks, he'd come back, make a massive play, then he'd be gone. I think Colts fans were very excited for what he potentially could be, a fresh start in Dallas, hopefully with the injury history in his past, and just kind of figuring out how to stay healthy, which is a lot of times luck, by the way. There's a lot of guys that are just incredibly unlucky. This guy, I don't know what he's going through right now, but Gonzo was one of those guys who was so unlucky. God. His injuries were so unlucky, and they just so happened to happen at times where all the work came back, gets healthy, looking good, and then bang, and another, unfortunate accident would happen. And I mean, that's nothing compared to what he's going through right now.
Unlucky post-career, too.
He was one of the guys, unlucky. I mean, he was sitting in goddamn Congress having the time of his life.
Great spot.
And then something happened. I don't know.
Hammer's coming down.
Good luck. Hey, good luck, Gonzo.
You got it, Gonzo.
Hey, good luck out
We're
there.
here for
I don't
you.
know what's going to happen.
Yeah, not looking good.
But I watched him, get unlucky. And then you hear people say, he's ridden or whatever, injury ridden, and he's fragile or whatever. I was like, yeah, that whole thing. I'm like, I think some people get unlucky. But there are some people, I think, that are more likely to get injured, whether it's how their muscles are built or whatever. But I think it's a combination of a lot of things that go into those types of situations, and especially with Malik.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's different. You got to find what works for you, and there's definitely some people that are very unlucky, as you have mentioned, and there's also people that can't play if they don't feel perfect. Just don't feel right. I've talked to different scouts I know. They were telling me back when they played, back when I was playing, and then as it was coming, they're like, man, there's guys that just doesn't feel right, and they'll sit out of a game by saying something doesn't feel right, like a hammy, it's tight or whatever, and that just there's no room for those people in the NFL.
Yeah, you got to find those people and get them out as fast as possible if you're running a team, for sure. And we're not saying that about Malik. We're just talking about injuries in the NFL.
Real injuries. I'm saying guys that pull up tight, like the Saturday before the game. I think I tweaked it yesterday when I got beat deep on Friday, and I was embarrassed. This isn't going to work. I can't play tomorrow.
We had rookies. They got and I think I've told the story before, but this was a beautiful depiction. We had a rookie safety or corner who was maybe a 5th or 6th round draft pick, and anybody that gets drafted in any of those rounds were the best football player in their little league, in their middle school, in their high school, at their college. Most guys, unless it's like Alabama, you get it. Normally, the best athlete, best football player of all time just got drafted in the 5th round, pretty high draft pick. You get drafted, you're not a free agent. You go into a locker room with the same exact people, though, from the last 10 to 15 years of all their neighborhoods as well. So it's a whole different, game when people get in there. And the rookies do that rookie show, hey, there's a rookie performance each night. This one rookie, he was really, hey, this guy was a fucking stud, dude. He was so good. And, he felt that is what there was a lot of situations. And it was like the 4th day or something, he had a hamstring. He wasn't feeling right. So he sat out of practice, And a lot of people were trying to tell him, hey, this ain't like your high school team. Your ass will get fucking fired here. You don't practice. This is not hey, he was like, nah, dog. When I'm back, I want to, I'll be back. I want to make people better or whatever. It's like, okay. That night he sang a song. And then he ended it with a standing backflip. Okay, so he did a standing backflip, and then he landed. And I think he was even potentially wearing the stim pack that they had on his hamstring on him as he did the backflip. And everybody was like, oh, is that? So you can do a standing backflip with a hurt hamstring, but you can't practice. That guy, he had no shot to make. He had no chance to make that team. I don't know if he knew that immediately, because I think he stuck it and almost did hey, I nailed it. And all anybody saw was, all right, get this guy the fuck out of here.
Practice today.
Need this guy the hell out of here. That's an interesting thing. The whole, are you hurt or are you injured? Are you that classic game? And as we learn more about, health and stuff, I think those conversations are kind of falling back. But you do need the people that'll fight through anything on your squad to set a standard. This guy, torn pec, torn groin, torn tricep, has broke every finger fucking 3 times or more. Whenever you look at him, he can't even hold a goddamn golf club. Everybody in Lake Tahoe is saying it. Didn't miss a goddamn game.
Wow, one of them. Let's go.
It's unbelievable.
I missed what Calf got me for one, but the more impressive thing is the delusional confidence that guys will have, like you say, a 5th or 6th round. Hammy's a bit tight. I'm going to have to miss 3 or 4 days. Just won't get this thing right. And they're not don't you think if you put yourself in their shoes, if they came to you and you had to sit out, you legit had a big time injury, wouldn't it just crush you? I would walk around scared to death. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be cut. I can't even look at a coach because I'll get cut and he thinks I'm terrible.
Vinatieri acted like that literally until the day he stopped playing or whatever. There was times where Vinny wouldn't want to say something because he thought he would get cut. We would all have a problem with something, and I go, all right, Adam, you now got to go present our case or whatever. He's like, nah, they'll fucking run me out of here, buddy. I'm like, no, they won't. No, they will not. And he's like, no, that's not me. I'm not that. No. I will get cut tomorrow. I'm old. They pay me pretty good. And it's just, Vinny had that mindset that literally he could get cut every single day. And it was cool to see, and I respected it a lot. But there were certain situations where I was like, you're Adam fucking Vinatieri. Will you please go get, insert name a thing that would make all of our lives better if it was to happen right now? And he's like, no, I can't do it, because he had the complete opposite of what you're saying. I've seen some young guys ask for plays to be changed for them. And I loved it. What? It was awesome. It was absolutely
It's something about it. Something about that delusional confidence and just complete lack of awareness that is somewhat impressive, I guess.
I loved it. Yeah, I was just bebopping through meeting rooms, because I got nothing else going on. I'm literally bored to death, so I'm just kind of bouncing, sitting in a couple rooms where I knew the coaches pretty well and the rooms pretty well. And I was just sitting there, and somebody, from the back of the room trying to, like, shouldn't we or couldn't we, blah, so I can da-da-da. And this was like obviously the third team reps that were on the screen here. And it's like, this is awesome. I'm going to get out of here, but I don't think that guy's making a team. And I don't know if he even knows it. I don't even know if he has any idea. It's a whole different game. That's what the training camp is, though. This is a whole new world for all of these young guys. They've been the guys everywhere they have been. Now they have to learn how to do a punt rep set. Now they have to learn how to stay on a straight line while pass setting, kick stepping straight back so they can block for a punt team. And if they can't figure out how to do that, they're not going to play football anymore. It's like, training camp is an insane time. It's quite a reality check for some people. And then once you get through it, it's like, okay, we've built a team. We've learned about each other. We've gotten better. We've kind of whittled out who we didn't want to be with us and go forward. It's just, training camp is so vital, so important. But God damn it, as a media, it's going to be so boring to talk about if we're not there day to day,
I don't know. I mean, I'm curious to see. You think there'll be more or less fights than we normally see this year? Like, coming out of COVID, still in the middle of COVID, though.
And also with the generation, I don't know if we're just a throw hand now. Granted, Suns in 4, Padres. It seems like there's been a lot more big bombs thrown in public these days. Maybe that will lead into the classic O-line, D-line, a little bit too much after the whistle. Hey, you do that again, something's going to happen.
See Jacksonville, too.
What's that?
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm curious to see Jacksonville training camp. They can have some monster brawls out there.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about it. Is that because Schlegel got the boys all jacked up? Or you think they're going to be swinging?
I'm not saying. I'm saying not even from. This isn't coming from the coaching staff or anything. I think the players are going to want to make a good impression on Urban Meyer. They know, like, hey, if I get in a fight, like, he may yell at me and say this is stupid, it costs the team, whatever, but he wants guys that'll fight for him. Every coach does. So this is my first chance to make my first impression.
Because they're literally rebuilding an entire culture and a building over there. They're rebuilding their buildings over there with a whole new culture being brought in. You're 100% right. There's going to be a lot of proving ground. Who should be the captains? Who are the leaders of this team? How is this team going to be known? And Urban's going to say all these things, by the way. What's our identity going to be? Are we going to be a tough team? Are we going to be a scrappy team? Are we going to be a team that lets people just come in and do whatever? Like, that type of attitude whenever there's jobs on the line, legacies on the line, and millions and millions and millions of dollars on the line, just like whenever walkthroughs get a little bit too intense, that type of, you're right. That is a recipe down there for who's the alpha. No. Oh, I'm tougher than you. No, we compete around here. Like you and Kuhn. Right? You guys, whenever Kuhn came on here, it was like me and AJ knew every day we were going to get better with each other. I don't know how you guys didn't fist fight, especially if you're running into each other for 8 years straight or whatever. But that type of attitude, that's the culture of a team there. They have to set that right now. Who's going to do it and how will they set it?
Well, and I think there's so much unknown too. I know, and most coaches that I have ever come across, they'll let their team know at the end of OTAs or end of their stuff in June before you come back for actual camp. Like they'll say, all right, guys, now all the fun stuff, that's over. Like we're going to see who really wants to be here, who is actually tough. When we put the pads on and we start practicing and scrimmaging with the pads on, they know, like, whatever, that's cool. Like we acted like every OTA was life and death, but it didn't mean anything. That's usually what it is, because then all of a sudden we put the pads on and now I get to see who actually is tough. And I know their coach, like, trust me, I remember who was talking to, like they were the tough guy out here with just helmets on. So let's see if you show up when the pads come on.
Yeah, the old walk-through All-Americans, are awesome to watch. And normally they are the younger guys who have not experienced an NFL practice yet. So they're either the people that are, maybe getting a little bit lack of confidence whenever they see somebody or take a potential hit, which does happen. Even the best football players in college football that get drafted in the NFL, whenever they put pads on for the first time, can see a grown-ass fucking man hit somebody and be a little bit leery of potentially wanting to go in somewhere. We've all seen that. AJ, I think you have probably seen that a lot, especially at the linebacker position. You've probably created that with other people. There's probably been people in OTAs on the offensive side who have maybe said some things to you, and then as soon as the pads get on, this is the NFL. Welcome to the fucking greatest jaw and forehead in the history of football, pal. I assume that was something you wanted to instill in some of the young guys, maybe. I don't know what type of operator you were, but those pads come on. There are some different looking players sometimes.
Absolutely. And you'll see it through the first, I don't know, maybe the third day of pads is when it gets starts to boil over. The first day of pads, everyone's juiced. Oh, yeah, here we go. There may be a little scuffle or whatever, but day 3, 4, 5, when you start getting into it and you're at, when you could practice for 3 hours at a time, twice a day, there's some tensions start to build up and you could feel it. Like any fan watching a practice can feel when something's about to happen, when a fight's about to happen. It never is just one play. It's always a build-up. It's been coming for an hour usually when it happens.
Hey, watch your boy.
And then the coaches, D-line coach starts yelling at the O-line coach.
Hey, fucking tell your guy to stop holding then. No, tell your guy to stop at the whip. No. Tell your guy, you better stop him. And then, that period ends. Everybody kind of forgets about it. Then all of a sudden we move into the next period. And guess what? Guess who has not forgotten about it? The two guys potentially on the field. And then it's a hold. It's a shot and a hold. There's always a hold. Okay, there's either a two-handed hold or a thing. And then there's the chop over top. If no hand moves, okay, now we're embarrassed. Okay, so we got to chop harder. And then we got to do hands. And then bang, everybody starts coming in. Anybody that potentially had a little bit of a problem with somebody from an earlier period, a day that in the past, maybe a week ago practice, it is now getting handled into something big. And every coach has to act like, oh, come on. Wasting it. You got enough energy to fight. We'll practice all day then or whatever. It's like, okay, you love everything that's going on right now. We all know it. We all know you absolutely love it. And the people that didn't get involved, they're going to be judged accordingly as well, even though the coach has said he doesn't want to see it happening. 23 minutes into hour 3, Big Bob Carpenter's giving State of the Unions at the beach. Are you with him at this beach where he's cutting promos from? Yes.
I am not. I just saw just a screenshot of something. What's he doing?
So he talked about, the Big Ten fumbling last year's season. I think I didn't get a chance to hear it all, but I did see the backdrop. I saw Bob Carpenter's face. Wow. And I was immediately intrigued.
It's fake.
Okay. He's living this dream life, but he's letting everybody know, if you want to get like me, here's how we think. Mm-hmm. And I think the Big Ten, with what happened last year, canceling the season and everything like that, now with Big 12, Texas and Oklahoma in 2025 going to the SEC, does the Big Ten expand and try to get bigger and take on the SEC? Or does the Big Ten, who decided not to have a season last year before anybody else, and then were kind of forced into having a season because everybody else was able to do it, or does the Big Ten kind of bow back and let the SEC continue to grow and get bigger, and maybe some Big Ten schools try to get down to the SEC as well? I mean, these are things that could happen. Well, how will the Big Ten answer? General Bob Carpenter said they're in trouble because of what happened last year. Big Ten looks like a bunch of amateurs out there. They need to figure it out.
So is he saying the Big Ten needs to expand to try to keep up with the SEC? Like, who do you want to add to the Big Ten? Who is a logical team?
Well,
Iowa State for sure, right?
Yep.
That's an easy one.
Iowa State is an easy one. They're a good team right now, too, by the way.
Yeah.
West Virginia could come into the Big Ten very easily.
Definitely.
Very easily could come into the Big Ten. Now, there's a lot of people that have been coming after me because I've been dancing loudly with West Virginia going to the ACC just because it would be sweet, I think, and it'd be cool to go to a couple of those games down there in the South. And, alumni, they got some great ballparks down there.
Hell yeah.
Dabo.
Yeah, go watch them play
do the
Clemson.
Drip at Death Valley on the goddamn hill. We could do all that. I guess there's a lot of people that are saying West Virginia's not going to be thanked by anybody. They're saying, what did we do?
What does that mean?
What did we do? Why isn't the Big Ten one? Well, they want us. We're good. We're smart. We can do things. What do we got going on here, dude?
Fun school.
What the fuck's going on?
I know it's the Harvard of West Virginia, but is it an academic thing?
I mean, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. We never really claimed to be the smartest of schools, but look at this dumb stooge over here. Went to Ohio State. This guy went to Ohio State. This guy.
Graduated, yeah.
Did you really? What was your degree?
Criminology.
Oh, what are you going to do? You're going to be CSI like Horatio Kane?
No, it's just going to be just a regular beat cop, you know?
Oh, you should have
Oh,
been.
Man, you still can.
You do any ride-alongs or anything like that? You go bouncing out of the back of a car, hey, with the spotlight or the flashlight. Hey, you do any of those? No. Maybe a cop knock? You do any of that?
Open up.
None of that. No, never did.
What did you guys learn in criminology then? I thought that was basically what you learned. Cop knock.
It's like 101.
Yeah.
I fucking watched episodes of CSI for 2 years and got a degree.
Paul Blart.
I can't believe you went to the Paul Blart University of Criminology over there in Ohio State. What did you guys learn? Did you learn anything? Were you going to be in the FBI?
It was all like sociology classes, basically. It's basically a sociology major, pretty much. We didn't learn any, like we learned a little bit about law and criminal law, but no, nothing really.
Now, sociology is the study of cultures interacting with other cultures, isn't it?
I don't know. It's more like people. Why do people like try to understand people's brains, how they think, how they interact, different like studies they would do, weird stuff.
I was sociology was a couple of the classes I went to, I was very intrigued by sociology. It is fascinating to see how, interactions between two groups of people. I thought it was very, very cool. Shout out to Nancy Feather, by the way. She was a professor who I did enjoy. She was also the professor my senior year who was the teacher of the two classes that I was not going to go to.
Oh.
And I told her, you cannot drop me, though. Anything but drop me. Fail me. Okay, I ain't going to be here, but need you not to drop me. Okay, because I have to have 12 hours. Only got to pass 6. I'm not going to be coming to your class. All right, I've already thrown it in. These other 2 classes, I'm going to pass. I'll be eligible for the bowl, and I'll get out of everybody's hair. All right? Last week, finals week, I get an email from Nancy Feather.
Miss Feather.
She was really cool, too. She was very nice. I loved her classes. And she said throughout my entire time at West Virginia, she enjoyed teaching. She was one of the only classes I would go to. Her and Dr. Patterson, who is another, I think he was communication teacher. He was very good. Those 2 teachers, basically, the only classes I went to. If I end up in their classes, I'm going to go to it. Everybody else, fuck off. I'll see you in the test days or whatever. She wrote me this long email, and then she said, is there any way you could write a paper maybe, like a long paper here in this last week that I can maybe give you like a D or something? And I responded back, I said, thank you for that offer. I'm going to have to decline, though. I deserve an F. Go ahead and give that thing to me. And thanks for all the hours of information you have delivered to me. You're the best. Cheers. And then she said, all right, good luck. Gave me 2 Fs.
Talk about a respect hat. Just tipping your cap.
Hey, I just need you not to drop me, all right? Thank you so much. Do you want to write a paper?
Nah. Appreciate you, though.
I'm done with this whole thing. And if I can't kick balls, I'm going to go sell sandwiches back in Pittsburgh. I'm just going to let you know that's what's going to happen. I don't know how people do the class. I appreciate it. I respect the amount of effort that some people put into academia. But if you're not going to be a lawyer or a doctor or anything like that, I have no idea how you stay committed in those. I appreciate people that do. Okay, I want to let everybody know. I appreciate that you do. But those classes meant nothing, right? Those classes to me were, I guess, information gathering. I was learning some stuff, which is cool. Obviously, learning is cool.
But you didn't really get to pick what they were teaching you. That's the thing. When you're kind of jammed into this class, I think now, especially being older, if it's something I'm curious about, I want to learn about, I could sit there and I would take notes and I could do it. Now it would have to be something I really care about, but that was the hard thing for me, was sitting there when I knew there's a time this thing is going to go for another 58 minutes, and I would just sit there and it felt like time would stand still, and so I would just do my homework from the previous class.
See, I didn't do a lot of that either. That one kind of almost got me too. When I would go in the first day and I'd see the, what's that called?
Syllabus?
The syllabus, yeah, and I knew that there was probably a lot of homework with said teacher. Knew I was probably fucked there because I'm not going to be doing that. All right? What's the percentage of the tests? I don't want to scratch my own back here too hard, but I was a fantastic test taker. Always have been. It has really saved me through most of my life at this point, I would say. But at the day-to-day of education, I don't know how people got into it. If it was just documentaries all day, I think I would be able to be locked in and dialed in. I think I would do that. In the selection of what I'm watching, too, I think that's a big deal. But that college is a scam. I think college in general is a complete and I don't want to get on my high horse here, and this is not helping people want West Virginia in their conference. Okay, but I am not a good depiction of the School of West Virginia or West Virginia University, because there's great physical therapy. Okay, you have to go to school for that. Nursing, have to go to school for that. There's a lot. I think there's a good business school, which I don't think you necessarily have to go to have success in business. A lot of people have kind of proven that, but it's good to get a head start. I think they do have a good business school, so I don't want to be the representative of it. But if you're not going to be a doctor or something that needs like actual education on life or death situations, what are we doing going $70,000, $80,000 in debt for? I don't fully understand it. That's going to have to change. Right?
Especially like what AJ said. Like I was taking classes that were just core classes that the school forced you to take. Where
Frisbee or something?
Yeah, as soon as you're done with it, it's like, I don't fucking remember. French, I mean, come on.
I got to see in Frisbee.
You guys have Frisbee class?
Yeah, once again, only showed up at the tests. And forehand week.
Couldn't get it down.
Oh, no.
I just thought I could show up and out-athlete this class, and I was wrong. You know what I mean? I thought I could just show up and just, that's a good huck. Thank you. Yeah. That's an A. All right, appreciate that. Forehand day was trouble. That was a great teacher, too. The professor of the Frisbee class was very cool. I think we had a pretty good agreement. Hey, I'm only going to be here on test days. And he was like, hey, there's no homework anyways, dude. Whatever. Do whatever we got to do. I was like,
awesome.
You are the man. You are the absolute man. And the class was very cool people, too. When I go, test day, good to see you again, Pat. Thank you. The forehand day, that thing went right in there. Tanked my grade.
How many opportunities did you get?
I think it was like 3 to 4. I forget exactly what you had to do. I think there was a catch you had to play. And then there was a target I think you had to like land in or something like that, like an area where you had to land one in.
It's kind of tough.
You watch any YouTube clips before just to
No, absolutely not. No. I didn't even know it was happening until I got there and they said forehand day. I was like, oh shit. I
forgot to practice last night.
At McAfee, so I was a little bit further back so I could watch some others. And normally I could watch and pick some things up in that particular class, but nobody was really the expert on the forehand in front of me. So there was a bunch of different ways. And that thing tanked my grade. But that was a class I was forced to take one of those classes. And it was like, all right, man, I'm working out at like 6:30 a.m. All right, is that not athletic enough? Can I not get a fucking credit for that instead of having to fake do this thing? Like, I had so many questions all the time. And that's probably why, I didn't really get along with the whole education.
It was absolutely exhausting being on the other end of those questions.
Yeah, so I just stopped showing up, and I felt like it was better for everybody.
Yep.
See, I feel like the teachers and like the instructors, they don't care. It's like, okay, well, if this guy's going to give me guff and he's not going to show up, fuck it,
Big shout out to all the study groups, though, the night before tests.
Oh, huge.
I appreciate you all so much. I really do. Those people were incredibly nice because I would just cram, Pretty good memory. Do the test. See you next test on the way out. Hey,
I remember I had a good sociology teacher. My first college class ever was sociology, and our teacher, she told us right off the bat, she said, next time you get on a crowded elevator, walk in and then face the people. Don't face the door. And she told us to do that. And I wonder how many kids actually did that. I know I didn't. I would assume you'd be pretty good at that.
Well, that was Sociology 101. Yeah, I same class, by the way. I think we took the same class. That was Nancy Feather. And she had this big podium, and it was a massive auditorium. And she was just talking as if there was like 2-3 people there. She put on a show. It was a great. Then there were some other classes there in the same auditorium, like the study of movies in 1901 or something like that.
That's a good one.
3-hour class, one night a week. You watch a movie.
Oh, yeah.
Sign me up.
Get me the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Who has time to go sit in an auditorium for 3 hours and watch a silent film? What the fuck am I doing? I don't care.
Silent film?
Yeah, what was that train? The Great Train Robbery? You have to go. Yeah, what's that?
No, I was agreeing, yeah.
Yeah, then all the other movies through time, I guess, that have evolved. It's Tuesday?
We get boozed
it's
up.
Drink till you drown.
See ya. Go get boozed up.
I don't know.
You get fish bowls.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. So I have the utmost appreciation and respect for the people like you who get a degree, because that is an incredible mental toughness and effort that I tried and could not do. So I have a lot of appreciation for that. And maybe it is the education problem on why West Virginia's not getting in.
With the elevator thing.
It's not the fucking Ivy League.
Yeah, Michigan State's in there. You don't have anything to worry about.
Whoa.
I think they're pretty good academic.
Yeah, they are.
With the
I know they got doctors up there.
Well,
yeah.
With the elevator thing, if somebody does that. You punch them in the face before they pull out the knife and stab you.
Okay. So you kill it before it gets you.
Yeah, if somebody comes in and does not face the doors in the elevator, you kill it before it kills you, yeah.
Have you ever done it?
No, absolutely not. I'm a normal human being.
It's pretty cool. It's
hysterical.
It's a pretty cool experience. When you just walk in and just stare at everybody.
Hey, guys.
And everybody's heads just go right down and feet go together normally into the corner, and then it's... How come the elevator is a strictly no-talk rule until you get stuck in it, and then it's like, hey, how you guys doing? We're here for at least the next, what hour? You ever been stuck in an elevator?
Yeah, luckily not for a long time. But I would imagine you're the kind of guy that gets on the elevator and you talk right away.
Oh, where are we headed? Oh, all the way up. Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Big money. All right.
Every time we went to the World Trade Center when we were doing those shows on Mondays, it'd be just random people every week, and Pat talking, they just fucking ignore him completely. Just look straight ahead.
By the way, these same people, I'd be this far away from them. And these same people, as they're getting off at their floor, I'd say, all right, have a good day. All right, have a good one.
We saw Mad Dog one time.
Yeah, Chris Mad Dog Russo. We did. I think he gave us a hello. I think so.
It was a quick hello. And then
I think it was gentlemen, and then and off you go. But I am an elevator talker. I think it's probably because of that class. Now that I think about it,
I would love to see someone stand and wait. They've been waiting all day for an elevator. It seems like the doors open, they start to take a step in, they see you, and they just back right on out.
Okay. Yeah, COVID kind of ruined the elevator conversation situation.
Yeah, big time.
Which is a real bummer. You really learn about people when they're most uncomfortable.
I waited one out on Saturday night.
What's that?
There was a full-on makeout going on as they were walking into the elevator. I took the time out.
I will. See, I'm okay.
I had to hold back.
I'm okay with an elevator suite too, like all by yourself. You know?
Yeah, but those are great situations.
I know. I was thinking about it. I was like, I got to wait it
There we
out.
go. Huh? There we go. Well, what floor we headed to?
Yeah, exactly. Those are
the people that it happened. I forget where I was. I had my backpack on. I get on and it had a whole panel of buttons.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And I'm standing. I'm in the elevator all by myself. And it goes down one floor and 3 people get on. And I go, oh, hey, so sorry. Let me get out of your way here. And I turn, hit 15 buttons. 15 of them. And it seemed like my bag had beautiful accuracy on picking the in between the floor we were at and lobby. All of them were just hit perfectly, nothing above. And I actually got off at the next floor. they did not. And I felt so terrible. I was like, have a good day. You know, like,
good luck, guys. Take the stairs.
The whole thing. I felt so bad. So I disrespected the elevator courtesy as well there. So that was problematic. Let's get to a break. And then on the other side, we have to go to the 5 Hour Energy phone lines because there's some great calls waiting. I know it.
Hell yeah.
I'm getting buried out here, AJ, for the Simone Biles thing because I'm soft. I'm soft ass.
What do you mean? By your tweet?
Yeah, about our entire basic conversation about Simone Biles, like her saying, hey, I am not in any situation to be anywhere near my best right now for whatever was going on, and realizing that in hopes to not fuck over her team in the team event. People are calling her like a lot of terrible things for that. And I'm like, let's take it easy, shall we? Just because somebody is the greatest of all time, they're allowed to have a moment where they have some self-doubt and don't want to ruin everybody else's fucking thing. Now, she's gonna hopefully compete in the individual thing and look for her to absolutely dominate.
Yeah, those people who are bearing you are dipshits. And when she does go on and win another gold medal, they're going to look like even bigger dipshits for being un-American and not supporting goddamn Team USA.
I hope she goes up on the podium, you know?
Yeah.
And then as soon as the person comes over to hand her the thing, because they can't put it on now because of COVID or whatever, I hope she forces them to put it on.
Yeah.
And then as soon as it happens, I hope she just goes, hey, everybody, suck it. I hope she does.
Maybe even water, the whole thing.
Could you imagine dedicating your entire life to something where if you just like that, it's like, not good.
Don't you remember me? I told you this probably last week. I said, man, everyone's just assuming Simone Biles is just going to roll in there and win everything. Like, we don't know. Like, it's all it takes is that it takes a dumb judge to do something or a little injury, or we have no idea. It sounds very serious what she's going through, but yeah, there's no guarantees. It's a subjective sport. There's judges that decide really who wins.
Well, and once again, by the way, great. I do remember you bringing that up. But also, I think our show has done a good job of showcasing that the video game generation, I think, has made everybody believe that the players, as soon as they get on the field, are their scores or their ratings. And this is what they do. They forget that, like, hey, these are actual humans out here doing superhuman video game-like shit. And that is the ultimate outlier, or the potential variant.
There you go.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Variable, variant, yeah.
Variable. Fuck. Variant was because of Delta. I was looking for variable.
Okay.
Golly. I'm losing it.
No.
But Aaron Rodgers is back, and we're going to the 5 Hour Energy phone lines on the other side. I'm getting buried on the internet, though. People saying that I'm I'm just supporting America. How are we?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are we burying somebody right now in the middle of the goddamn Olympics?
It's the World Games, for Christ's sake.
Sorry, yeah, the World Games. Why are we burying somebody on our own team in the middle of the World Games?
Get it together.
People are so dumb.
This is the time we are supposed to be, hey, America, we're going to beat the fuck out of you. That's what the World Games are.
Yes, USA.
We need to bring one of our stars and let them know, hey, listen, we got a lot of games left.
Don't you worry.
A lot of games left. You're still good. Don't worry about it. All these other people that tear down. What are we doing, dude?
Fuck those people.
Come on, we're trying to win this thing. Put the medals count back up, please. Bingo! Yeah! That's what we're worried about. All right, around here. And this is a regional show that is streamed internationally, and we got a lot of fans around the country, or the world and country. But that is not the point I'm trying to make right now. I'd like to wish luck to all of those countries that people that listen to this show are in that are probably pulling for it, and they should be pulling for it. I'm just telling you, for the next couple of weeks, I hope Yins fucking lose at everything.
Yeah,
boom.
Okay? I watched archery the other day. I'm like, hey, listen, I don't know who we're playing against. That might be the goddamn greatest of all time. But the American hands around that goddamn bow and arrow, we need to find the 10s in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
No 8s or 7s, all right? Let's go ahead and dial that thing in. When the rifle gets out there, probably West Virginia guy, by the way, ping, wins that whole thing. I'm like, you're goddamn right. Everybody needs to remember that. The skeet shooter, this guy's won 3 in a row.
Man,
That guy's a talent.
Poo, pow, pow,
Yeah.
poo.
59.
Poo, pow, pow. Are you kidding me?
Come on.
I'm pulling for it. And if you're not, what are you doing? What are you doing? And a lot of people that are, trying to tear down Simone right now are also people who say they love America more than anybody else.
Interesting.
What's that about then?
Huh.
What's that all about?
John Cena sawing her down. What's going on?
All right, we're back in 4 minutes. 1-833-4 McAfee. We'll get to the 5-hour energy
Put the
phone line.
playlist on, man. We'll be good.
Yeah, well, all right.
We have no idea how to do the subway system, but Z is doing the directing, the mapping, the planning. Well, my tower is in 10 minutes. That train should be ready. He knew his shit. He said it's way that way. This is Zito guided tour. We're not gonna get a spot on the train. We should get on an airplane. This was a bad idea. This was a bad decision. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I mean, it's going to be interesting.
Are we on the right way to Yankee Stadium right now? To the Bronx.
I don't like that hesitancy.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
New York it's a bit much. There's shit everywhere. It smells like shit. There's a lot of people, but it's a hell of an industry out here, you know.
Thank you so much.
Hey, let's go now, Yanks. What do we say now, Kanaki?
Yeah. Underrated, we the underdogs, underestimated. Underrated, we the underdogs, underestimated. We the one. Out of the darkness I rose up. Golden my soul, it's a gold rush. Yeah. Honor and freedom, I toast up. Kicking game on the snare drum. Hard on the beat, let it bleed out like sacrifices. Cut it open, emotions. Spilling like oil and coasting. Therapy for my mental, I'm pinning a pistol and shoot down the criticisms. Individually, I heard the voices that told us. Yeah. No dirt on my name and wish me the worst and stole us. Yeah. Shot through the heart and pray on my downfall. But Yahtzee prevailed on my own. Stand on top of this. Hey, I said it was salami time. On my chest like Olympic gold. Rapids move on the field like a jazz song. Witness greatness, look up in LeBron home. Remember next time for you doubt us. That only made me go.
Every day is game day for these guys. It's showtime on the Pat McAfee Show.
I'm just knocking folks out.
Yeah.
You haven't knocked out a motherfucker in there either. Welcome back to the show, okay? I don't know if Axel has, probably not. But if you're one of the 80 million Americans who are fed... Can you go full screen on me, please? Can we please? Enough with this guy. All right, let's go back. AJ, they wanted you to be a part of this as well because this is a big deal. All right? Because you're probably one of the 80 million Americans who are fed up with paying high cable prices and dealing with shady cable companies.
Hell yeah!
Are you part of one of those 80 million, AJ?
Yeah, count me in, Pat.
They did, I think, right? They did count you in here. It might be 80 million more than if they haven't counted you. 80 million in one.
Wow.
Americans who are fed up with paying high cable prices. You're not alone. There's finally an alternative that gives you the cable TV experience at half the price. It's called Fubo TV. I had never done this before, Fubo TV. Did not know exactly what it was. We were in Texas, had no cable, got the Fubo TV, boom, was able to watch everything like that. Bang, bang, boom.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I did not know the importance of Fubo TV until I was forced to actually use Fubo TV. It's fucking awesome. Maybe that's what Fu stands for there. It's fucking awesome. Bo box there at the end.
Wow. Cracked code.
Hey, you're Foucault, dude.
Oh, thanks, man. You too.
Yeah, you're fucking cool, dude.
Oh, you're fucking cool.
No.
Very cool.
No. Me?
Yeah.
That's very nice of you. But anyways, Fubo TV comes with over 100 of your favorite channels. Got to experience that.
Wow.
Including complete coverage of all your favorite sports with all local broadcasters, all major sports league networks, NFL Red Zone, ESPN, ABC, CBS, and more. And you can stream select games in 4K. Wow.
Whoa!
That's good. That's like that. The 8K is the TV camera we're seeing, but 8K can only be displayed in 4K if you have a 4K TV. So everybody's like, oh, look at that 8K camera. Everybody's probably looking at it in 4K, actually, if they see it in their best.
Wow.
But that is what you can stream games on Fubo TV. So
That's huge. Go Fubo.
sign up now for a risk-free trial of Fubo TV and get 15% off your first month by going to FuboTV.com/Pat. That's FuboTV.com/Pat to start your free trial and get 15% off your first month of Fubo TV. FuboTV.com/Pat to get 15% off your first month. Shout out to Fubo TV. We have some breaking news. People are reporting around the internet. I'm not sure who reported it first. Randall Cobb, the Green Bay Packers, done deal.
Wow.
Chris Brockman tweeted it. Others have tweeted it. They have retweeted it, quote tweeted it, talked about it. Randall Cobb going back to the Packers. Big thanks to the Chicago Bears trading a wide receiver to Houston. So Houston was able to trade Randall Cobb back to Green Bay as a part of the piece of the puzzle to bring Aaron back to Green Bay. It sounds like this gentleman's agreement that Aaron, Dave Dahn, the Green Bay Packers have about having a little bit of say, maybe a little bit of respect in the conversation and mind and thoughts of what's going on with the team on the football side with a guy who's going to be your longest tenured player in the history of one of the oldest franchises in history and have all the records and everything like that. This is a beautiful start to this new relationship, don't you think, AJ? And congrats to Randall Cobb getting back to the Green Bay Packers.
I mean, yeah, it seems to be a win-win for everybody, doesn't it? We know Aaron will not be upset at this. I think he's very excited to have Randall back in the building if that happens, like we're hearing. But also for Randall, what a great deal for him. Like, he didn't know what's happening in Houston, and then all of a sudden he gets to rejoin the Packers. I'm sure if he can stay healthy, he's going to have a great year. He has a great rapport with Aaron, so it's all looking good, I think, for everybody. And the Texans, don't they get some of that contract off of their books?
Yeah, I mean, the Texans got a lot. The coach Dave Diner is dealing with a lot, obviously. And Randall Cobb, I think, did he tweet the walking in and then the whole place being on fire?
Yeah, he did.
Or whatever. So to your point, he's very excited to potentially get back to, Mount Rushmore quarterback throwing him the balls. But yesterday when Trey Wingo tweeted about that potentially being a hindrance on the entire thing, we don't know 100% sure if that's how the conversation went. It seems like this is a great start, and Trey Wingo was 100% right. But when you came out and agreed and said Aaron would love to play with Randall Cobb again, and I think Jones did as well. I think James came out and said Aaron loves Randall Cobb. If you want to follow up on that a little bit, is that a personal relationship? Do they seem to be on the same page football-wise? Has that been somebody that he wasn't happy that got maybe out of the Green Bay Packers building that he wanted back? Can you explain into that at all?
I mean, I think it's all the above. they definitely are friends off the field. On the field, I think they have whatever that connection is. Aaron has it with Devontae right now. He's always with Randall got there from day one. It feels like they had some connection. Randall can do so many different things. I mean, Randall played quarterback in college at Kentucky. People forget about that. The dude, he's a freak, and he's actually still pretty young for how long and how many plays he's made, but he just hasn't been able to stay consistently healthy, I guess, especially later in his career. But he's definitely someone. I'm sure he's one of Aaron's favorite targets that he throws to, or he has thrown to in his career.
Golden Tate and Randall Cobb kind of get talked about in the same conversation, right? Kind of similar?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yak gods, basically. Like, that's what kind of Golden and Randall Cobb be able to do. As a Packers fan, Ty, to hear Randall Cobb come back, you're pumped about this? Another weapon is added. Now, we talked about, hey, why not Julio go to Green Bay? Why not add another weapon just like what Tampa Bay has been able to do and what Kansas City has been able to do? Everybody that's in the level and the tier that Green Bay is in, they're somehow adding weapons and keeping weapons. And the Packers have an incredible group of assets at their skill positions, but adding another weapon, especially one that Aaron's comfortable with, if he can stay healthy, to AJ's point, this is a big signing, right? And a big move by the Packers in your eyes?
Yeah, huge. I love Randall Cobb. One of my favorite Packers of all time. Like AJ said, like early in his career, he was an absolute fucking weapon in the slot. And that was kind of like the one thing that they didn't really have last year. And I don't think he's ever been in Matt LaFleur's offense, so I'm excited to see, what they can kind of scheme up for him. I think this is, as a Packers fan, every Packers fan, I'm sure, is very happy to see him back.
I know he's got, incredible blue eyes, right?
Oh, yeah. Dazzling.
How is he in Oneida Casino? Is he excited to get back down in Oneida, or what's going on?
He's probably very excited. He'll probably get out there. Maybe they'll save a seat for him. I don't know how involved he was, but, yeah, it's probably going to be like he never left, even though it's a whole new staff there. When he walks in, I'm sure it's going to feel like home.
Hopefully the locker room welcomes him back in.
Sure.
Yeah, because he was down in Houston playing for Houston, wearing a Houston uniform just a little bit ago. Does he even want to win for the Packers?
Wow.
What a fucking asinine thing that was this morning.
I know you're going to break. I know you're going off for serious, but I just need to know more. I'm in the dark about this. I don't know what happened, how people legit thought people wouldn't take Aaron back in or wouldn't think that he was going to fit.
I was watching people say stuff this morning, and I was just like, you shouldn't be allowed to speak, I don't think, about the NFL. I don't think you should be allowed to. Honestly, because it made a lot of people happy to hear ex-players either tweet or say things that are against other players, right? Because a lot of journalists are the ones that do that, and they normally get buried. And then when an ex-player says something, it's almost like legitimizing something that is being said potentially from somebody that's never been in it. I told you this is how it is or whatever. And I've seen a lot of people, and I'm like, that is, unless it was much different somewhere else in the NFL, that is completely inaccurate on how the locker room will feel about what just happened with Aaron, I think. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I've never been in Green Bay, but I was hearing a lot of ex-players say some things where I was like, you're much better at football than I am. Okay, I understand that, but were we in the same league? I don't think we were in the same league, because business and teammate that's a real thing that has to happen in NFL, because if you're just pocket watching for everybody, you can run yourself out of the building. I mean, that's just not the way it goes. But happy Aaron's back. AJ, about 30 seconds until Chris Mad Dog Russo show begins on the other side of a 6-minute break. Anything to say to the SiriusXM listeners?
Well, I think this show is only going to get better and better, because I think today, doesn't every team start camp at least today? There's not anybody sitting at home after today.
Yeah, and there's some news breaking. Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter for the Niners. Yeah, wow. Shanahan's come out and say every day there's going to be little nuggets that get dropped as we go forward. We're almost back to football season.
44 days.
6 minutes till Chris Mad Dog Russo. His show's higher than ours. Oh, that's right. When those lights go on, I think we got to add some sound behind that. Mm-hmm. It's kind of an awkward just sit and wait. Well, the sound is whatever song I'm playing over here, but if it's not necessarily the right song to go with that thing, I think we should just add it on there. Incredible work there by Ben Stoneham, though. We appreciate the hell out of him. And the After Hours show is one, that I really enjoy, because we get a chance to really, talk about everything that's happened.
Yeah.
And just like the ticker, SeatGeek said, hey, we want to be a part of that After Hours show.
Wow.
That's right. SeatGeek is back, and they have just recently released a full rebrand everybody should go check out.
Ooh.
You can see it on the ticker right here. They used to be blue All right, used to be a blue operation, a little baby blue with some chairs. SeatGeek did a rebrand. SeatGeek survived a world live event stoppage for 17 months or something, and a live event ticket selling company survived.
How did they survive?
I have no idea. I have no idea, but they're coming out the other side. They said, we're a much different company now. This is a rebrand. We're all the way back. We survived. Others didn't. Congrats to SeatGeek. That is a company. As a company, we're lucky to be partners. Obviously, they got involved in the big draft night when they called in and announced that SeatGeek is back. Now they're doing a rebrand. They're still the same great company, though. Their app and platform is the greatest ticket buying platform on planet Earth and the moon. They rate every ticket on the internet and give it a score of 1 to 10. Green means good, red means bad. They don't catfish you. They are literally looking out for you before you even know how to look out for yourself. That is why SeatGeek is the only trusted ticket partner of this show and for people that want to go see awesome live events. And it doesn't matter if it's a football game? What? No, I'm not doing it. Anything that has tickets. Yes. Okay, this thing could roll on for a long, long time, almost as long as the COVID quarantine live event stoppage was. If we were to talk about all the different live events that SeatGeek has tickets for, just know that if it's happening and there are tickets, SeatGeek has the best price and the best value and the best deal for you. Download the SeatGeek app and right now use code McAfee and you'll get $20 off your first order. That's when you download the SeatGeek app to buy some tickets and use code McAfee, you'll get $20 off your first order. 44 days until NFL football. The season is going to be a celebration, so why would you go to a ticket buying platform that isn't easy to use? SeatGeek is the easiest, most convenient, and they ain't catfishing, so you're not going to get fucked over. Shout out to SeatGeek with their rebrand and everything they've been able to do in the moving ticket business. Shout out to SeatGeek.
Shout out.
AJ, you got any games this year?
What do you mean?
We just talked about SeatGeek.
Yeah, come on.
And NFL tickets are part of that whole thing. 44 days.
Am I planning on going to any games this year?
AJ, you going to any games this year?
I don't know. After that SeatGeek ad, I may have to go on there and see any close games. Maybe I could score some tickets to.
Oh, you can get down to Cincinnati Bengals, see Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase is already making one-handed catches down the sideline. We're wearing number one. They look like they're going to be a team. They were throwing right there next to the highway. I don't know if you saw it, right next to the highway. And I don't know what was going faster, the ball that Joe Burrow threw or the Toyota Camry that was getting off the exit to go downtown right above it. But Jamar Chase is making great catches. Joe Burrow seems to be on the same page. You're going to go to a Bengal game, huh? Maybe go down into the jungle with the Houday Nation.
I mean, I just might. Can you imagine if Joe Burrow is out there week one and they get out to a fast start? Like the amount of excitement that is going to be around Cincinnati?
Yeah, they're in an AFC North that is going to be very difficult. But if they get off to a hot start in a track meet, the Cincinnati Bengals fans, the faithful, they are so loyal, so dedicated. And AJ might be amongst them whenever he goes and gets the best ticket pricing on earth at SeatGeek to go see a Bengal game.
What's a hot start for them, though?
All right, great question. Bengals won 10, 11, when you were on the team, 11 games?
What?
That year you were a Bengal.
I think like 12, 13. I don't know. We won a bunch.
Andy Dalton won like 10 straight games, 4 or 5 straight years. Nobody talked about it. Nobody talks about it at all because Cincinnati Bengals, not only do they not have an indoor practice facility, they also don't have any PR or marketing around them because they're a small market and they're in a division where, like the Pittsburgh Steelers, who, not saying it's necessarily a bigger market, but they have fans all around the globe, and they're normally the talk of the division, and the Browns now are, and everything like that. But if the Bengals go out, 3-1,
ooh, they could do that.
I mean, that's not good for the Steelers if they do.
They play the Vikings, the Bears, the Steelers, and the Jags the first 4 weeks.
And Ben Roethlisberger, so they got Kirk Cousins to begin that whole thing. And are they favored? No. Vikings got to be favored. Are they in Minnesota or are they at home?
At home, because the second one's at Chicago.
So Minnesota's favored there. Is Cincinnati going to get points in that game, you think?
Maybe.
2 or 3.
Yeah. They were covering machines last year before Burrow got hurt.
They were in every game.
Yeah. It was awesome.
Bengals are 3.5-point dogs at home.
Sign me up.
Boom. I think I'm taking Bengals plus 3.5 there at home in Cincinnati, especially if AJ's going to be in fucking attendance. AJ, you going to that game? See Thielen maybe, huh?
No, I don't know if I'll be at that one, but I tell you what, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I was listening to a show of someone who is a decent NFL gambler, and they said, yeah, they love the Bengals, except Zach Taylor's still a coach, so let's not trust him yet.
You didn't want to give that person any credit there, whoever it was?
No.
Why not, dude?
Respect it. Not a good gambler? Good gambler.
Good gambler.
So you don't want to give anybody else
we don't know if Zach Taylor's a good coach or not.
We have no idea. And he gets a pass. He's gotten a pass.
Oh, yeah.
Strictly because if they fire him, they still got to pay him.
Yep.
So it's like, we're not going to double pay. There's no way we're paying two coaches. This guy got to figure it out. He once hung out in
Sean McVay's pool.
Yeah, McVay actually did speak very highly of him on Flying Coach, so that could be what's still like keeping him afloat.
Yeah, this is McVay's coaching tree.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait, was he on Flying Coach or he was talked about?
No, I'm pretty sure he was on there. Yeah, I listened to that one. Mm-hmm.
You have no idea. Okay.
Well, after
you didn't listen to that.
No,
one.
I definitely did, but after a while,
the way you were saying it,
how do you know he was in the
sound
pool,
the same,
Yeah.
you know.
A lot of coach speaking.
A lot of coach speak.
And by the way, it's coach speak because that's actually how coaches speak.
Exactly. But yeah, he was definitely on there.
You didn't come away thinking like, hey, that guy might win more than one game next year?
Well, I don't think so. And it was like, shit, that was probably week
was the
3,
first
week
one,
4.
wasn't
Yeah, exactly. That was like 6-7 weeks ago.
Okay, yeah. So Tom Pelissero now is confirming the report from Chris Brockman that Randall Cobb is going to Green Bay from the Texans. I wonder what that move will cost.
Packers are going to take on a lot of that salary because I assume it's a salary dump from Houston.
And they talked, and Ian said he hadn't seen a contract yet, but they said somehow they're creating more salary cap without him losing income. Connor said it might be a roster bonus, but Ian did not say anything of the sort. I have no idea how they're going to work that out. Do they have enough money to pick up a bunch of contracts like Randall Cobb?
No, not really.
And are they going to make more moves now that Aaron's potentially saying, hey, by the way, this is Randall Cobb the first? Or is Randall Cobb the only? That is the question we have to ask now at this point. Like, is Aaron going to get in there and say, hey, also, I think we could potentially, you guys, and by the way, I think Aaron will do it. Like, if Aaron's invested in this, he'll do it the right way. Hey, I'm sure you guys have your reasons for why you're doing, what you always have to do. Is Aaron going to present some more things, I wonder?
Well, this is like the perfect time to do it because, I'm sure both sides, like he's like, well, why not? I get in there. And then if they want to look good to the fans and everything and do right by him, it's like, all right, fuck it. We'll just, in this period that we have right now, they might as well, kind of both give in on that and go get some pieces, but I don't know if they will.
And the Packers
who are you
fans,
going to add?
Well, that's what I was thinking. I don't know who's available right now, really.
And who do you need, though? Like, I don't think
Chandler
he's calling
Jones
for
wants
10
traded.
players.
Yeah, Chandler Jones wants out.
Geno Atkins.
Darius Smith and Preston Smith, they brought him back.
Geno Atkins in the middle of that D-line wouldn't be too shabby.
Could you imagine if Aaron comes in and wants to make defensive moves too?
Yeah.
The wide receiver they drafted out of Clemson is very good in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
too.
that's what people were saying. Yeah, they said the draft was actually a good draft. The distraction was they might not have the MVP quarterback. This is what everybody said. I did not dive into it enough. I should have, I guess, because we were covering it. But I'll tell you what, there was a lot of picks, a lot of things happened. It was a long night. All right, it was a long night and a long draft out there. But Randall Cobb, you think this is the first of a few, right? Or should
maybe I don't know all that. Do they don't need a ton of help? Like, they don't need a bunch of pieces where they're missing like everything. Yeah, you could have some depth. Like, you got to be worried, I guess. Is Takatari? Is he gonna be healthy for day one? Didn't he say he doesn't know?
You would know. All right, so stop asking.
I don't know. I honestly didn't ask him, but I thought I read where I guess did he say I'm not sure I'll be ready week 1?
Can you text him and see if he can give you an answer? He's probably in a meeting right now. I'm sure he'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
Maybe. Kuhn actually texted me earlier. I guess someone sent him a clip or something of the fight talk you had.
Oh, whenever you and him just ran into each other.
Kuhn said something. You love fights. That's all he texted me.
Well, you're a big
No, I don't
Taekwondo guy. We've seen you in action.
Yeah, true.
We've seen you in action. Did you fly into fights whenever you were out? Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, no.
Sprint, helmet
I
on?
never. I was always getting in. If I got in, I was messing around, joking, grabbing somebody. Like, all right, man, I'm tired. Like, here we go. Let me grab my buddy.
You never got into any real ones?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it happened, but not,
That's interesting because it sounded like we were going to leave.
More in college. It happened in college for me more.
You don't say.
Really? Was that because you and General Bob and Schlags were just a bunch of meatheads running around
Bash
killing
Bros?
these
Yeah.
little walk-on freshmen?
No, it wasn't always that. I fought my one good buddy a bunch in college in practice. For some reason, we just did. He was an O lineman, and we would go against each other, so I fought him a lot.
Football is the best. Football is the best.
Yeah, it is. We got in fights consistently, and I'm still very good friends with this guy.
West Virginia, there wasn't as many fights amongst the players. There was a couple big-time scraps, but it felt like every game the other team was trying to fight us. And I do believe it was probably us potentially doing a little. We had some guys on our team that were potentially. And then I got on a Zoom call with the the Rashid Marshall team was on the Zoom call with us. So it was like the generation that was a little bit older. So like Pac-Man, Chris Henry's group, rest in peace, Slim, by the way. But that group, they were all on it, and then our group was on it, and there were stories sharing. And the things that Pac-Man used to do before games, I guess. There was some stories going on where Pac-Man was, he was attempting to get, like, hey, if we want to fight, I'm cool with it. If you want to fight, like, completely okay with, like, that was like almost the attitude that the West Virginia team continued to have. It felt like every game there was some sort of in warm-ups where I had to put my helmet on and go running into the film so that if it ever got caught on film, I didn't look like somebody that wasn't in there. But those NFL fights are awesome. Awesome when they happen.
We will see them. Don't you see, like, they keep popping back up in my feed, Marty Bennett in Chicago slamming, who he slammed?
Say, you can break my fucking neck.
Yeah.
And I heard I don't know if he said it. Man. I don't know if I heard this story off air or on air right now with Marty, who's one of the most interesting, entertaining people of all time. Yes, it was off air. All right, never mind.
Damn.
They wanted him to. I'm not telling his story.
Who was it?
It was about Marty in that situation, that fight. Because whenever we were sitting on the bus for 7 hours to go to Pro Bowl practice out in the middle of the desert with 17 traffic jams in between us and getting there, you learned a lot about each other. That's where I met JJ. Chris Carter was there. Travis Kelce. I believe Jason Kelce, Connor Barwin, Marty B.
Kyle Long, right? He was there.
Kyle Long was there.
Steve Berline.
Steve
Berline was not there. Steve Berline was not there. Okay. But yeah, we learned a lot about each other. And listening to Marty talk about that story was hilarious. Because he got sent home or whatever from there.
Oh, yeah.
And then he was not very understanding with them being mad at him and not mad at the other. But he was, from what I've been told, I'm not 100% sure.
The league didn't punish him, but the Bears did.
Yeah, the Bears sent him home.
Yeah.
And then he did an interview with his brother, and he was like, "You guys are a bunch of bitches," or whatever. Yeah. Like he said that to him in that interview. It was like one of the greatest interviews of all time. Marty and his brother were just sitting there talking about that situation, and the coaches were a bunch of bitches too. So Marty was awesome. Marty, he was a gift to the league for a long time. Incredible player for a long time. Him and his brother both. Obviously.
He set up New England's Super Bowl against the Falcons. People forget he got pass interference on the one, and then that play to James White happened right after it. Basically won the game for us.
And I think he's a guy, if he's on your side,
he'll go.
He's all the way in.
Yeah.
But if you seem to be against him a little bit, I think there is a chance where he has a lot of, hey, you can fuck right off. And I respect that a lot. But he almost killed that guy. He almost killed that guy.
Would've.
Yeah. Kyle Fuller, rookie.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah, good player, right? Kyle Fuller.
He's on the Broncos now. Yeah.
Great player. And I think that's what the Chicago Bears were trying to say to Marty, hey, this is going to be a great player for us. And I think Marty came out and said, I'm a fucking great player for us. I tried to break my neck. Guy tried to break my neck. What do you want? What do you want from me? Those fights, whenever people are legitimately, upset.
Well, was it how many years ago? Was it Dallas and the Rams got in a fight out of Dallas's camp, right on the fence, and it was right next to the fans?
Yeah, and there was pushing through the fence, I think it happened, because it's like a club fight almost when it happens. Like, all right, who's on my side? Who's on the other side? Oh, in football, it's real easy. Everybody's literally wearing a uniform. Okay, you're on the other side. Here we go. Those combined joint practices, we only had it one time. It was with the Chicago Bears, and I think it was kind of monitored in the way it was practiced. There was only a couple periods where it was real full go against each other. I don't know how there isn't a fight every single time. It seems like every team's doing it now. The Patriots, I think, are doing it twice this year, both with Carolina and with...
I thought it was either the Eagles or the Giants.
But yeah, they're doing it. I don't know how they're
doing too.
Did you guys do that ever? It wasn't really something that happened often back in the day, but now it seems to be happening much more regularly. It's like a preseason game, but for an entire week. Basically.
Yeah, look, I never did it in Green Bay. It was never Big Mike's thing, but LaFleur did it, I know, a couple of years ago, and Aaron even came out and said, he didn't like it because I think someone got hurt or someone took a big shot early on. But when I was in Cincinnati, we were playing the Giants at, our first preseason game, so they came in. We practiced twice with them, first day full pads, second day just shoulder pads. I don't know if we didn't have any big fights because it was well known, Pac-Man was on that team, Vontaze was on the team, we knew, we were a physical team. And we practiced, I guess, at the time, at least Coughlin was coaching them. They were, Coughlin's an old school guy, but he's known that he would freak out if anybody was ever on the ground, in an inside run period. You can thud up and everything, but don't ever fall down. Don't knock anyone down. He would lose his mind. And yeah, we had to not back off, but we had to learn the pace of practice, I guess, over those 2 days.
There's a lot of them boys over there. There's a lot of the post-practice reaction, recapping of not just randoms on your team, but for instance, listening to Vontez and Pac-Man talk after that practice about they were probably told by somebody, hey, you guys, we can't be doing what we normally. Oh, is that right? Okay, we can't get better out here today. Yeah. Oh, okay, that type of shit. That is what I miss almost. I think listening to those conversations, just man, the people that are in this league, it is just unbelievable. The mental, competitive, just grit, toughness, ready for whatever at all times type mentality that some people have. And training camp is basically a full recipe with all the ingredients for a massive war to happen. Yeah. And whenever there's teams from different, it makes sense because both teams get a chance to evaluate both rosters. So that's all the team. That's why the teams like it. We get a chance to evaluate both rosters, not just in one preseason game where maybe one quarter or one situation happens. It's a preseason game for an entire week for the scouts, the coaching staff, and everything like that. But for the players, they got to go hard. Every rep now is like a preseason game rep.
I wasn't sure. Hey, I know going into that, I wasn't sure exactly I was like, oh, there's gonna be a fight after every single play. I assumed that when we went and did inside run or 9-on-7, whatever you want to call it. And luckily there wasn't. It was actually we got good work in. I feel like both teams got good work before we played them in the preseason game, and the practice, the full padded practice at times felt more like a game than the actual preseason game.
And that's what everybody says. Once you get to the game, this is kind of even the scouts, I think, and the coaches are we got a lot more out of the practice situations than we'll ever get with this game. Because the situations you can create in practice are trying to prepare for any situation that's going to happen in a game. And in a preseason game, who knows how many actual real situations pop up, especially with the lack of anybody playing. Somebody just came out, I think the Bengals came out and said Joe Burrow will not play any preseason games, right?
Yeah, I believe that.
He's not going to play any games at all. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, obviously, as we continue to evolve and injuries become more of a conversation piece, especially with the expensive players on teams. Did Aaron play any last year in the preseason?
I don't think
there was no preseason last year.
But even the year before that, I think he might have only got one series in the third game or something.
Yeah, Ben doesn't. Cowboys, I think, though, said Dak will play in the preseason. I thought.
Hey, I saw a video of him practicing. He's out there, and Jerry Jones says he's the best he's ever fucking looked. Jerry Jones, the fact that he's just dropping random at press conferences.
Awesome. Need more
of it. Yeah. Need more of it. So these people that don't understand, you're allowed to. A word only has power if you give it that.
Exactly. I think Big Mike sees that too, and it might free Big Mike up a little bit too. I think.
Oh, I hope so with Hard Knocks.
Yes.
Hey, fucking Dak's out here singing. Fucking singing out here, yeah. I told Big Jerry, I said, we're going to need 200 watermelons to get through this whole fucking thing. Whatever gets the boys playing, I'm good. Malik Hooker, Western Pennsylvania guy, he knows what I'm fucking talking about.
Bring him in.
I love it. I got into Pirates Twitter last night.
Oh, what? You tell them to sell the team again?
Yeah, well, I went on an entire diatribe about how the exact people that were attacking me last night are the problem with the Pirates, and I'm just happy they got to hear my message. It was loud and clear. They heard it, and they were attacking me last night. I was getting attacked by the 100 to 200 Pittsburgh Pirates fans that are out there, and they are very passionate. And they might all be Bob Nutting's burners, to be honest with you. I don't fully understand who they are.
There was one guy who was entrenched in 8 different wars at one time, if I do remember correctly.
And that might be Nutting's.
Wasn't that guy just looking for directions?
What's that?
Was that guy just looking for directions?
Yeah, I don't think that wasn't a Pirates guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that was not.
I thought that was the same guy because I saw a few that looked just like that.
That guy's my new best friend.
There is a guy.
Was just looking for directions.
He is. Man.
I don't even want to mention it because he's probably going to hear it.
Yeah, true.
There was somebody tweeting me earlier this morning that has a real predicament going on.
I thought I saw him in
I think
those
you're all right.
Pirates.
I think he thought you were John McAfee, so I'm pretty sure you're fine.
I'm going to try to skirt around that guy.
Yeah. You might be fine, but Roger Staubach better look at him.
All right, so now I think that guy, we need to send him
Truly.
We got a playlist we can send him.
Yeah, let's get out of here before we get too far down the line.
A Fubo TV account or something and then help that guy out somehow.
Yeah, I've been it has been fascinating what is going on with the McAfee virus software.
Oh man,
Guy's a
Creator
wild card.
John McAfee throughout my entire life, and as of late, I have been confused to being related to that guy, and I've actually gotten a lot of tweets from people explaining to me what my father, John McAfee, knew.
What the hell's your dad doing?
And it's great to learn. There's this one guy, though, I think we do need to look out for him. There should be, I don't know if we should monitor him, or I don't think that's our job, but we should definitely
This
report.
guy
I don't think he
that
likes
reached
being
out to you
monitored.
asking for directions?
What's that?
We need to monitor the guy that reached out to you asking for directions?
He wasn't really asking me for direction. He was kind of laying out how he viewed the world.
Yeah.
And I could help him. And I just think that somebody, isn't there some artificial person that's reading all these tweets and could at least send a little heads up to somebody who should be monitoring this guy? This guy should have people outside of his house watching
This
it.
guy's definitely walking into fucking elevator's face first.
Bingo.
Yeah, he's on someone's radar.
No, I think he's walking in and checking immediately for cameras.
Yeah.
In the elevator. Oh,
Hey, I don't
Mr.
know who
Artist, the Truman Show.
I don't know who he is. I don't know if he has anything against you, but I'm on his side. I like this guy.
No.
I'm with you.
I don't like it. I want him to stay away from me. Is what I'm
Stand,
saying.
AJ.
AJ, you are such a beautiful devil's advocate in a lot of situations. In this particular one, devil's in the details, and you don't need to be diving into them. You know what I mean? This is not something
I'll keep out of it. I'm just trying to protect myself.
Smart. So you're saying you're on that guy's side. This is me too, by the
I'm
way.
not.
Hey, I hope you get it, pal. Whatever you get.
Yeah.
I hope he finds those directions.
Hey, Schlereth's putting like compilation videos out too, isn't he? I didn't get to see all of it. What's he making?
How about that? I think that's
Someone
going on
edited it together?
SNL the first new season when it comes out.
Hey, listen.
He's hosting?
Yeah,
He might.
leading that skit.
Well, Stink let people know his thoughts on everything in a full skit.
Yeah, it was an honest conversation with two people on two different sides of the fence. I loved it.
Who does his editing?
He does.
Yeah,
What are you talking about, dude?
I couldn't do that.
Talent.
Dude, I watched him put together a fucking pot thing, a garden,
Yeah.
a soil, compost
thing.
compost thing. I did. I enjoyed it. I laughed very hard. Him cutting a promo in the helmet.
Oh,
Great stuff.
Or
with the rings.
this one, he knew he was going to get into it. I think he was like pumped to get in there. I think he was trying to get in there. You saw it, AJ. Don't play dumb here. See
I
that?
haven't had a chance to really watch it, but I did see there's like. So he's playing the other one, he's playing two characters. He's playing like a vaxxer and an anti-vaxxer. Is that what he's doing?
I do believe he is recreating a conversation.
Okay. All right. I need to do it. I need to see it with the volume. I only saw a few seconds. No voice.
You gotta watch it.
the full version on his Instagram, AJ.
Okay. All right.
It is gold.
How long is it? What did I walk into?
Anytime somebody, though, literally, anytime somebody, gets up on a diving board, all right, like this, anybody that does this and just just goes, all right, I'm gonna start some real shit here, and just fully jumps in. I love it. I absolutely love it. I watch along and I'm like, well, I mean, they chose to jump in there. This is exactly the outcome they knew was coming. And I respect it. I love it. I absolutely love when people do it. I mean, Gonzo did it when he decided to get into politics.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
He just decided, all right, here we go. Well, fuck it. Hate me! You know what I mean? Like, that is legitimately what they do. And I think Stink did that last night. I don't know how much chili he's going to sell to a certain group of people. But I think he did jump into something. He obviously has studied a lot more than I do. I don't know anything about it. You do whatever the fuck you want. If you're saying, hey, Pat McAfee, tell me what I should do with my life, you're already wrong. All right, so I'm going to stay out of there. But I am thankful that Stink got involved.
It's a great video.
I need to watch it. I when I see something like that, I think of not only I give him credit for if you're going to jump in, you better go all in. Don't just kind of stick your toes in. But also I think of the logistics of him filming that and like having like his wife walk in at one point when he's dressed up in a different costume, like going back and forth. Like that's what I think about. That would be the funniest part to me. And then he's got hey babe, I'll be 2 hours late to dinner. I got to edit this video together.
Hey, hopefully it'll be one take, but I'm not her. Good luck out there, Stink.
Good luck, Stink. Go get him, Stink.
Hey, I think that should be our policy going forward. Anytime somebody we know decides to jump right into the depths of war, I think we just got to go, hey, good luck out there.
Good luck out there.
You can do it.
You decided to do it.
Yep.
Good luck.
Carry on.
Carry the hell on. And the good thing about the internet, about a week from now, nobody will remember this even happened, and Stink will be able to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Whoa.
What's that?
I did hear there's news in the grapevines of Spielberg turning it into a full-blown movie, actually, and for it to be a 2-hour event.
Let's get out of here, dude.
In the grapevines, he heard it.
Yeah, he's got his ear to the ground, dude.
That's
Nose
right.
to the grapevines.
Yeah.
We appreciate you doing that.
Chin to the ground, Stone.
Yeah, we appreciate you, dude. Hammer down will be... Imagine if he gets...
Oh, yeah. Okay, listen, Mark. We want to offer you $10 million.
For real, he's a good actor, man. He honestly is.
He's in
Oh, my God.
Red Dawn.
Hey, he'll edit it.
Broken Arrow?
And he was also in soaps.
Yeah.
He was in the soaps, you know? Which, fun fact, I didn't know those were created strictly to sell, like, detergents. That's why it's called soaps.
Really?
Really?
I think. Look it up.
A soap opera?
Yeah, Sally McAfee. We watched Days of Our Lives.
Classic.
Like the
Kyle
sand,
Brandt, right?
Like the sand of an hourglass, so are the days of your lives. Say it. Soap opera. Why it's called soap opera? Come on.
You're right.
Wow. Boom. What? Learn something new every
Originated
day.
from radio dramas originally being sponsored by soap manufacturers.
Wow. Holy shit.
I like to know. I like. Forget it. All right. See you guys tomorrow. AJ, enjoy wherever the hell you are. Tell General Bob Carpenter.
I'm in Pittsburgh.
I'll stay for a couple weeks. Jay's bachelor party.
You wouldn't last.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
I
He
actually
wouldn't
just,
fucking last a day there.
well, this morning I just D'd some dudes up at Boyce Park this morning, so I'm gonna go back.
Yeah,
this
right.
afternoon.
They're not playing this
What you do?
D'd them up.
No, you said you beat some dudes this morning. Did you? Did you fucking smack the concrete, dude?
No, you don't. I hate defensive basketball. I'm strictly an offensive player. I'm gonna pack it in. You prove that you can beat me shooting threes.
I'm 3-point line to 3-point line. But whenever I was growing up in Boyce Park, I was not afraid of joining the SWAT team in the paint. Okay? Welcome to the SWAT team. Pow! Out of here. Then there would be normally a little bit of an altercation. Normally end up rolling your ankle down there. I mean, it was a problem. You're going to get posterized, too, down there at Boyce Park if you're trying to play some defense in the paint. And that's just the risk you got to take, you know? But when you earn the street cred of a good SWAT, and then you're so tired to make it down the other end and they miss the shot, and then you're 4-on-1 back the other way.
That's a little bunny.
I mean, that's a good little moment. Yeah,
Hell
it's
yeah.
a good little moment. Are you really in Pittsburgh? Why are you in Pittsburgh? That's awesome.
I'm not in Pittsburgh, but I cannot imagine playing a full court basketball game right now.
No. The knees.
I mean, every part of my lower body would fall apart, but just also the wind. Like, I'm not in basketball shape.
So Connor was doing this little fitness thing for a little bit where he was running every night.
Yeah, Connor was running in Orlando. I would drive by and I just see Connor shirtless running.
Yeah, he's running marathons.
Nah, it's not true.
He was running. Yeah, you were shirtless with your bird dogs.
No. Bird dogs were on.
5Ks.
Yeah.
Bird dogs were on.
Yeah, but he got into this whole fitness routine where I think he was like on the CFO Phil plan, like, hey, we're going to run a marathon. Why? Nobody knows, but we're going to do it. I appreciated it there for a while. You were in great shape.
Yeah.
And we had an afternoon off or whatever, and he was like, hey, I'm going to go play some basketball or whatever. That'll be my cardio. And you want to come? And I was like, I'll come play or whatever. Big mistake. I completely forgot it. It was 2-0. And what are we playing to? 7, 11? I think Connor said 21.
21.
Yeah.
Ones and twos.
21?
And your legs are already dead. I bet you already couldn't even push off.
Oh, my God. And then there was a couple guys playing there that I don't know why they weren't in the NBA. What the fuck? They should be in 3-on-3. Some guy tried to take off from the foul line on me.
Throwing down.
What is going on? I'm going to foul you, okay? Like, this is going to happen. I hate it, but it was about, I think, probably an eighth of the way through the game where I started getting tired. Yeah. And then quarter of the way, I was like, all right, I'm just going to move from one spot to the next. Halfway through, both calves were cramped so bad and the lungs were burning so hard that I literally had to, like, wobble back and forth and just pass the ball. Full court basketball at this stage of life is something we cannot attempt. But Connor wanted to run fucking 4 full quarters, maybe even some overtime.
Do it right now if you guys wanted to, if we got any time later on.
Basketball is such good cardio, though.
Yeah.
It's great. The only way I'm playing pickup game is if Adam Sandler somehow I get the invite to that game that he plays in.
Hey, he'll dish it too, by the way. I mean, he is a no-look machine. Did you see, and this is fascinating because in the NFL, if any players play basketball in the offseason and video makes the internet, a lot of people immediately go, oh, why are they playing basketball? They're going to get hurt. Valid. By the way, people have destroyed ankles in basketball. There has been careers that have been altered in the football world because of a basketball game in the offseason. But a lot of guys enjoy basketball as a cardio. They played their entire lives. It's a part of the reason why they're so good at football, by the way. And it's a great workout for people who, try to stay in shape. But there's always the people that get mad about it. They're like, oh, they're going to fucking get hurt playing something that doesn't matter. And that's a valid argument. In the NBA, it seems like these dudes playing pickup games all the time. There was that E-League at Equinox. There was the Rucker Park game that happened. The Drew League happens. Yep. And last night, Trae Young was playing in the Oklahoma City All-Star League, I think, or whatever. And there's a guy who has been talking shit to Trae Young, I assume throughout the entire game, or maybe just at the end here. Obviously, just like when I think Kobe was at Rucker and when Kevin Durant hit some in the Drew League. Anytime Trae Young or somebody that's on a $100 billion deal in the NBA shows up at anything, it's great for the game, great for the culture, great for the environment. It's going to be electrifying. This dude had his one and only moment, to play against a supermax player in the NBA. Trae Young's going to come in to my league. This guy plays every night at this. At this particular. This is this guy's league. And I like that he's a shit talker. And him basically saying, yeah, you could do shit in my city or whatever. And then Trae Young, who heard the New York Knicks fans in Madison Square Garden say something similar, reacts in the exact same fashion. And this guy's going to have to sit on this for the rest of his life in this gym when he goes back next week. The internet video is going to live forever. But I respect the fact that this guy said, I only get one shot at this, defending this guy on a game winner. And if he misses, I'm a hero forever. But then on the opposite end of that, there is a chance that Trae Young's it, and you look like an absolute stooge in front of your friends, family, and they're all cheering with him instead of you as you're getting booed out of the gym.
Some of the best moments, too.
It was awesome. Yeah. Can we not play it? Oh, he's saying, look at this. A little bit late start because he was distracted by talking shit. Trae Young, 2 moves. Sidestep. Clean. Waves him off the court. Get the fuck out of here. That guy's friends and families are now celebrating around Trae Young in the middle of this thing. What a moment. Why is that guy not in the Olympics?
No kidding.
As soon as I saw that shot fall, okay, cool. As soon as I saw that shot fall, by the way, I thought to myself, oh, we tried 10 of those at the end of the game against France and none of them went in. Nope. And this guy's just been sitting at home. That'd be awesome. But I like that guy took his shot to talk shit to a guy who is going to be the face of the NBA for probably the next 10 years or so, one of the faces of the NBA. And then he immediately gets shit on by Trae, booed out of the building. I mean, it's a beautiful internet moment there,
Yeah, it is. But I would think even if Trae missed that shot, I don't think that guy's life changes any either. Like, I think the same thing.
I think that guy is riding a high for at least 4 or 5 days.
In his own brain. It's not like everyone else is.
Where are we living?
People up on the sidewalk. Hey, man.
Where do we live? Well, we live in our own brain. What are we even talking about? That guy is waking up the next morning, hopping into his slides probably, going outside. Hey, did you see what I fucking did to Trae Young last night? I told him he was a bitch. He missed. Now we're off. High-fiving. He's going to the store. He's doing whatever it is, work, everywhere. He is talking about that. His life changes drastically. Don't you think?
No, it doesn't. No, you think the guy at Walgreens, like, hey, man, fist bump. I saw it. Good job. Good D.
Probably.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then 3 days later, it's forgotten about.
Well, yeah, that's what it will be forgotten about.
Until Trae Young does something sweet, and then it's, hey.
Remember
when I did that guy up?
And then there's going to be
great D, though.
No.
Trae made an impossible shot. That's great D. Who cares? You did all you can do, bud.
No, great
yeah,
D.
I mean, you stink, though. I mean, you're talking shit, and you got beat. I mean, that is something in front of your family and friends in your league, that whole thing. I appreciate that he gave great effort. But if he swats that or Trae misses that, much different life for that guy than what he is about.
If he swats it, is much different. If he just misses it, it's not as much different.
Every time they do anytime Omar does hey, let's remember these moments outside the NBA where NBA guys, that's going to be in there. That's going to be like, what, twice a week at least?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's going to be a collection of those. I mean, this is going to be seen for a long, long time. A long, long time.
Millions of people.
Now, the only thing we got to hope is that guy either makes it to the NBA or he is part of the 3-on-3 team next year. Or next Olympics, and he gets much better at defense, so we actually win instead of lose.
That could be. Or, like you said, Omar might be like, damn, did bruh dirty, and tag this guy and make it like 1,000 times worse.
Oh, no. Maybe.
4 times a summer.
That's what he's staring down, AJ. So whenever we say that his life would be much different, it's not just now. It's all those future times when those things get brought up. Yeah.
I give him even more credit then for taking his shot and being so bold.
I don't think he thought about every time this is going to. I don't think he thought about what happened there ever happening.
No.
A fool. The entire city comes in and celebrates dances on his grave. While Trey's waving him out. I don't think that guy knew what could potentially happen. I think Trey did. I think Trey knew what was going to happen there. This guy, though, the utmost confidence that he's going to stop one of the best scorers in the NBA today. And he jumped and missed it.
Yeah. Fell for the pump fake big time.
Tough shot.
Listen, I like this guy. All right, I'm a fan of this guy. We love this guy.
We do.
But he's going to have some tough days on the internet, I think.
I think so.
And I don't like it. It's just reality. But in the arena of competition, there's a chance you're going to get got. Yeah. That's just what it is when you sign up to play. Did that guy know that Trey Young was going to be playing for the other fucking team, though, when he walked into that gym that night?
I don't know.
When did he find that one out?
Other people had the fact that there's that many people there, they had to know Trey Young was there, right?
I think this is potentially a show-up text, hey. That's normally what happens, I think, right, whenever they show up.
Who made the jerseys, though?
I think this league's pretty legit, I assume.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Trey Young's playing in it, I think.
And that guy was, in fact, talking shit the entire game because early on there's clips of Trey Young saying, "Who the fuck is this guy? What's
How
this
many
guy's
points
name?"
did he score? Do we know?
This is like who, Trey?
No, the other guy. How many points did the other guy score?
I don't know if the guy was a scorer or was he a lockdown defender.
Definitely not a lockdown defender because there are a bunch of clips of Trey Young basically just walking by him. So I think he was a scorer.
So big thanks to that guy getting Trey Young to be at least emotionally invested in this game a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Instead of just a show up and an appearance, this guy got under his skin a little bit. Now we have one of the greatest moments of all time. Thanks to that guy.
Yes. Thank you, guy.
Thank you, guy. And then once we learn his name, we will not say it because I don't think he deserves it because without him, there is no moment like that. And there's no Trey Young probably burying that shot in his face and all the other ones because, Trey Young's got that little bit of a switch that he flips. And it's like, oh, okay, there's a problem that's about to happen. Yeah. It's like 0 Braun 30, dude.
That's right. True.
Couldn't find it in fucking Looney Tune land, but.
Well, he couldn't turn it off there. He had to keep it on.
Yeah, well, that movie was so bad.
You can give it another shot.
No,
Watch it another time.
Well, and Ted Lasso decided to do the goddamn communist move that they did. I thought about it. Maybe we end this birthday for my wife.
Just one episode a week?
Yeah. And this is just like the Pirates fans that are attacking me. There's people defending it. Like, fuck you, dude. Come on. At least 2 episodes, bro.
It's over, man. That model is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, Apple should know that you're one of the ones that created this entire model.
If you want that, hey, guess what? If you want that, then you have the discipline to sit there and just not watch all of them day one.
Bingo. And by the way, 2 episodes, half the season, and then another drop, so you get 2 drops. Like that's, I think that is, I understand that. But 1 episode, 33 minutes long. What are we doing after we just had to sit for 10 years for the next one?
Especially when it's not an hour. It helps when if it's an hour episode, that makes it a little easier, I think, to wait a week. But when it's 30 minutes, it's like, why even, let's just wait till all of them stack up and I'll watch them later.
Are we the majority of thinkers in this? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think at this point, Netflix has completely dominated that. People would rather they just all come out and binge them when they can or watch them at their pace.
The half and half, I think, I thought that was going to be the move going forward. Because I can see how people get one big dump and all this work they put in is over in one weekend. That's like the binging.
I think 2 at a time. I think 2 at a time is okay.
Yeah, but if they did 5 2 weeks apart, like that would
you dominate 4 weeks, a whole month basically. How much more do you want? Yeah, because there's another Ted Lasso coming out this Friday, and I don't give a fuck. I'm bummed. Like, I feel betrayed by Ted Lasso almost.
Crushed.
Like, I feel betrayed by this whole
I'll probably wait. Yeah, I will probably wait until they're all out before I start.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to act like they didn't do what they did. Bygones be bygones.
Mm-hmm.
It's Apple TV, right?
Yeah. Morning show's coming out with another season too, I think.
In September, and then the C Show with Momoa and Don Batista this year comes out in August. So they're rolling out a few shows in these next couple months.
The C Show?
Yeah.
So good.
See, everyone's blind in the show.
Yeah. Is Don Batista blind?
Don Batista is blind. He is Jason Momoa's Aquaman's brother.
Batista?
Yeah, so I forgot that was a callback by Connor to an earlier Connor incident where he thought Batista was Dom Toretto.
Completely just Freudian slip. Just mixed the two together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he could call him Vin Batista.
I doubt Dave Batista would take any offense to that.
Yeah,
Give me what
right.
I want.
What are you talking about?
They're buddies.
Are they?
Yeah, they were fucking on the Guardians of the Galaxy together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they had any interaction, but
Are they as tight as Vin Diesel and The Rock?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Is there any potential alpha problems there?
To Ty's point, was he on the set? Because all he said was, "I am Groot."
Yeah, I do not believe so.
Probably wasn't on set though.
And they just sent that in.
Batista is an actual refrigerator.
Yeah, huge.
Huge. He has to work out all day, every day. That guy.
Yeah, he had an MMA fight. I remember I watched it.
Yeah, he's a blue belt. I saw him get his blue belt, I think, in jiu-jitsu from the Gracie family.
Really?
Yeah, he actually walks through. Or maybe it was he was wearing a blue. I don't know what it was. It was some sort of belt for Hoist Gracie's things. And I guess whenever you get belted or whatever, you get welts, I guess. You have to
hit you with belts. I've seen it. I don't think everyone does it, but yeah, I've seen it.
You have to walk. I think it's as you go up in belts, you have to do this. He walked through like a...
like people.
Yeah, everybody, and they all had their belts. Like their the belts for their geese.
It's like they have the old soap in the pillowcase when you beat on a dude when he's sleeping. Same thing with just a belt.
By the way, he didn't fucking flinch. There's people literally swinging these things. It was hitting him right in the chest while he was walking. He was just...
Was he wearing a cup?
No, they hit him all in
upper body.
In the upper body. Good. It's a great video. I'm like, all right, I don't want to ever become a blue belt. But also, Batista didn't even budge at any of these things that have to hurt so bad. And then Triple H pulled his nose ring out in the middle of a match at WrestleMania.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, it makes sense. He'd been getting pedigreed for years, you know. So
happy birthday, by the way, to Mr. H. Another year on this earth. Cerebral assassin out there. Huh? All right.
How old is he?
Who knows? Doesn't matter. The guy is superhuman. You ever seen him?
That's what I'm wondering, yeah. I have seen him up close and personal with you. So when a dude is jacked like that, it gets my attention. I just zeroed in on Triple H. I'm like, how old is this dude? I think he's older than I thought. He's still so jacked and so shredded, too.
And he had that deep V on, that shirt he was wearing there for a while. There was a time where every time we went down there, he had, like I am with this tank top, I bought 50 of these off of Amazon because they are so great. And they got the scallop bottom, too.
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, this is the greatest tank top of all time. Obviously, our company can't create these and sell these because that would be...
No. It's like a moo-moo for a pregnant lady.
Okay, no, it's fashion, all right? And maybe they did get it from the moo-moo thing. But yeah, there was a while there where he was wearing this... It was black, and it was this V-neck, and it was a little bit like... It was thin. And the first time I saw him, and as a wrestling fan my entire life, you see like when somebody's maybe getting into shape for something. Like, hey, there's a reason this person is getting back into shape right now. And it's always like, the stories, the dirt sheets around like, oh, is blah, blah, blah gearing up for another run because they've seen working out doing this or whatever. As soon as I saw him, literally the first time I saw him, I'm like, oh, you're getting back in the fucking ring, huh? Hey, how's it going, Pat? The NXT show was about to start maybe an hour and a half or whatever. I just landed the whole thing. And we still had to kind of figure out what was going to happen and everything. And literally as soon as, oh, you're getting back in the ring. No, why are you saying that? I'm like, you look fucking... We spent 7 minutes of me going, oh, you're not lying to me. I know you're getting back into it. And now every time I see him, I think that's just as now casual as he just walks around absolutely yoked. Looks like he could go right back into the ring or a bodybuilding competition whenever the fuck he wanted to at this point. It's unbelievable, that guy.
He looks unbelievable for how old. I don't know how old he is, but he looks like a freak. I know he was into bodybuilding, but
52.
He's 52 years old. Jeez. Okay. He looks. I would love to see him standing around his kid's school with the other 52-year-old man. Like, hey, one of these guys doesn't look like the others. I would love to see that.
Imagine if he got the mic at that elementary school.
Oh, parent-teacher day.
Are you ready? Just fucking full on.
Oh, I think
What's
the
your
first time
dad
I
do
saw
for
him,
work?
he was wearing that deep V, and I remember I was like, that shirt was probably like $900.
It was so nice.
Yeah.
I still have not found it anywhere on the internet. I have looked because it is something that if I was to ever get into shape, I think I would wear because it was like that Tebow shirt that he wore down at Topgolf.
Yeah.
Tebow wore this shirt. It might have been cuts. He wore this shirt that literally seemed to just. It was like he was a silhouette almost. Yeah. It was like, God, what? Hey Tebow, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't think your back is supposed to be that wide. Then your hips are supposed to be that small. And then he just went right back out there. It was like some of these species we got walking around as humans, pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic.
Very, very much so. They make you, I guess you realize how genetics, something's done, make you realize how genetics play such a key role in everything. You hear that?
When my things died, I can only hear
there was like
a dryer, maybe a washing machine.
Dryer, I told you, Axel dumped his pants yesterday, so we had to get everything cleaned up.
He just was too busy playing around. I once pooped my pants as a kid because I was down the street. I think I was selling cigs and playing a game, and something caught up to me. And I tried to run home, and I didn't make it.
Actually, that was the same exact situation happened with Axel. So yeah,
I was going up the stairs. I remember him going, oh no. How many people have seen me just poop my pants in public? And I think Tim McAfee told me fucking get over it. All right. You remember when I fell in the lake, Jay? That moment?
You mean ice fishing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome. There's been a couple moments in my life where Tim McAfee has looked at me in disgust and taken my clothes completely off of me and wrapped me with blankets like a burrito quicker than anything else.
His steps are like 10 yards apart. It was ridiculous.
Tim grabbed me out of the frozen lake like this, one-handed, scooped me up. This is no shit. I was, I forget how old. Scoops me up, and before I even understand what's going on, oh my God, he has all the freezing clothes off of me, and there's like 6 blankets wrapped around me, and I was tossed in the back of a car like that, and then the thing was turned on. I'm like, holy shit, what is going on here? Same situation when I pooped my pants. I was like, all right, don't let the neighbors see you fucking like this.
just throw it. That's when you got to get in the shower with all your clothes on, right?
The poop pants thing?
Yeah, if you poop your pants going up the steps, just go right, take it right into the shower and just get everything soaked before you take your clothes off.
Hindsight's, I should have went back and did that. Did Axel do that? Did he just sprint right into the fucking shower? What poise on that kid?
He actually, you know what? We were outside, dumped his pants, threw his shorts, stepped in his own turd. So I forgot to tell you that one. But they're like, oh yeah, Axel stepped in poop. And like, it was his own poop. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
This kid's the best, dude.
All over his heel, just smushing turds on his heel. It's weird when it gets in between his toes.
Yeah.
Animal.
I think those speed walkers, they poop right down their legs.
Oh, yeah, I don't care.
I don't care.
What?
They probably do, actually, now you think about it.
Yeah, watch it. You'll see a little, depending on
There's
how
no
many
way.
electrolytes they drink.
You could not continue to speed walk.
No, they have to.
Yeah, they have to, and it goes right into
It's
their shoes.
strategy, because then it actually hardens around, like it's almost, protects from blisters. So they try to do it.
It's like putting that beaver skin on it almost.
That's right.
Yeah. So you look for them about 20 to 25 miles in to try to poop themselves to get that coat of poop around the blisters on the backside of their feet while they've been, finishing out the next 7 miles to 31 miles.
Plus, if you throw some baby powder in your pants with poop, it forms like a paper mache cast around your hips because your hips, a lot of movement, protect them.
1 year anniversary gift's supposed to be paper, so maybe that's what I make.
You want to go in together on it?
Smart. All right, so we're going to poop on baby powder.
Happy anniversary.
I don't know why it's so funny.
Just poop is a funny thing in general. It's kind of like a super elementary, form of comedy. There's a lot of people that depend upon it or whatever. We don't dive into it much, but if your kid's shitting his pants in public, we got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Got to talk.
And he's technically potty trained. Like he's not wearing pull-ups anymore. So that's what we don't understand. Why all of a sudden the backtrack.
So, did you ask him what are we doing? I thought we figured this out.
Absolutely. Like, what's going on, man? Why are we doing this? Like, we're done with this. He's like, I pooped in the toilet yesterday. I'm like, yeah, but then you dumped it on the ground and then stepped in it 4 hours later.
He was excited about Uncle Aaron potentially going back to the Packers.
Yeah.
You know, couldn't hold.
Yeah, he's been really paying attention to that.
Yeah.
How's Aaron with the kids? Good. Like, actually, they call him Uncle Aaron or no?
Yeah, they all call him Uncle Aaron. They love it. They were worried for a second he wasn't going to be in Green Bay. Yeah. Once they don't know like a whole lot. They barely know anything that's going on. Like they can't name players. All their friends can name 1,000 players. My kids, I've talked about it. They don't really know people like that because they don't play Madden. But yeah, they were worried for a minute that he wasn't going to be in Green Bay. But so now they're happy. Yeah.
All right, put on ticker.
Yep.
At one point, AJ Hawk's children, who do call Aaron Uncle Aaron, had no idea if he was going to be a Packer. It's a great day to be a Packer fan. I assume he's back for at least another year. And that's how this show will end, the same way it started. Shitting all over ourselves and talking about Aaron Rodgers going to the Packers.
Yep.
This show stinks. Started some wars today.
Full circle for sure.
Won some wars.
It's like a circle.
There's no edges. It's like a ring. You see?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's a circle.
Where does Nick's playlist go in there?
So that's the issue is, I think he's below the circle. We need to either be in the circle, on the circle, above the circle, never below the circle. Once you get below the circle, this is what happens. Let's get out of here.
I need that. Something sent to me, please.
The internet's got it before it even happened.
Don't you worry.
The internet had.
Oh, he's so mad.
Nick, sorry for the spotlight, dude. All right? Oh, and sorry for the sadness. That's 100% my fault. I did it yet again. AJ asked me to explain the situation, and I had to do such a
We
thing.
get it. AJ likes to beat a dead horse and shoehorn his jokes in. It's like a John Cena thing. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So.
Oh, man. Nick's the best.
Hey, it's the summer of Cena. Fucking don't you forget it.
That's right, baby.
Where?
Minnesota. What am I going to say to Minnesota? Minneapolis. Can't wait. I guess I'll just experience a little bit on Friday and figure out what I'm going to say.
They're probably pretty bummed Aaron's back.
I was going to say, you could just Cole.
Michael Cole said, Aaron Rodgers comes back to the NFC North means one thing and one thing alone. Yeah.
Vikings are dead.
Yeah. I was thinking about not burying Michael Cole anymore, though. I was thinking like maybe John Cena said.
Ooh. That'd be even better.
You imagine?
But then you'd have
to learn how to speak Mandarin.
Boom.
All right. All right, go deal with people pooping their pants, AJ. All right, this show is over. 15 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, youtube.com/HammerDown. What are we doing, betting on the World Games?
World Games, baseball.
Have you guys been winning on the World Games or no? Have we had many upsets? You have not been winning on the World
All
Games.
the favorites are winning.
Ledecky tonight.
What's she running?
200-meter freestyle. She is plus 320. It's not her
That's
event.
not her thing, though, right?
No. But she lost her thing, and now she's got to take the other lady's thing.
She's also going for gold in the 1500 tonight, which she should win pretty easily.
How much time in between? 18 minutes?
An hour.
That's a big deal because by then you can get some. You can get a massage.
Yep.
You can get cold tubbed in.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Michael Phelps told me, Olympian. And you can get a snack in or whatever.
Pasta.
Hour is more than enough time, he said.
Chicken
It's the one she
Alfredo.
set the Olympic record in the other night when she was like a whole full lap ahead of everyone.
This is
else.
the 1500.
Yeah.
How many? What is that? That's
a lot of fucking.
Almost 4 miles, right?
I feel like it took her like 15 minutes or something like that.
How many minutes?
15.
400 meters a mile.
Yes. No.
Yes.
1,600 meters is a mile.
Yeah.
400
meters, one lap.
Nailed it.
Around a track.
Fucking
Olympics.
But how long is the pool, though?
Huh?
How long is the pool? 50?
There's only one of those in all of Alaska. It's amazing that Jacoby was able to win.
What are we talking about?
Oh, come on.
Swimming, dude.
Watch the fucking World Games, AJ.
Doesn't have a TV in that piece of shit house he's in right now.
I mean, you're kind of right, yeah. There's one kind of works.
Well, perfect. You can get a Fubo TV account.
Oh,
you can watch
hey.
it tonight.
I do need an account. Do I just need can you send me a link? I need to get on that.
No, it's a thing. The Olympic ratings are way down, I guess people are saying.
Well, it's because
I think it's because it's impossible
Time
to
difference.
find.
Yeah,
Impossible.
it
No
is.
people there, too.
No fans.
Like the events, like for last night, like all the swimming, it starts at like what, 9:30, 11?
How about handball? Can we not get it? Hey, look for the dominant Danes.
Oh, yeah, they're good.
Okay, and there's a guy with good flow with a sweatband. Might be greatest of all time from the dominant Danes in the handball game. I watched their game against the Japanese squad. And Japanese squad was terrible. They got in because they were the hosts, I believe. They were not good. And the world champion Danes had a chance. They were toying with them. But they did an alley-oop. They did an alley-oop goal in the first. Guys running. Boom. Throws one up. Dude takes off from outside of the forbidden fruit land.
Yep.
Jumps, catches it midair. Goal. Jogs back. Let's go, boys. Yeah, that's, when they talk about handball, they talk about the dominant Danes.
We watched them beat Egypt the other day. They are an impressive side.
You get them at plus 170 to win it right now.
Take it. Hammer. That is the name of the game in handball. That is the guy, by the way. This guy, headband fell off mid-play, catches it, puts it back on, ball, goal score.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that was against Japan, who I don't think they knew the rules of the game.
Okay.
It did appear, and that's kind of what the commentators were saying. But still, incredible feat. This dude's doing trick shots, blindfolded, headband throw. Just look out for the Danes. That's good odds right there, plus 175. I'm betting on him for sure. I didn't know we could do that, but I'm doing it. Those games are never on TV, though.
No, they're not.
That's the thing. Even when you click on what it's supposed to be to watch something, it's the wrong thing.
Well, and it's only like a 2-minute recap of the entire thing. I'm like, no, I want to watch the flow of the game.
Why doesn't Peacock do it where they set it up where you can pick and choose? Hey, I want to watch this event right now.
They do. They do. It seems like that is how it's set up on the on Peacock or whatever. Then you click on it, it's either the wrong thing or it's only like a 2-minute recap of the whole thing. It's like, all right, I mean, what are we doing?
Like, they don't air any of the live stuff. They have that Kenny Mayne shit, but it's nothing like that's going on right, while the time.
How's Kenny Mayne doing?
I haven't watched an ounce of coverage on Peacock.
I lasted 30
Maria Taylor's
seconds.
up there. Maria Taylor's NBC, right? Have you seen her?
I think she's on TV with Tariq. I have not seen her. USA Network has their own crew, too, that's working there. CNBC, MSNBC. I feel like there's a lot of, because COVID, I'm not 100% sure they could really do a lot of things. Snoop Dogg and Kevin Hart, obviously.
Of course.
That's on the cock.
Mm-hmm.
Have not seen that yet.
They're going through the highlights. I think they're smoking dope and doing it, too.
Whoa.
What?
I think.
So they're not in.
Even after Sha'Carri.
You can get Ledecky on a boost to plus 450 for gold medal tonight.
Here we go.
15?
200.
This is what we're talking about.
She's
pissed.
She's a big dog in the 200.
Who's the Australian?
Titmus.
Yeah.
She's angry, though.
That's the girl that beat her before, right?
Yeah, in the 4.
So now she's got to take her.
Titmus is the favorite in the 2 and 4. Ledecky's the favorite in the 8 and the 15.
All right, so Jagger Eaton's coming on show, I guess. Here we go.
Here we go, Jagger.
Hey, maybe the I mean, it's been a long time that we've been paying these. And they did charge us for like the next 6 months already, which is very nice of them.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's a good deal.
It's good business.
Gotta light a fire under their ass a little bit. And
I don't think so. I don't think there has been any of that, has there?
No.
No, it seems like it's been a kind of a
cozy.
Kind of a fall.
This goes back to our doesn't this go back to our conversation early in this show? We were talking about like a 5th or 6th round guy sitting out with a hammy, like feeling pretty comfortable.
Kind of.
Like it's dangerous to get comfortable.
Especially when you're commanding, franchise player money too as well. So when you stink at what you do and you're commanding the price of somebody that is the greatest at what they do, that's a little bit of an interesting situation.
How's that work?
Bit of a discrepancy there.
It's all right, though. That comes out of a budget that nobody sees,
True.
I think we got Jagger Eaton on the show.
Okay.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Maybe we're starting to find a groove with these.
Maybe.
Here we go.
You saying on Thursday?
Here we
Maybe.
Here we go. Huh?
Here we go.
This would be great to take this off of my plate, by the way, full time. This would be fantastic if this did work. So maybe we should have a little bit more optimism, but it sure sounds like a lot of my mornings are going to be continuing sending unanswered messages to people that have two people that have sent me messages in the past that I did not open or read or respond to. Hey, sorry I missed this 3 years ago. I was wondering, is there any way?
What are you doing today at 1:15?
I'm not good at it. I'm not good at the whole, keep in contact thing. It's not really my game. And I'm a fucking terrible person for that, but I'm about fed up. I'm about fed up with the booking aspect of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't doubt it.
String something together here, maybe.
Let's go on a run.
Let's string something together here, maybe.
We say it hot, boys.
Hey.
Let's get hot.
Hey, here we go. Huh?
Here we fucking go, boys.
How about how you finish?
Fucking pucks on net.
AJ, I think you know me well enough, and the people watching this know me well enough. After like the second week straight of no success, how hard do you think it was for me not to tell these people to go fuck themselves?
I think before the second week, you probably felt that way.
Day one, to be honest with you, but I had patience. I knew we were not going to be an easy sell for some people and that whole thing. But
It's not that. No, there's no way. It can't be that. It can't be that they're reaching out to these people and they're saying no. There's
that's
no
what
way.
I'm being told. I'm like, that's what I'm being. It's tough.
There's people are pitching themselves to come on your show. That happens all the time. Guaranteed.
Not to me.
Whoever. Talk to Phil, talk to Bruce, whoever. I guarantee you people are trying to get on.
It's very nice of you to think that, and I appreciate that you have that much respect for the show, but that is not the case, I don't think.
Well, they want to come on to pub, whatever. They wrote a book or whatever. Yeah, people want to do that.
Yeah,
But
and we do play those games. We do play those games. We tell them, hey, we ain't doing it. So there's been a lot of...
No chance.
I mean, we are probably a tough sell for some people because we have been maybe pitched somebody in the past, and I go, I ain't doing a 7-minute conversation about this fucking terrible product with old buddy here, okay? I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
You like tailgating?
Exactly. That kind of ruined a lot, I think, that whole situation.
What do you think Ryan Kerrigan's up to?
He's playing football somewhere, isn't he?
Yeah.
He was a good interview.
Philly, yeah.
I wasn't here for that.
Anyways, what I'm saying is, it's the first time in my life I've ever almost been patient with something. And by that, I mean I've waited 2 weeks for something to happen. And I think we're potentially going to see the rewards. This is growth. This is maturity, I think. This is adulthood. I'm excited to be here. This has been difficult to get to, though, I will say. Every morning, I did wake up whenever I would see that there is nobody planned for the show. And I would say, I would have an entire text up, basically telling people to go ahead, take the fucking 6 months worth of money and get out of my life, okay? Just take it and get out. You're ruining the show, okay? I entrusted you to hopefully allow our listeners and viewers to get an experience that they don't get anywhere else. And there's people that I don't know, believe it or not, I guess. There's people that I don't know out there that would be great to come on the show. We have no connections. We're in Indiana. We made it difficult. Is there any way we could do it? Yeah. 2 weeks, okay? I feel like this is very adult of me, and I'm actually pretty proud of the growth that I've shown here because it might pay off too. But let's not get out of the woods yet. I might be booking by the time football season comes around. It seems like that's probably we're staring down the inevitability of that.
Ain't close to the finish here. I mean, they better.
Well, the question, I think the test now is, Pat, if they don't get wind of this, if they don't understand where you're at with the booking process, then you have to really.
Oh,
work.
no.
Oh, they know.
They know.
They know.
Okay.
They are very aware.
I've said something.
Okay, so they pay attention to the show then.
No.
I'm saying if they don't know, if they don't see this and be like, oh, okay, here we go, like that lights a fire or whatever, or they address
There's
it
no
somehow.
fire.
That's what
If the fire's not lit by now,
Been
these people
pretty clear.
I have a lot of. I appreciate that people watch and listen to this show. Okay, like I fucking legitimately appreciate. This is a destination viewing. It is not just something that's on in the back. You have to go and get here, right? So there is no reason why I shouldn't invest in making this thing as good as possible for the people that choose to spend their afternoons with us. I just so happen to have a lot going on right now, as we all do. I'm not saying my life is any different than anything. I was hoping to get this particular thing that gives me anxiety, actually. The whole booking thing, waking up, oh, we have nobody on today. Okay, our show fucking stinks. Somehow everybody else has some. So I just send out Hail Marys to people. I'll get an answer. And then literally 5 to 10 minutes before it's going live, it's like, yes, I can come on. No, I can't. It's like, all right, here we go. So, hiring somebody that's good at that seemed like the right business move. I didn't go to any business class in West Virginia. We talked about that earlier. But that just seemed like the right move for growth and for, like the respect of the show and people that spend time doing it. And then I start dancing in this world, and I'm like, all right, I am not taking Z-list actor to potentially get blah, blah, blah one day down the road. I'm not doing it. I am so sorry. So I think that has made it a little bit of a difficult thing because we're playing it now by the way the game is played with like the publicist and shit. And I have no respect for a lot of those people. So it's a difficult game that they're playing. But I appreciate the fact that we're maybe going to get a guest at some point from these people, even though we've paid them for like a year and a half worth of work already. You know what I mean? That would be cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they got to learn what your taste is, what people that you would want on the show. I'm sure they pitch people all the time.
No, we've done
Once again, AJ, they know.
This is once again something.
Okay.
No.
Then there's no excuse. There's no more excuses.
There is no excuse.
Bingo.
It's time to pay the piper.
Mm-hmm. And everybody heard me and Zito have our moment, but I am very much like, hey, if you do your job, I don't give a fuck what, how. Just do your thing. I feel like, and I don't know if the boys will say this, But I always appreciate like somebody that like empowers and responsibility. You know, like, hey, you're going to do this. This is your thing. Good luck. If I have a problem with it, okay, I will address you. We will talk about it, and then we will try to change it. But I try to do that as much as possible, honestly. Like, that is legitimately my thought. So with people outside of our business, though, and I'm very lucky to have a great team here. We are very
You've
lucky.
always shot it straight.
Huh?
You've always shot it straight.
I think so. Like, hey, you do this. Like, hey, just do it. If it fucks up, we'll talk about it. If not, take a little ownership here. Let's figure it out. And it's probably not the best management style, you know, and anything like that. But with people outside of our company, like this is, for instance, it's hard because there's a lot of finger pointing too, right? So it's like, hey, I just want to know who and how is this happening. And I feel like I handle it pretty professionally, by the way. I feel like hey, who, and there's always this, that, boom, boom, bang, pow, that whole thing. So it's just like, are we ever going to get to that point? I think we are, because the text messages we're seeing, it feels like the patience is going to pay off. I feel like we're going to get to talk to people that we would never, ever get a chance to talk to because of these people.
Hell yeah.
But Nelly was supposed to be on the show like a week ago.
That's right. What happened to that?
There was supposed to be like 10 people that were supposed to be on, and none of that happened. So, I mean, here we go. But Nelly, I heard Nelly was going to be on the show. I think that was when we decided, pay him for the next 3 years.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. And then, you know.
Turns out Nelly might have been a Trojan horse for us.
Yeah. Might have been Nelly. By the way, if it was Nelly Furtado, still good.
Still cool.
Still good.
Man, he's a banger.
But it was it was like a David Copperfield. Hey, Nelly.
We got him.
And then day off. How about this?
Thank God.
Thank you
This
for
is
your
good.
cash.
This is fun. This guest here, right? This is fun.
Copperfield, he wouldn't be bad.
I'm like, yo, I thought fucking Country Grammar was coming in here. I was about to relive my 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade years with Nelly.
Did they offer, once Nelly fell through, did they offer Cisco?
By the way, Cisco would have been a go. Cisco
would have been a go.
Would have been an
absolutely.
absolute go.
Actually offered Jay Farrow, which was
And we almost got Jay Farrow on. Almost got Jay Farrow on, and that somehow backed out as well. So it was like, there was two. I mean, playing the game of the booking game, I guess it's impossible. I have no idea. We might be getting completely hoodwinked here, though, I think, as well.
I mean, someone that pays 6 months in advance, I would think that they would want
It was
to
3,
make you
but
happy.
I was being a little bit dramatic. But when they
Anything,
sent,
even 3 months in advance,
Yeah.
especially when you don't know what they can do, you would think it'd be like, hey, this is you pay for what you get, or you prove to me that you can do the job. I'm not giving you 3 months up front.
yeah, CFO Phil was not exactly thrilled with the invoice that they sent to us before booking. Literally a single human. Okay, literally before booking anybody, we need to be paid for 3 months.
They must
Phil-
be good then.
Huh?
They must be good for someone.
Yeah. Like to talk to that person then.
I don't know. I don't think we're ever. It'd be great if that would work, though. That'd be an awesome thing for us not to have to do that every morning.
Changes today.
Well, we'll see.
Going forward,
We will see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Now the clock's ticking.
Yeah.
You know.
Hourglass is running out.
Anytime you see me put out like an extremely deep tweet, by the way, like yesterday's, about like evaluate people and get them the fuck out of your life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how. Immediately upon hitting send at this booking, and once again, this is the patience thing. This is the patience thing. I have hope for these people. Old me would have got rid of this thing a long time ago. Here I am, though. They're gonna come together for us, AJ. They're gonna do it. I think.
I can feel it.
And if they don't,
they got till Friday to book somebody on the fucking thing.
Yes.
I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again.
Can't. Bring
But
back
then what do
Vern.
I do? All season, I'm just going to have to.
No, let those other booking companies know, like, hey, this company's on notice that you're talking about. You are available.
It's all a
I'm
racket,
sure there are
though.
some. Don't you think there are hustlers out there that are watching? Like, I would absolutely love to book for this show.
No, I've never heard
I
from
think
those
there is.
people.
I think there is.
Booking is the.
It's tough.
It is the name of the game. It is not unless you just sent. But when you're, once again, my life is nowhere near as hard as anybody's. But when you're every single day, I think that is quite a thing, And that's why I was willing to potentially pay the amount that was being thing, because it's like, hey, the amount of work that you were taking in the just that anxiety of somebody saying fuck off. Basically, I got left on red by a couple people, and I was like, oh. It's not a good feeling going into a show. I thought we were fucking friends with that guy. And then just kind of move. Like, I would love for that just to be out of my life. But it's the name of the game. We got to get better. We got to continue to grow because we got people that watch this for some reason. So very, very thankful for them. Might have some big guests. Probably won't. If we do, we'll be excited. Just know that although we only had one guest today, yesterday we had 4. I think I booked all of them, whatever. I guess this weekend I was thinking about firing these people, and I'm like, I got to get back into doing this. I got to get back into doing this for the good of the show. Today we only had 1. I will, and I'm not scared to dive right back into that anxiety pool of booking for the rest of the season if I have to, for the good of the show, for the good of the company, for the good of the show, and for the good of the people, AJ, and for the good of you. I will do that if I have to. But man, it'd be fucking great if we get Usain Bolt this week.
Yeah.
Come on. Hammer Down's in 10 minutes at youtube.com/Hammer Down. AJ, we appreciate you. Have a great holiday. We'll see you manana.
All right, thanks, guys. I don't know what the holiday is, but see you tomorrow.
So holiday's like a European way of saying vacation.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you were very traveled. You're a cultured man. I am not. So thank you very much for opening.
No problem. All about America right now because it's World Games. But you haven't only been on just one holiday, okay?
What?
2 holidays.
What?
3 holidays.
What?
I only did that to tell you that I'm counting European as well. This is the German way. Got a guy killed in the basement of a restaurant because he won't like this with 1. All right, I'm just continuing the cultured Pat McAfee thing there.
Got it. Noted. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey, when you're in Germany, if you're acting like a German, 1, 2,
what?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh.
See what I did there? That's a transition. Everybody talks about 1 through 3, but what happens when you get to the other hand? Go to the thumb again.
Wow.
Do you not?
Then where do we go?
What movie was that?
Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah. Is that Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
Hey, that became a bloodbath in that basement down there.
Oh, yeah. Slaughterhouse.
The guy's a good actor. The one guy.
Which one? The German guy or the other one?
I'm done. Which one?
I don't know the guy's name. I don't know the one of the main characters' names. One of the main dudes.
That's a bingo guy?
I don't know. I've barely seen the movie.
Jesus Christ. Fucking ball game, that guy?
Is that the
I've
That's a
barely seen the
Bingo
movie.
guy?
I told
No. That's the baseball bat guy. Bang.
Oh, yeah.
Are you a southpaw, Connor?
What's that? No, I'm a lefty. I was swinging a bat.
That's the show. See everybody tomorrow. Hammer Down's next.